Channel for day 3 of the NFL draft. Houston Texans have some pretty early picks, so that's going to be exciting to see. As always, thank you guys for the support and for tuning into the channel. Rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7 today, starting here in about 15 minutes. Houston Texans have made 3 selections. Keelan Rutledge at 26 in the first round. Caden McDonald at 36 in the first round, and Marlon Klein, tight end, at 59 in the first round. So I think you look at the first 2 picks, you go, yeah, that's an A to A+. Marlon Klein 100% was a reach, but you sort of understand why they did it. He's a total project in my eyes, and I think that was the consensus of pretty much anyone that was sort of involved in the draft doing their due diligence. But it's been a very interesting draft year this year. Consensus board has been shit. Just going to level set with you guys. The consensus board has been terrible. I mean, Jermon McCoy is still out there, and I understand that's a degenerative knee issue, but the fact that, us fans aren't getting that information, I mean, it was way worse than we were led on to believe. So, yeah, unfortunately for McCoy, I mean, he's still here at the 4th round. You got to be thinking off straight talent, he's best available by far. I mean, man, Jermon McCoy, Keontae Scott, I'm a big fan of Malik Muhammad, big fan of Kilgore as well if you're looking for a defensive back. If you're looking for a receiver, Skylar Bell is still on board, Elijah Surratt. Like, their first pick is going to be amazing. I wouldn't even hate Sam Hecht here. If you wanted to go center and make Keelan Rutledge a true guard, you could go Sam Hecht, and I couldn't complain. Have Wyatt Teller and Rutledge battle it out. Kyle Lewis, the linebacker, still here. Grayson Halton, if you want another D tackle. Justin Jolie, the tight end, is still here. It feels like the Texans are happy with their tight end, though, for better or for worse. So there's that. War Daddy, good to see you again, man. Appreciate your continued support. Still can't believe we got Timu Delp. Mom, can we pick up Delp on the way home? We have Delp at home, son. What about Bryce Lance? It's funny. I made this comment yesterday, but because the Texans didn't pick in the 3rd round, Marlon Klein has just been getting the hatred of the fan base for the past 18 hours or 12 hours, whatever it's been, which is pretty hilarious. Yeah, it does feel like they completely rolled the dice on a project tight end. This guy was a reach no matter who you talk to. The pick did not really make sense. Yes, he's 6'6", 250. He's not a really good receiver. He's not a really good blocker. He's kind of just a guy. He's kind of just a guy that you're hoping can get up to that next level. War Daddy asks, what about Bryce Lance? I don't like Bryce Lance. I don't think he's that good. So I would rather take Elijah Surratt or Skylar Bell before Bryce Lance. Not a huge fan of him, the North Dakota State wide receiver there. So yeah, I'm out on Bryce Lance. Let's talk about positions, man. Let's talk about what positions the Texans could draft. So if we're looking at the board here and the way it fell, if you want to go backup defensive back, you certainly could. Looking at your cornerbacks, who I just listed, as well as a couple of safeties, Zakee Wheatley out of Penn State, Jalen Kilgore, who could also play more of that nickel role, Genesis Smith, Kamari, Ramsey out of USC, probably touched paths with Kalen Bullock and Jalen Smith. They want to keep going the USC route at defensive backs. Mike Washington Jr. is still on the board. I'd probably wait on him till the 5th round. I'm not a huge Mike Washington guy, maybe even the 6th round for him. A lot of good running backs still on the board. And again, running back's not a huge need. If you wanted to double up a defensive tackle, you could go with Grayson Halton. Grayson Halton gives you a nice pass rush upside. And if you wanted to go edge 3, I mean, there's Joshua Josephs from Tennessee. There's Danny Dennis Sutton out of Penn State. 2 more project guys, but hey, it's the 4th round we're talking about. We're not exactly talking about blue chip prospects anymore. And then if you wanted to go offensive line, Sam Hecht out of Kansas State makes a lot of sense. Connor Lew still makes a lot of sense. Jake Slaughter is still on the board as well. So yeah, Sam Hecht, Connor Lew, Jake Slaughter. Or no, excuse me, Jake Slaughter went. My bad. So it's between Sam Hecht and Connor Lew, really. And then there's a drop-off. Yeah, Jake Slaughter went before, which I was not expecting. So I know Klein doesn't deserve the hate. I can see the potential, I suppose. Fun fact, he had a total of 37 pass blocking snaps going into his senior year. Only started 12 games in his college career. Low tread, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, for better or for worse, he's got low tread. I mean, he is a complete dart throw, though, and I'm just not a huge fan of throwing darts in the second round. He feels like an intangibles guy. Like, he met with the Texans. They really liked his work ethic. They like the fact that he's a team captain. They like the fact that he's had to go through adversity to get to where he is. I mean, look, you can't hate the story. Came from... Sorry, I'm watching the draft picks. Came from... Okay, sorry. They're doing this draft order really weird. But yeah, came from Germany, fell in love with football. Look, I watched some of his highlights. I mean, he's a project. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Marlon Klein showed like amazing promise. Like, if you wanted a big, wide blocking tight end, Max Clare and Sam Roush were still available. They were better picks, and they went to teams that know what they're doing on offense. The Bears took Sam Roush, and Sean McVay took Max Clare. Max Clare and Sam Roush are better than Marlon Klein. I'm sorry. They just are. You could tell me that Marlon Klein has the higher ceiling, but how likely is it that he ever gets there? You know, that's the thing with Marlon Klein. It's just a complete projection. They fell in love with his intangibles. They fell in love with the 6'6", 250, the traits as well. But, I mean, he had, like 290 yards in college? Or did he have 300? I don't even know. He had less than 400. I'll tell you that much. And he improved his blocking, which is true. Let's see. 8 yards in 2023, 108 yards in 2024, 248 yards this past season. Bro has 360 yards in his college career. Marlon Klein has 360 yards in his college career over 3 years, and brother went 59 overall. Like, we have to call it what it is. That is a humongous reach, and there were several draft analysts saying you could have made that pick in the 5th or 6th or even 7th round. It's just a big reach, man. It's a big reach, and it's either going to look really stupid or good, I guess. I don't know. Love the guy. I want him to succeed. We're going to have a lot of German fans now, but yeah, it's a reach. JC says, do we get Connor Lew? I really like Connor Lew. If you want to go center, it's between Connor Lew or Sam Hecht. I think Connor Lew is better, but he's coming off the torn ACL, so there's that. And I think Sam Hecht's a fine player as well. I wouldn't say center's at the highest priority because you drafted Rutledge, and I'm assuming Rutledge can play center, and then Wyatt Teller can be your left guard. So I'd almost say they'd probably draft developmental tackle before they drafted center. But if you get Sam Hecht at the top of round 4, you're not going to hear me complain. I think he's a very good player, and he could be your center of the future, a long-term solution there. Zeus says we need a wide receiver. 100% agree. I think wide receiver is the most likely pick. If you ask me right now, you say, who do you want the Houston Texans to pick right now at the top of round 4? I'm going to tell you I want Elijah Surratt. Wouldn't hate Skylar Bell as well. Wide receivers are always going to get on the field. They're always going to get snaps. They're always going to be high paid. And you're basically looking at Xavier Hutchinson and Tank Dell to be your wide receiver 4. And I love Nico. I love Higgins. But I don't know how healthy Tank Dell's going to be. And Hutchinson, phenomenal for a 6th-round pick. But let's upgrade the room a little bit there. Especially when things start to get expensive, which we could see really quickly here once Nico Collins' contract gets revamped. War Daddy says, Twitter says it's because of the shitty new Michigan coach and the shitty quarterback. I don't know shit about college football. Yeah, look, Michigan ran the football a lot. Their quarterback was ass. I agree. The thing is, when I watch his receptions, like the catches he does make, they look a little like he's not a natural pass catcher yet, right? That's the thing. It's like, I understand the quarterback wasn't good and you maybe didn't get the opportunities that you wanted to get, but the opportunities you did get, when I look at those, I mean, we're catching balls like with our chest And he's a work in progress in the receiving game. Now, what I will say that I like about him is he's a fluid mover. He moves really well for 6'6" and 250. So again, this is just a complete Nick Caserio's just looking at the traits and the personality. That's what the pick is. They fell in love with the personality, 100%. They fell in love with the personality. They liked him better than Max Clare or Sam Roush. They liked his ceiling higher. Another thing I'll say about Klein is he does seem to be on the uptick. And another point I want to make, if you really think about these past few draft picks the Texans have made, Keelan Rutledge went to a no-name program, transfers to Georgia Tech. He's on the rise. Caden McDonald sat behind some really good players at Ohio State, has the best D-tackle season of the year. He's on the rise. Marlon Klein, I mean, he better not be on the decline because there wasn't much there to begin with, so you're assuming he's on the rise. So it feels like the Texans really like players who are projecting up, which is why, I think Connor Lew is probably not in the conversation because you look at the injury and Connor Lew trended down a little bit because of the injury. You could have that same conversation with other players in the draft as well. It seems like they want guys that are on the upwards trajectory. Good to see you, Track Back 7612. What's up? Good draft so far? ? Klein is going to be a good tight end. Jim Harbaugh got him to Michigan for a reason. Yeah, you're hoping. I mean, he's learned behind Colston Loveland. He learned behind another tight end that I'm blanking on at Michigan as well. And he's very new to football, right? And sometimes we see someone being new to football as a good thing, and sometimes we see it as kind of like, what are we doing? Again, it was the second round, pick 59. So let's just keep that into context. I'm not saying the dude can't be an NFL player. I'm just saying I wouldn't have taken him at 59. So you kind of have to factor that into the evaluation as well. But I'd say consensus board had him like 5th round at the earliest. So, and again, I mean, the consensus board has been shit this year. So read into that as much as you want. This has been one of the weirdest drafts I've ever witnessed. And definitely the weirdest draft I've witnessed following it this closely and reacting to it, 100%. I mean, it just feels like no one knew what they were talking about. I mean, you tell me Emmanuel Pregnon goes in the 3rd round and Jermod McCoy is still on the board in the 4th. Yeah, you would have gotten clowned if you had those thoughts before the draft. Lively says, I want to see them draft Bryce Lance. I don't like Bryce Lance. I'm going to be honest. I don't like Bryce Lance. I don't see it with Bryce Lance. Girish says, this is a classic case of position coach really likes a guy's traits and personality, so the GM let them pound the table to manage front office politics. Yeah, that's what it was. I mean, this was a personality hire. You hear that word in the corporate office. This dude's a personality hire. That's actually what it is. That's actually a great analogy. This is a dude who's just like has the right attitude. They believe he has the mindset to get better, and they like his traits. It's kind of like, it's like buying extremely low on a stock. The problem is they didn't really buy low because they bought him in the 2nd round. So again, if they did this in the 3rd round or the 4th round, you wouldn't hear me complain as much. It's just when Sean McVay, offensive genius, takes Max Clare and Ben Johnson, offensive genius, takes Sam Roush, after you took Marlon Klein, it's going to make me feel worse about the pick. And I've never seen Sean McVay so happy. Maybe it was because of the Ty Simpson debacle earlier, but he was smiling ear to ear when he got Max Clare. And I don't like seeing that because Sean McVay knows what the hell he's doing when he drafts tight ends. I mean, he's always churning out amazing tight ends. AJ Barner, that's who it was. AJ Barner won a Super Bowl last year and was big in the playoffs in the Super Bowl. Yep. Garish says, don't get me wrong, Klein could be good, but they picked at 59 to make sure they get him. But frankly, there was a less than 10% chance he'd gone before 90, and I wouldn't have minded they wait until then. Yeah, I'd say there's a 0% chance he would have gone before 90 because Claire and Roush went ahead of him, and like everyone had Claire and Roush higher than Marlon Klein. Like every single person in the that watches the draft. I mean, Justin Jolie was higher than him, Jack Endries, Joe Royer, Michael Trigg. Like once you start getting to like Josh Cuevas, then yeah, I guess. So didn't they also passed up on Oscar Delp, right? Yeah, they passed up on Oscar Delp. And like Oscar Delp is someone who's just as much of a projection, but at least he like showed you more. Am I tripping? I swear let me find, I just want to make sure I'm getting this right. They passed up on Eli Raridon. I believe Oscar Delp was at the end of the second round, or did they miss out on him? I just want to get this right. Where did Oscar Delp go, guys? I can't find it. Is he a third rounder? Again, I'm not the biggest. Yeah, he was a third rounder. Okay, I knew I wasn't tripping. So yeah, Oscar Delp went 73. Like, Oscar Delp is kind of like a project just like Marlon Klein is, but we've seen more. I mean, Oscar Delp's a former 5-star, 4-star recruit, was the best tight end in the nation. Like, okay, I can get behind projecting that in the third round. Like, okay, that makes sense. But they basically had their pick on any tight end they wanted besides Sadiq, Stowers, and that A&M kid the Jags took. And it's so funny because I was shitting on the Jags. I was like, oh, the Jags are so stupid. They took this A&M guy. And then I shit you not, like 5 picks later, we take Marlon Klein. 2 picks later, we take Marlon Klein. And then a pick later, Max Clare goes. So kind of the life you live as a Texans fan, though. Wish him the best, man. Wish him the best. I want to see him succeed. Go take Cade Stover's spot. Go beat out Brevin Jordan. Make the pick freaking worth it, because this pick has a high chance of looking stupid. And I'm just going to say that. You know, when Max Clare and Sam Roush put up, like, you know, 400, 500-yard seasons, and Marlon Klein's like struggling to be the guy, you know, don't say you didn't hear it first here. And it goes back to kind of my whole philosophy on like personality. And you hear this all the time with team captains, with swarm guys, with hard working, you know, bring the lunch pail guys. Like, that's all great. I love guys that have the right mentality. I don't want to draft a felon. Okay, I just don't. I'm sorry. But I also want to draft a good football player. And I appreciate the guy who maybe doesn't have the self-starter, motivated team captain personality, but he's just damn good at football. He's just damn good at football. So at the end of the day, I'm not saying this is a bad draft. I mean, Caden McDonald was a first rounder you got in the second. So, like, you could flip the Caden McDonald pick and Keelan Rutledge pick, and it would make perfect sense. So I'm not hating on the draft. I love the first 2 picks. I love the first pick more that Chase Bisontis went early, and you still got Caden McDonald. As I said, if you're going to reach on Rutledge, it's nice when McDonald falls to you, so it kind of evens out. But then they kind of fucked it all up with the Marlon Klein pick. So we'll see what they do here. Who knows? Maybe another player will fall to them. Yeah, I just don't think they're going to take another tight end. And there's a lot of, I mean, decent tight ends on the board that are probably worth a 4th round pick. So we'll see. Catch up on the chat real quick. Trackback says, missed on Game Face. The bright side of the Klein pick is Nick took a 5th round prospect early and didn't give anything up before the Niners could draft him. It's a good way to look at it. Trackback says, I wish we would have traded up from where we were when we picked Klein and gotten D'Angelo Pons. Pons is going to be a Pro Bowler and quick. Yeah, the only thing with Pons is he's small, but like he plays like he's 6 foot. I mean, he's 5'8". He's shorter than I am, which is crazy to think about. He plays like he's 6 foot tall. Pons is a freaking beast. Did the Jets get him or the Browns get him? I think the Browns got him, right? Or did the Dolphins get him? I have no idea. It all blends together. But yeah, whoever got him, good for them. 1776 says Deontay Scott, Connor Lew, Singleton, Edge. Yeah, you could do a lot of different things here, guys. There's a lot of good picks here. A lot of good picks here as we get underway. Raiders seem to have traded up, and they are on the board to start the 4th round here. Pick 101. Wow, how many picks are the Bills going to trade? Like, Bills, you need to make some damn selections. I understand they just went 1 spot back, but like, just pick the guy you want, man. Do the Bills not like anyone in this draft? Kind of outrageous there. See who the Raiders are looking at here. War Daddy's calling for Scott or McCoy. Yeah, McCoy's knee must be god-awful. I mean, he must have they were saying degenerative knee, cartilage issues, going to need a bone plug. It's crazy because I would take him on one knee. Like, he's good. I mean, that's a top 15 overall pick. if he doesn't have the injury. Top 20 if you want to be safe. So the fact that he's fallen to the 4th, the knee is cooked. And yeah, if you want to go edge rusher, a lot of good edge rushers still on the board as well. Joshua Joseph's out of Tennessee, Dennis Sutton, LT Overton, Caden Curry. Probably a little too early for Caden Curry, but good names there too. Like I said, there's a lot of things they can do. They're up picking after the Raiders. They'll be in 1, 2, 3, 4 spots. They'll be on the clock. And they've got another early pick, kind of mid-round 4th as well. 6'6" and can run a 4.61. That's a pretty good athlete. Long arms, decent hands. I mean, Jim Harbaugh has a good track record. Sure. I mean, I don't hit the pick again. I just didn't have to do it at 59, you know, and you can't convince me that he wouldn't have been there. Honestly, probably at this point in the draft. Like if they would have taken him here, would have made a lot of sense. Okay, the Raiders pick is in. War Daddy says we should have signed Barnett last night. Still can. And my whole philosophy on that is if they don't get an edge they like, I think Barnett likes the Texans enough to kind of be the pity signing. I mean, Barnett's a good player. I'm kind of surprised we didn't pick him earlier. Or, excuse me, didn't sign him, re-sign him earlier. See, Raiders pick is in. Keep up with that. Greesh brings up a good point. The other side of what happened yesterday with Klein is that there's many players still here I would have been happy with at 59. Yeah, Nick Caserio literally said that a lot of the players they still wanted at 91 are going to be here at 10 whatever, 105 or 104 whenever they pick. So that's good to hear. Yeah, a lot of good players here I would have taken at 59 as well. So that's always the good thing. Again, you get to the draft, and especially with the consensus board all fucked up and people going every which direction, you're going to find some players that are still going to be good that are going to fall because this board has just been crazy. Yeah, another good point by Girish. So we just flipped Rutledge and McDonald. I can feel a little better by doing the mental math. Yeah, me too. I mean, once McDonald fell to them, I felt a lot better about the Rutledge pick. I mean, hell, the Rutledge pick is so much better in hindsight because Chase Bisontis went at the top of the second. So you got to think that maybe they would have been interested in Rutledge had we not taken him. They go Bisontis. You know, maybe Rutledge would have fallen, but it seems like the 49ers were in on him. So either way, the first two picks panned out. It's a good solid start. And I'm hoping Klein turns into like Woody Marks, but Woody Marks was productive in college. That's the thing. Like the reason I didn't get to Woody Marks is because he was like a 5-year senior, right? And he was started at Mississippi State. So that's why I didn't get to him, but at least he was productive. I mean, one of the highest receiving backs in the country and had 1,000-yard seasons. Marlon Klein has 360 yards in his college career. 360 yards in his college career. His highlight reel is not that long, man. It's not that long before you start looking at some blocks. You start seeing him dish out some blocks when you start watching that highlight reel, man. But whatever, man. I just need them to pick a new player so I can talk about someone else. I've been talking about Marlon Klein for way too long because they picked no one in the third round. Trackback says, I'm excited, so happy. Saturday morning with a cup of coffee and the draft starting early. I love the day 3 because it starts early instead of late. Dude, I totally feel that. Yeah, you're just Friday and Saturday, you're just like waiting around. You're just waiting for the day to be over so you can go watch the draft. Very nice that this starts so early. 100% agree. Cup of coffee, watch the draft. It's going to be a good day today. Let's see who the Raiders pick here. McCoy goes at the top of the 4th. NFL finally said, you know what? We don't care. Or the Raiders, I should say. I mean, this is just a phenomenal pick. Like, I understand McCoy might have a degenerative knee. Okay, so he's just like a good starter instead of a lockdown corner. I don't understand why he fell this far. I understand the knee's degenerative, but okay, so that brings him down from like worthy of a top 15 overall pick to like late second rounder. They got him in the 4th. It's just incredible to me how he fell this low. Cannot believe Gerard McCoy fell this low. Absolute insanity. But again, Pregnon fell too. Someone brought up a good point yesterday. You know, maybe the Jags drafted Emmanuel Pregnon because they saw Caden McDonald go to the Texans. It's a good way to think about that for sure. Yeah, I mean, great pick for the Raiders. You had a feeling Jermon McCoy was going to be one of the earliest picks to go because we're in the 4th freaking round here. So, Texans weren't necessarily in the corner market anyway, so doesn't really affect us. Buffalo's pick is in, and then we pick in 1, 2, 3, 4 spots at 106. That's the number. Trackback says, I want us to get Mike Washington Jr. or Kyle Lewis today, maybe both. I like Kyle Lewis a lot. If they want to draft Kyle Lewis and play him at nickel, I think he could be really good. One of the best coverage linebackers in the draft. D'Amico Ryans can find a way to play Kyle Lewis. Yeah, Kyle Lewis in the 4th round is a certified steal for me. I think that's a great pick, or a great pickup. Yeah, if McCoy looks, I just don't see McCoy being bad. Like, even if his knee is as bad as they say it is, okay, so he goes from a top 15 pick to just a good starter. He goes from a lockdown corner with Pro Bowl potential to just a solid starter. And you just got a solid starting corner in the 4th round. Like, that's a good pick for the Raiders, man. And yeah, if the knee doesn't even affect him, I mean, what the hell? Wow, developmental tackle goes Jude Bowery from Boston College. Interesting to see him go over someone like J.C. Davis or Demetrius Crownover. There were some other tackles on there. I don't hate Jude Bowery, though. I think it's a good pick for them, I guess. I'm not a Jude Bowery defender, but like Isaiah World was still there. Cage Casey out of Boise State. J.C. Davis, who I like. So, again, we're talking about developmental tackles, but that's kind of what we get in the 4th round. Again, I don't know if the Texans are in the developmental tackle market. I could definitely see Caserio doing it. Guys, Elijah Surratt's still on the board. Elijah Surratt is still on the board, and I would love Elijah Surratt to the Texans. I mean, he's such a solid receiver. Surely the Texans don't pass up on Surratt, right? War Actual says Big Mac will fuck up Pregnon. Dude, I can't. You know what? I really can't wait to see the Caden McDonald-Rutledge matchup. That's something we haven't been talking about enough. Keelan Rutledge and Caden McDonald are going to make each other better because they're playing right across from each other, especially if Rutledge plays center. Are you kidding me? Your first 2 draft picks lining up across from each other in training camp? That's the definition of iron sharpens iron, dude. Caden McDonald and Rutledge, who do you think gets the better of them? I don't know. I'd probably be leaning towards Caden McDonald on that matchup, but I mean, unless he's getting double teamed, which he probably would be. Hell, even then, I've seen Caden McDonald take on double teams like it's nothing, so. Gurish says, worst case, he sits out for a year while he's getting additional surgery for the degenerative issue. After that, he's basically Will Johnson from last year. Yeah, I get it. I mean, if he's not going to play, sure, you drop him down the board a bit, but I mean, still view that as a steal. I mean, if you would have told me Marlon Klein, and I'm sorry, Marlon Klein's going to catch another stray, but if you would have told me Marlon Klein was going to go before Gerard McCoy in this draft, I would have said, I don't care if Gerard McCoy has one leg. That's not happening. But it happened. Arizona picking ahead of us is definitely going to get a right tackle. Yeah, they could use some offensive line help. Even the Chargers, they got a center, but like their guard position, who's playing guard for the Chargers? Are they just going to move Slaughter to guard or something? I am so curious to see what D'Amico Ryans is going to do here, guys, because there are so many good defensive players on the board. There's so many good receivers on the board. Darrell Jackson Jr. from Florida State goes to the Jets. Solid D tackle in the 4th round. Yeah, I like that pick a lot. What other D tackles were there? It felt like there was Dante Corleone still on the board? No, I must admit. Yeah, he is. So Dante Corleone still on the board. Caleb Proctor was still on the board. Grayson Halton. I really like Grayson Halton. I would have been screaming from the top of my lungs, Grayson Halton. But guys, if they want a backup corner, they can get it. If they want a backup corner, Keontae Scott, Malik Muhammad, Jalen Kilgore can play nickel, Keith Abney II, They want a center. They can go Sam Hecht. Guys, I don't think there's a single player that's gone off the board that the Texans have wanted. This is a really good landing spot. Let's knock on wood real quick. Just want to make sure I knock on wood, but I don't think this affects the Texans at all. I mean, you could still go center. You could still go wide receiver. You could do running back. Texans can do anything right now. Great. This is a great spot for them to fall at, and it makes them not trading up into the back of the third round a very solid move, in my opinion. We are getting there, though, guys. We are 1, 2, 3 picks out. Oh, wait a minute. Cardinals pick is in. Okay, yeah, Cardinals pick is in. Then we got the Chargers, then Houston. Let's see. I'm surprised Keontae Scott fell this far. He's a good cornerback. I love Keontae Scott. I think Keontae Scott's phenomenal. I am also shocked he fell. Bro, imagine being an international fan and choosing the Jets to be your favorite team. Yeah, imagine they thought the logo looked cool or something, and now they got to watch the Jets. It's like, it doesn't matter how many good players the Jets select. I just can't take them seriously. I'm sorry. It's just Aaron Glenn's fighting for his life. He's treading water there. Jets are doing good. They got D'Angelo Pons. Now they got Darrell Jackson late. Yeah, I mean, it's a good draft. Like I said, I just can't take the Jets seriously until they show me something. Trevor Penning is guard for Chargers, I think. Okay, got you. Gotcha. Yeah, watch Nick pick a 7th rounder. Vulcan, if Nick picks a 7th rounder, I understand it's the 4th round, but it's the top of the 4th round. I still have my right to blow up. If they pick a 7th rounder right now. I can take one reach. You get one reach per draft. And the Rutledge pick paid off because you got McDonald. But you used your one reach on Marlon Klein. They pick a 7th rounder here, I'm going to lose my shit. They better not. This better be a pick that we all collectively go, okay, makes sense. Like, that's the analysis. That should be the analysis right now. There are so many good freaking players on the board right now. Do not reach for a bleeping 7th rounder right now. I will lose my mind. I will lose my mind if they do that. Cardinals pick is in. Taking forever to announce, though. Garish says, I'm an international fan that picked the Texans because he lived there for 7 years. Hey, man, if you lived here for 7 years, yeah, that's your team. You're locked in at that point, but that's funny. Zeus says, Jets going to get Aaron Rodgers back. Yeah, it seems like the Steelers got Drew Allar, right? Wow, we're getting the Cardinals pick. Seems like this is taking place in... Ooh, Caleb Proctor goes. I was just talking about him, man. Yeah, see, I would have taken Caleb Proctor before I took... Darrell Jackson. So, again, Texans were not in the D-tackle market. They literally can do whatever they want. The Texans have unlimited options right now because no one they wanted went. I guarantee you that. Vulcan says same law. That's fire. Casario is going to redeem himself today. He better, man. He better. And it's been a good draft. Let's not shit on the draft too much. But yeah, the second round pick was sort of ridiculous, but it's okay. You get one reach per draft. That's all I allow. One reach per draft. And then I got to start making phone calls. I got to call up Nick. Hey, Nick, get this shit together, man. You get one reach. Chargers are on the board. They have picked Akeem Messidor, who's older than Will Anderson, by the way, and Jake Slaughter. I like Jake Slaughter a lot. Didn't like him as much as Sam Hecht and Connor Lew, but if you want to put him ahead of Connor Lew because the ACL, that's fine. I don't care. But yeah, Houston. Okay, this is going to cut to ad break, and then Houston's going to be on right after the Chargers pick. Xavier Harris out of Ole Miss. That's a fun player. Wouldn't hate that at all. I came in during the high of Watson's MVP caliber season and the Rockets playoff run with Chris Paul. It's been downhill since, lol. Yeah, don't even bring up the Rockets to me. There's real conversation that Ime gets fired. Raphael Stone, the general manager, gets fired. Şengün gets traded to Milwaukee. I mean, they're going to drop a nuclear bomb on the Rockets this offseason, and I can't defend it. Being down 0-3 to a team with no Luka and Austin Reeves is pitiful. It's pathetic. I don't care if you add Kevin Durant or not. No playmakers. The only person that can create his own shot is Kevin Durant and maybe Şengün. Reed Shepherd's not, the lights got too bright for Reed Shepherd. Jabari's been playing better, but I mean, he's not good enough. Tari Eason can't shoot in the playoffs. Complete mess. All the YouTube draft graders are giving us a D or less. A D on the whole draft or a D on Marlon Klein? Because I don't think this is a D draft by any means. I think that's ridiculous. They want to give us a D on Marlon Klein. Like, yeah, that's fair. But you walk away with the best run stuffing D tackle in the draft. I mean, you can't go lower than like B minus, right? I mean, especially when they have Rutledge too. So if you think about what the biggest needs for the Houston Texans were going into the draft, I would have said it was D tackle, interior offensive line, and tight end. And they've literally addressed those three positions. So I like the positions that we've drafted. I think I've been on the same wavelength with the team in terms of positions they've drafted. Yeah, just, a questionable pick. But yeah, so if we're truly on the same wavelength, me and Caserio, I would be looking at, depends on the Rutledge pick. If Rutledge is playing center, then no center. I would be looking at wide receiver here. I really would. I would be looking at Elijah Surratt from Indiana. If you want to go backup corner, wouldn't hate that. Kilgore, if you want to go an edge. Probably wouldn't take an edge here just because I think there's a lot better players than these edges, and you have really good edges already, and you've already drafted D-line. So probably wouldn't go edge here. Probably would go receiver, backup corner, if they don't like Jalen Smith, which I'd find hard to believe, but Jalen Smith hasn't played, so probably go receiver here. Honestly, I keep coming back to receiver. I really want to see them take a receiver here. All the Bulls wanted was Tari Eason, and we could have gotten Colby White. Yeah, looking back on it, they should have made the trade. I mean, I love Tari Eason, but Amen Thompson and Şengün are your key pieces. They don't take a lot of threes, and they're not good shooters. You must surround them with good shooters. You have to do that. And it helps if you have a point guard as well. And unfortunately, the team is just like, they don't play off of each other. They don't work. The pieces don't fit together. It's a puzzle without a solution. It's just a bunch of mismatching pieces because your two stars can't shoot. I mean, obviously Durant is in his own bucket, but Durant's not a good ball handler or playmaker, and you're making him do that. You could argue Durant's the best ball handler on the team right now, and that's like not even what he does. So, and I understand injuries and Steven Adams and Fred VanVleet and whatever, but they're going to have to blow it up this offseason because Steven Adams may never be the same. And Fred VanVleet, I mean, you need more than Fred VanVleet to fix this. All right, Chargers are on the board. Let's see who they snipe from us. Wow, Brennan Thompson goes in front of Surratt. Okay, I guess my evaluation on Elijah Surratt was just off. Brennan Thompson over Elijah Surratt? Wow, I mean, he's a gadgety player. He's extremely quick and fast. I guess he would have fit the Texans' archetype and the player they need. But, yeah, I mean, Skylar Bell's still on the board as well as Elijah Surratt. So I really like receiver here, guys. I really like receiver. I wouldn't hate it if they took like a backup corner. Wouldn't hate it if they took like a safety, a defensive back. Wouldn't love an edge, but again, it's D'Amico. He can do whatever he wants. D'Amico gets the benefit of the doubt whenever he touches a defensive player. So not going to hate on that. But I'd like to see a receiver here. If we go through the depth chart, Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll, Hutchinson, or Tank Dell gets pretty thin pretty quickly. And obviously you're assuming Higgins and Knoll take leaps, but Knoll didn't show you a lot. He didn't show you a lot. So Texans are on the clock. The pick is in for the Houston Texans at 106. They're not trading back. The pick is in for the Houston Texans at 106. All right, Nick, redeem yourself, man. Your last pick was Marlon Klein. I've talked about Marlon Klein for I think as long as humanly possible because we didn't have a third-round pick. But now the pick is in for the Houston Texans, 106. Redeem yourself, Caserio. Redeem yourself so that I can do the, I would have taken him here and Marlon Klein here. That's what I need. I need that. Give me something I can do that with. We take a consensus board, seventh rounder. It's going to be harder to swallow. Okay, Texans are picking from somewhere off-site.
ruda Raquel Rodriguez, here live for Torneo Texans, a girls' flag tournament at Estadio Borregos in Tec de Monterrey. With the 106th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Fabi Weewoo, guard from Oklahoma. Vamos, Texans! Yeah! Turn it up! Woo!
That was the perfect name there for that pick as well. This is a fun player. Plays.
Who? Dog, who is this? Dog, who is this? Genuinely, who is this? Why we took a guard? Does anyone know who this is? I'm not gonna act like I know who this guy is. I didn't get to this guy. Fabi Nawaiwu? Who the fuck is this, dude? Like, respectfully, who the fuck is this? Yeah, okay. Fabi. Dude, I heard the first name and I was like, what the hell are we doing? 23 years old, out of Oklahoma. 6'4", 320. Ranked 349 on PFF's big board. So, there's that. Okay, he's got an elite pass blocking grade. So, if you look at PFF, you'd say it's not a bad pick. Why is he ranked 349 then? Because he's a horrible run blocker. Okay. So this is so confusing though. This is so confusing because like we have Wyatt Teller, we have Rutledge. So Rutledge is playing center and this guy's going to compete with Wyatt Teller? How many fucking offensive linemen do we need, dude? I respect the trenches, man. I respect the trenches, but you could have also gone like developmental tackle for the long term. I mean, you got Braden Smith and Trent Brown. Both are kind of injury prone. I don't know who it is. This is a reach. This is another reach, guys. It's another reach. So there's two reaches, back-to-back reaches for that matter. You can't convince me in like liking two guards. Like, why are we drafting two guards? You know, it's just like, and I know people hate the positional value conversation, but you could have gotten this guy like way later, right? Passed on Kilgore. Let me just read you guys the names on who he passed on, because this is going to piss people off. And I'm trying to stay calm right now because it's too early in the morning for me to have a heart attack. We passed up on Keontae Scott, Xavier Harris, Malik Muhammad, Kilgore, Skylar Bell, Elijah Surratt, Keith Abney II, Sam Hecht, Deion Burks, Zakee Wheatley. Crownover is still on the board. Kyle Lewis is still on the board. Grayson Halton, Joshua Josephs. Hell, I'd taken Bryce Lance over this guy. Genesis Smith, LT Overton. Fuck, man. They really are not playing with the offensive line. They're really not playing with the offensive line. Their philosophy is we are going to throw bodies at the offensive line. CJ Stroud, you're going to figure it out. This guy's not a good run blocker, so maybe they like him because of the pass blocking, and they hope they can get him on the run blocking level. But look, I'm not going to act like I scouted this dude. I mean, this dude was not on my radar at all. If y'all know stuff about him, y'all can drop it in the chat. I mean, this is a how much do you trust Caserio and guards pick. Just a little confused on why we would go guard. To me, this tells me that Rutledge is a center. So they drafted a first-round center. Wow. You don't see it too often. They drafted a first-round center, and this guy's going to compete with Wyatt Teller and maybe be Wyatt Teller's long-term option and replacement. Okay, not Sean McVay. Shanahan's really excited. So who could they have possibly selected for Shanahan to be this excited, the 49ers? Game Face says Nick needs to stop lying about taking the best player available. Dog, I don't know what their board looks like. I would pay a large amount of money to be in the draft room and be like, what the F are we doing? Is this another team captain? If this dude's a team captain, I'm genuinely going to crash out. If this dude's the offensive line team captain, it's over. It's wraps. Got another personality hire, it seems like. Dude got the job because I not on my big board at all. Didn't watch him. Ranked in the 300s on PFF, consensus board. I'm sure he's ranked just as low on other boards, whatever board you use. I mean, he's got to be ranked pretty low on that. I mean, am I going to have to watch like his highlights right now? Like, I really don't want to do that. Fabechi Nawayu. Fabechi. That's a cool name, dude. I mean, he's got the last name. That's pretty sick. Let's look at his combine profile. His combine profile is average backup or special teamer. I mean, he doesn't jump off the ranks in the athleticism. It says he's the 10th most athletic guard. So they must like his athleticism. Wow, he's redshirted at North Texas, 3 years at North Texas, 4 years at North Texas, and then Oklahoma. Seems like he's versatile. They say he can play all three interior spots. I got nothing other than that, man. Has a bad anchor. I don't know, dude. That's another reach, man. Absolutely absurd. Look, the good news is they pick really soon, so there could be a chance that the player you guys want is still there by the time they pick up. Let's see who the 49ers pick. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 picks until Houston picks again. Let's see who Shanahan was happy about. Grayson Halton. That's a good pick. See, Grayson Halton's a good pick. I like Grayson Halton a lot. This dude went to Oklahoma too. Why not draft Grayson Halton, man? Not that you need to. It's D'Amico must just like, he wants to revamp the whole offensive line. Because, yeah, this is insane. Insane. I'm going to look up if he was a team captain. That's the only way I can explain this, is if this Fabechi guy was a team captain. Was Fabechi Nawayo a team captain at Oklahoma? Yeah, nothing's coming up. Not going to lie. He was a team captain. No fucking way. He was a team captain. He was a team captain. Oh my God. You're kidding, bro. He was a team captain, dude. I shit you not. Fabechi was a team captain. Jonah Coleman just went off the board. Oh, man, I would have much rather had Jonah Coleman. I low-key forgot about Jonah Coleman. I like Jonah Coleman, man. I like him. Oh, God. Well, we know why they drafted him now. He was a freaking team captain. Like, at what point are we going to stop drafting team captains and draft the best fucking player available, dude? I don't give a fuck if he was a team captain. I don't care. Get that shit out of here, bro. How many team captains do you need? Like, statistically, not every team captain is going to be good at football. Sometimes team captains are just guys that are like, you know, get the crowd, get the energy flowing. Like, I mean, why do we do this, dude? This is like, I was literally joking. I was making a joke. I was like, he's probably a team captain because why else would they draft him? I shit you not, he's a team captain. So Marlon Klein and this Fabechi dude are both team captains. And I have nothing against team captains, but when that's the common theme of who you're reaching on, dude, there's better players that are just, you look at them and you go, they're more impactful, better players that you're passing on because you're choosing guys who fit your personality mold, bro. I can't believe he's a team captain. I mean, that's just, outrageous, dude. Like how like let's read some comments here. Oklahoma's Fabechi Nawawu named East-West Shrine Bowl Pat Tillman Award recipient. Recognizes the player who best exemplifies character, sportsmanship, and service. People at OU seem to like him. Great leader. Last 2 games of the season, he had to switch to center, which he hasn't played since early high school, and didn't miss a beat. So maybe he's the center. Look, if you tell me he's playing center, I mean, it makes a little more sense. If you tell me he's making a center, if he's playing center, like it makes a little more sense, but why not get a guy who's actually played center and who's good at center? Sam Hecht, Connor Liu. Oh, because they're not team captains. That's right. We only draft guys who get the Pat Tillman Award. There you go. That's why they drafted him. He's got the Pat Tillman Award, character, sportsmanship, and service. Leader on OU. Again, I don't want to be a dick. Like, I'm not trying to tear down his accomplishments and, you know, kind of like hate on him for being a good guy and a good leader. But, like, draft good football players. So, yeah, he was a team captain and he won the Pat Tillman Award at the East-West Shrine Bowl. That is why Fabechi was drafted. Another personality hire. Game Face says Juice Scruggs was a team captain. Good point. Juice Scruggs was a team captain, and guess what? He fucking sucked. He's not on the team anymore, and the Texans traded up way too early to get him too. Sick of this shit, man. Go draft good football players, man. I don't need my football players to be saints. I need these guys to be like borderline felons. Like, go kill someone. Let's see what the interwebs are saying about this. He's a versatile guy who could play center with an elite pass blocking grade. That's what people are saying. I guess, dude. I would almost like him more if he was like not a team captain, if that makes sense. Because I think we're kind of we're seeing a mold of players who have a trajectory going upwards, who weren't necessarily actually good in college, and who are team captains. So anyway, I'll get over that. Trackback says he's the center. Yeah, it seems like he's going to be competing for the center spot, which I thought Rutledge was going to be competing for the center spot. So I guess the line would be Ariante Ursary, Keelan Rutledge, Fabechi, Ed Ingram, and then Braden Smith or Trent Brown. And you've got Wyatt Teller as a backup. Pradesh is crashing out. He says they're trolling me right now. Down 3-0 to the Lakers. Astros suck, and the Texans are trolling away their picks. Yeah, as much as I hate to say it, the Texans are our best chance for happiness. But at least we know the defense is good, right? Here's the thing, though. If the Texans did this on like a defensive tackle, like let's say Fabechi was a defensive tackle and I'd never heard of him, I'd be like, okay, that's fine. Like I wouldn't care. But the fact that it's an offensive guard, like or center or whatever, I'm less trusting, man. It is what it is. We haven't been good at evaluating offensive line talent ever. Like we've never been good at evaluating offensive line talent. So hopefully Cole Popovich knows what he's doing. I just feel like there were so many receivers, so many defensive backs I would have taken. There were some edges I would have taken based off traits. Kamari would have killed someone and we picked him. Todd McShay, big board. Rutledge, number 2, interior offensive line, 40. Klein, number 3. McDonald, number 1. Nawawe, number 10. That's a good point. So are we just using Todd McShay's big board? I'm going to switch to that, I guess, because the big board I'm looking at on ESPN is off, to say the least. Let me just make sure you're not... Keelan Rutledge was the second guard. Yeah. Fabechi was, 10. Yeah, but Sam Hecht and Connor Lew are both above Fabechi. That's the thing. So even if you're using Todd McShay's draft board, they still reached. Like there's no explaining it, right? Even if you use Todd McShay's big board, they reached because I'm looking at it right now. Sam Hecht and Connor Lew are rated higher. And then in terms of tight end, okay, he had Marlon Klein as his third tight end. You're right. So they didn't reach on him, I guess, for using that. So yeah, I guess it makes more sense, but well, that's the only dude I've ever seen have Marlon Klein that high. Blake Fisher was the team captain. Is that true? I don't know, man. Prada says we need people who are insane. I would have liked him. Yeah, I would have liked him more if he wasn't a team captain. Because I feel like the Texans are only picking from the team captain pool. And that's sometimes a shitty pool. Like, I mean, there's certain positions, you need a couple of guys in your locker room that are like, you kind of like, they make the room awkward because of how just mean and nasty and like borderline serial killer vibes. Whoa, the Jets take Cade Klubnik. Cade Klubnik goes in the 4th round to the Jets. Yeah, I might as well have set that pick on fire. I don't believe in Cade Klubnik at all. One of the pros they put for him is he's good at RPOs. Dude, that's his best pro. He can run the RPO. That's terrible, bro. Nothing about his accuracy or his throwing motion. He's good at running the RPOs. He knows when to hand it off. That's what we like about Cade Klubnik. He knows when to hand the ball off. Like, come on, bro. Get that shit out of here. One silver lining is that we have a bunch of run blocking guys, so this at least is a fallback. That's true. This guy's trait has been pass blocking, and it seems like he's going to play center. He's versatile in the interior. But yeah, I would have liked him better if he wasn't a team captain. DJ has him at 129. Okay. I mean, that's respectable. I guess the big boards are so effed. Honestly, it's a little crazy right now. I mean, if you tell me this guy's a center, it makes me a little bit happier because then we can play Rutledge at guard, which is a more valuable position, and we can play this dude at center, and then Wyatt Teller can just piss off on the bench for all I care. He probably won't be here next year if you think about it. Wyatt Teller is probably on a 1-year deal. At this point, draft Taylor Green for the Jets. At least he has an insanely high ceiling for an absurd low floor. True. This was more of a reach than Klein for sure. Yeah, it does feel like that. It does feel like this Fabechi dude was more of a reach. I kind of like his name though, like Fabechi. I'm definitely not saying that right, and no disrespect. I mean, I didn't know who the guy was till about 10 minutes ago, but it's a cool name, Fabechi. There goes Cage Casey, developmental tackle, goes to the Broncos. I liked Cage Casey a lot. Would have appreciated Cage Casey on the Texans over the Fabechi dude. Would have made a little more sense, but I guess they need interior O-line. So, I mean, they've got competition. So this definitely takes off center off of the board. There's no way the Houston Texans draft Connor Lew or Sam Hecht now, which sucks because I think they're both really good. But let me rephrase that. They better not draft a center. Like, they're done. No more offensive linemen. Figure it out, dude. Figure it out. Like, at some point, you got to figure it out. You can't keep pouring resources into this bottomless pit that has turned into the offensive line. Greg says, so far, 2 good picks and 2 horrible picks. Yeah, it's a good way to look at it. 2 good picks and 2 reaches, for sure. Maybe not horrible, but you're just giving them, you have to give them so much benefit of the doubt to like the pick. That's the thing. Like, I'm going to keep it real with you guys. I'm not going to be like, oh, if you look at Fabechi, he's, he played well in the last 3 games at center. Like, dude, I mean, I don't know who this guy is. You got to trust who they're drafting. You got to trust them. And I find that hard to do. I just find it harder to do on offense than defense. Cowboys are up right now. They're about to pick at 112. Drew Shelton, tackle out of Penn State. Didn't get to him. Did not get to Drew Shelton. Where is he on consensus? see, I'm going to use Todd McShay's now. Okay, I don't see him on McShay's big board. See if he's on interior. Drew Shelton. I don't see him on. Yeah, I guess it's a reach. I don't see him. So yeah, McShay had Fabechi 133. We took him at 104. And then he had Rutledge as his second best guard. So, damn, I'm just not that high on Rutledge, I guess. I'm just not that high on Rutledge. I understand it. Like, I don't hate the pick or anything, especially since we got McDonald. I'm fine with it. You know, if you want to tell me they drafted McDonald at 26 and Rutledge at 36, that's great. So I'm fine with the pick. I think people just really value the way he finishes people and the way he's just mean and pushes them to the ground. I think he's got some technique red flags that they need to fix. All caps from Pradesh. We do not need. Sorry. We do not need fucking interior offensive line when we have Wyatt Teller and Ed Ingram and we drafted Rutledge. I guess he's their center. That's all I can tell you. He's their center. This better be a top 10 offensive line. I'll tell you that much. You sign 2 free agents. You draft 2 interior guys. You don't even draft a tackle. You draft 2 dudes that play the interior of the line. This David Montgomery better look just as good as he did on the Lions. Not this past year, but the year before. Montgomery better have open lanes for days, and Woody Marks better be a 1,000-yard rusher or something. I don't know. We better have 2 1,000-yard rushers. The way they're doing this. Oh yeah, War Daddy brings up a good point. We signed Evan Brown too, so someone's not making the team. That's what I'm hearing. I will say, if Fabechi doesn't make the team to Evan Brown, I'm gonna throw a shit fit because that's, you burned a 4th-round pick on fire. So Fabechi better make the team. He better beat out Andrews because think about it. Think of the centers, right? You have Andrews, Evan Brown, and Fabechi. For guards, you have Ingram, Teller, Rutledge, Jake Andrews. So you've got a lot of bodies. May the best man win, but it better be the dudes you drafted. They better win out the competition. So beat out the competition. Chris Brown says, all you experts know nothing. All the guys you are wanting them to pick aren't getting picked. Yeah, I agree. I'm not saying I'm an expert. I'm just saying, I have players I like and I have players I've never heard of. And it just feels like more players that I haven't heard of are going, not just for the Texans, just in consensus. Consensus board has been pretty effed. Again, I don't care. Make me look stupid. Get Elijah Surratt later on. Get a good wide receiver with your 2nd, 4th-round pick, and I'll be a happy camper. I'm just kind of surprised that we picked 2 guards. Honestly, that was surprising to me. Again, you tell me he's playing center. I understand it. It's fine. If Montgomery goes down, the season is in trouble. They should have taken Jonah Coleman. Yeah, you can still get Emmett Johnson. You can still get Seth McGowan. Mike Washington's sliding. I predicted that, though. It's not a good running back class. But, yeah, I'd like to see a body. What do you guys think about Jawar Jordan? Jawar Jordan was the first 100-yard rusher last season for the Texans. So they have the body. They have Jawar Jordan as well, or Jaws, as they like to call him. The problem with Teller is he has missed a lot of games because of injury. So kind of talked about this yesterday. Wyatt Teller did miss a lot of time last year because of his injury. But if you ask Browns fans, it kind of felt like he got injured and then just didn't come back because the team was so shit. And there was the whole scandal with Shedeur Sanders and the head coach and the GM and all the drama. It was just a really weird situation. Yes, he did get injured. But I do think I don't know. I do think it had something to do with the situation he was in. Again, yeah, he could get injured and then you need a body for sure. But there's other areas too where you could beef up. If, God forbid, one of your starting corners goes down, Jalen Smith better be ready. And he better be ready for the moment. So, Keontae Scott, Kyle Lewis are still on the board. Okay, the Colts are about to select. Let's see who the Colts take. Let's see who the Colts select. It better not be a player that I like. Okay, little kid's reading it out. Jalen Farmer, I mean, I've heard of him at least. So they go guard Jalen Farmer out of Kentucky. Feels like there's a little bit of an offensive line run happening. That could have played into it as well. Feels like teams started eating up offensive linemen, and teams are going, oh shit, we need a guy. So Jude Bowery went, Fabechi went, Cage Casey, Drew Shelton, and Jalen Farmer. So we've had three linemen go back to back to back. So yeah, linemen are coming off the board, so I guess it makes sense for Fabechi to go if you need a guy to play center. I'm just surprised he went over Sam Hecht and Connor Liu, but it is what it is. Trackback says they aren't drafting a tackle because Blake Fisher is eventually our right tackle. Dude, Blake Fisher sucks, man. Hopefully you're being funny. Blake Fisher's ass, dude. He can't even see the field. The only way Blake Fisher gets on the field is if we're running that jumbo package, which is terrible. Happened with CJ Allen, and it's probably with this too. I'm not sure what happened to CJ Allen. I heard Nico wants to get traded. Is that true? No, that is not true. Nico Collins does not want to get traded. Nick Caserio said that the rumors were fake and that they could shove it. So Nico Collins is not getting traded. Y'all wanted them to get trenches, and now we are complaining when they do. Chris Brown, dude, I never wanted them to get trenches. I wanted maybe one trench pick because they already got Wyatt Teller and they already got Braden Smith. So I was fine with Rutledge after McDonald. Again, I'm not even complaining too badly about this Fabechi dude. I'm just annoyed that he's a team captain, if you want to hear the honest truth. Because it feels like all the Texans do is draft model citizens. David Williams said, OU guard and center. Yeah, you can see my reaction to that. My thoughts are he's a team captain. He's probably playing center. Terrible run blocker. Supposed to be a good pass blocker. Won the Pat Tillman Award at the East-West Shrine Bowl. Other than that, I got nothing for you, man. Seems like they fell in love with the guy. They fell in love with the personality. Probably a little more of a personality hire. Although he's pretty high up on Todd McShay's big board. So I never saw him. I never watched him. Jake Andrews needs to go. He sucks. Yeah, I mean, it feels like Jake Andrews is going to lose his job. I mean, I hope he does. Between Rutledge and this Fabechi guy, Jake Andrews probably loses his job. Maybe he's a backup. He was by far the weakest link of the offensive line last year. It seemed like he played banged up, though. Nick Caserio kept saying that he played banged up. He's also a Patriots guy, so you have to keep that in mind. He knows the Patriots way, and, oh, Jake Andrews, he was a fourth rounder who got hurt, but he's a Patriot. Yeah, I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to shed a single tear if Jake Andrews gets his spot beat out. Get out of here. Did we just trade back, or am I tripping? Am I tripping or not? I feel like we traded back, right? Yeah, Texans traded back. Ugh! Elijah Surratt goes to the... This is what I'm talking about, bro. So y'all can say I don't know what I'm talking about and I don't understand the big boards. The Ravens are a very good franchise, and who do they take here? They take Elijah Surratt. That pisses me off. See, the Ravens know what they're doing, man. The Ravens take Vega. They take Elijah Surratt. Forget their other pick. I'm telling you, bro, Elijah Surratt, that's such a good pick at this point in the draft. That's such a good pick. He's a phenomenal receiver. That pisses me off that he gets taken. Greg says both Fisher and Andrews need to go. They're horrible. Yeah, Blake Fisher probably is not on the team, dude. I don't think Blake Fisher makes the team because you've got, well, I don't know, I guess, since we haven't drafted a tackle, but you got Trent Brown, Braden Smith, Ariante Ursary, and then Mr. Fisher. So, yeah, if they would have drafted a developmental tackle, you probably don't see Fisher. I guess they're keeping Fisher around. We traded back a few spots. Seems like they don't have any players they like. Let me get the exact details for the trade for you guys. Okay, a lot of these Texans accounts are like posting Fabechi's good stats, but they're not posting his bad stats. And like, I'm never going to do that. I'm going to call it how I see it, man. He's not a good run blocker. Okay, someone posted it. Thank God. Okay, the Texans received 123 and 204 for 117. So they picked up 204 to trade back a bit. That's fine. So do we have a 6-rounder now? Yeah, so we have a 6-rounder now. We traded back for a 6th. So we have a pick in every part of the draft now, which is nice. That's fun for the fans, for me at least. Try not to spoil the picks in the chat, guys. I'd appreciate it. I know I'm super behind. I don't know. I'm staying off Twitter. I'm not like trying to be spoiled about it on Twitter. I'm just watching the NFL draft, but it's not a huge deal either way. I don't look at the chat when the Texans pick, though, because I want a real reaction for myself. People say Philly picks best player available. The actual best teams for picking BPA in the past few years are Baltimore and the Browns. It's just that nobody takes the Browns seriously. Browns had a really good draft. I mean, they picked up... Who did the Browns take? They picked up EMW, right? The Browns had a killer 3rd round, I felt like. Or, I mean, not a 3rd round. Was it the 2nd round? Am I just confusing teams? Yeah, so they picked Denzel Boston and Emmanuel McNeil Warren in the 2nd. Holy shit. The Browns went crazy. Ravens picked Zion Young. Oh, my God. The Ravens got Vega, Zion Young, Elijah Surratt. I mean, that's why they're good franchises, guys. It's not... And then Jacoby Lane, the receiver out of USC. So they went receiver back-to-back. That's why they're good franchises. I mean, they rarely miss. And there's a correlation with that in picking players that all the top analysts agree on, you know? Bucks take Keontae Scott. Knew that was happening through the chat, but that's all good. So there goes Keontae Scott. This Fabechi dude better start at center. That's all I'm saying. I'll leave it at that. He better start at center. He better be better than Jake Andrews. He better beat out Jake Andrews. Because if Jake Andrews sucks as bad as we think he does, this Fabechi dude, Todd Bowles is so happy. Todd Bowles is so happy he got Keontae Scott. I don't blame him. Unreal. FTF says, you see the Vikings traded Grenard to the Eagles. Yeah, I mean, it's a good trade for the Eagles. I like it a lot. I think Grenard's a phenomenal player. Obviously, we saw him on Houston. I believe they gave up 2/3 and a 7th. They gave up a 2026 pick, a 2027 pick, and I think a 7th pick, 7th rounder. It's a good pick, and then they gave him the extension as well. I'm forgetting the numbers on the extension on the top of my head, but, I mean, Eagles needed some more pass rush since Phillips left. So... Browns got 4 first-round caliber guys with their first 4 picks. Barber could have been a first round if he came out last year. Yeah, I mean, the Browns have probably had one of the best drafts so far. Getting Denzel Boston and EMW in the 2nd round, 2 guys that could have gone in the first. Good picks, man. They're just good picks. Ravens have done well as well. So, yeah. Chris Brown says Ravens sucked last year. Yeah, but Lamar wasn't healthy. There was something weird going on with Lamar Jackson. Lamar's going to have a bounce-back year. And just remember, guys, in a year where Patrick Mahomes didn't make the playoffs, Lamar Jackson didn't make the playoffs, and Joe Burrow didn't make the playoffs, C.J. Stroud wet the bed and cost the Texans the chance to play Stidham in the AFC Championship game. Does it still burn? Because it burns about me, man. I still think about that sometimes. That was by far our best chance to get to a Super Bowl. You don't have to go through freaking Mahomes, Jackson, or Burrow, and you piss it away. Unreal. Garish says, Fisher's young enough to keep for 1 year and move to practice squad if it doesn't work. I think he probably sticks around just because they haven't drafted tackles. They've drafted interior offensive linemen, so he probably sticks around. If he ends up on the practice squad, I could see a team taking him. I mean, high 2nd round pick. I could see a team rolling the dice on him. When he was drafted, he was a developmental tackle. And again, he was a project guy who didn't pan out in the 2nd round. Cough, cough. So, yeah, you see it happen all the time. Same with Drew Scruggs. Drew Scruggs shouldn't have gone that early. That's why I'm just not as trusting. Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, Blake Fisher. Look, Ariante Ursery was a great pick. I wanted them to draft Ariante Ursery. Again, I'm not saying I'm the offensive line Jesus guru. I'm not saying I'm that guy. But when the picks kind of line up with consensus, sometimes it pans out. And when the picks don't line up with consensus, Blake Fisher, Juice Scruggs, sometimes it doesn't. Like, how much are we going to project? All right, guys, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. Be right back. Baby, I'm back. War Daddy, damn, we got a 204th. Nick is fucking cooking. Yeah, good pick. Way to get back into the 6th round. We traded up twice. Kind of makes sense to trade back, honestly. Get some more capital. Now you got another bite at the apple. Love how many times they'll say that. Lions select Jimmy Rolder out of Michigan. Dude, what's wrong with Kyle Lewis? Is there something I'm not comprehending right now? What happened to Kyle Lewis? Did he go? I don't know if I would have taken Jimmy Rolder over Kyle Lewis. Good news for the Texans is Kilgore's still there. Xavier Harris, D-tackle though. But Kilgore's still there. Okay, Jacksonville traded up. Who does Jacksonville want? Jacksonville trades up. But anyway, for the Texans, Sam Hecht, Keith Abney, Skylar Bell, Kilgore, Mike Washington. You think the Jags go Mike Washington here? I would love that for them, honestly. Like, I would love it for them because I don't like Mike Washington. Trackback says, if CJ Stroud chokes again or sucks this year, I really don't want to sign him to a big contract. I'd rather get John Mateer in next year's draft. Greg says, if Texans don't make the Super Bowl this year, they need to get rid of Stroud. He doesn't have excuses anymore. Yeah, I mean, if you want to get rid of CJ Stroud and you want to move on from him, 2027 is the year to do it because there's a lot of good quarterbacks there. Wow, Jaguars go Wesley Williams out of Duke. Yeah, I wasn't super high up on my board, but that's fine. I don't hate that. Good for the Jags. Go get Wesley Williams. Cool name. Prada says, dude got picked in a commercial break. Oh, man. Greg says, when is our next pick? Our next pick is coming right up at 123. So it's coming up. Get ready, guys. We're on the clock in 3 selections, 3 spots. We're on the clock. Ow. I just bit my lip so hard. I just bit my lip so hard. Ouch. Okay, we're having a little bit of a CJ Stroud conversation right now. Chris Brown says, we lost because we didn't have a good offensive line. Not all CJ's fault. I mean, the offensive line was like average. The offensive line wasn't bad. It wasn't amazing. It was pretty average. I mean, we definitely lost against the Patriots because of CJ Stroud. There's no other, I mean, yeah, no. Our playoffs hope, our Super Bowl dreams ended because of CJ Stroud. I'm not pinning that on the offensive line. Did it help that Trent Brown missed that game? No. But like, again, so maybe a little bit. I mean, we couldn't get a run game going. So we put a lot of pressure on CJ, but 4 picks and a half is inexcusable. First ball CJ threw against the New England Patriots. No pressure. It was a rollout. He dirts the ball in front of Xavier Hutchinson. Like, that's, the offensive line can't make the throw, you know? Again, I'm not out on CJ Stroud. We all know how hard it is to find a quarterback. But how many more years is it going to take for us to keep pissing away Super Bowl level defenses before we get a new guy there? Because look, at the end of the day, this is the best defense in the NFL. It would be great if CJ Stroud was the next Mahomes or the next Lamar or the next Burrow or the next whatever. But we really just would love him to be a Sam Darnold or maybe even a Brock Purdy. Like if CJ Stroud could get to Brock Purdy or Sam Darnold level, we'd be in a good spot. I'm not saying he has to be elite. I'm just asking him to not piss away games. Packers on the clock at 120. Houston on the clock in 2 picks. Not going to be looking at the chat soon just to make sure I don't get it spoiled because we are behind a little bit. There you go. Dennis Sutton finally goes to the Packers. Wasn't super high on him either, but I mean, at 120, it makes sense. He's got the traits, 6'5", 256, 4'6", 40-yard dash. Yeah, it makes sense. He's got a lot of work to do. I mean, you're drafting him off of traits and projection, but, I mean, you can at least see it. FTF says Brock Purdy, question mark. Yeah, if CJ Stroud could be as good as Brock Purdy, we probably go to a Super Bowl. Like, guys, CJ Stroud was probably the 20th best quarterback in the league last year. Let's just call a spade, right? I mean, CJ Stroud was he just wasn't the same, dude. And look, yes, he got concussed. He took a hard hit against the Broncos. But when's the last game you can think of to where CJ Stroud won us the game? I'd say the best game I can remember was against the 49ers, probably. That's probably the best game he's had. But a lot of our wins have just been defense save us. You know, and like offense hasn't been good enough. And I think they're really trying to address that with the run game. And again, I know Caserio said CJ's our quarterback and we're not trading him and that's moronic. You didn't extend him though. So if you really felt confident about him being your guy, Caserio would have extended him. He wants to see another year, rightfully so. He should. And again, I'm not out on CJ Stroud. Don't mix my words up. I think he's had a great offseason if you believe anything they've said, and he's put in the work. And he's cut the hair. But I got to see it, dude. I got to see it. I'm not asking you to be Superman. I'm asking you to be a solid quarterback who can win a couple of games when needed. FTF says the Stroud disrespect is crazy. Dog. Brock Purdy is a better quarterback than CJ Stroud. He was better than CJ last year. I mean, come on, man. I watched Brock Purdy go toe-for-toe with Caleb Williams in a shootout where the score was like 40-40. When's the last time this offense put up 40 points, bro? Never. We only score 40 if the defense scores, bro. And again, like, look, I got Stroud's jersey right there. I'm not trying to hate on him. I'm not saying he can't get better. But I'm also not going to glaze him for no reason. Like, he needs to be better. CJ Stroud was the weak link of the team last year, along with the rushing attack. Seems like the Texans are trying to fix both with these interior offensive line picks. Okay, Houston on the board right after the Raiders. Getting interesting now. Wow, Buffalo has back-to-back picks. Interesting. Wow, Caden Wetgen went out of Iowa. So Skylar Bell is still on the board. Not going to look at the chat too much. Don't want to get spoiled. Malik Muhammad, Jalen Kilgore, Skylar Bell, Sam Heck, Deion Burks, Zakee Wheatley, Kyle Lewis, Justin Jolie, Bryce Lance is still on the board. Solid players still on the board, honestly. Real Sleepy says they scored 42 against the Ravens. That is true, but that was a Ravens team that was like 1-5. Like that Ravens team was not good. And that Ravens defense was like the worst in the league. I mean, that wasn't even a playoff team. Raiders traded up in front of Houston. Let's see who they select. Right after this ad break. War Daddy says, then CJ has no excuse to not have an MVP season. Look, I'm not asking CJ Stroud to be an MVP. Again, I would love it. I would love if he turned into a Matthew Stafford level season. But guys, the formula for the Texans to get to the Super Bowl is just don't fuck it up on offense. Like it's as simple as that. This defense is going to carry you. This defense, look at the first game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like that game was 7-6. That game was 7-6 against the Pittsburgh Steelers, guys. Then the defense scored 2 defensive touchdowns and shut them out. Like the defense won us that game, right? Then go look at the Patriots game. The defense forced 3 turnovers. The offense gave away 5. Like, you can't win games like that. You just need to not F it up. We need to have a game manager at quarterback, and I think Stroud can do it. Look, I think he's going to have a solid year, and he needs to. If he's an MVP, amazing, chef's kiss, we're going to the Super Bowl. But let's just focus on getting back to being a solid quarterback who protects the ball and throws people open and makes the right reads. Because CJ Stroud did not look comfortable last year in this system. Hopefully that changes with another year under his belt. Because there were several games I watched where it did not feel like CJ Stroud had good chemistry. I mean, even CJ Stroud and Nico Collins, like that chemistry looked off to start the year. And you go back to 2023, the rookie year, I mean, they were playing backyard football, having fun out there, and it just didn't look the same. Greg says, as crazy as it sounds, I think Mills might be better than Stroud. I mean, Mills went 3-0 with the defense, but I don't know if I go that far. I'm not that low on CJ Stroud. I mean, obviously CJ Stroud has the higher ceiling. I think CJ Stroud's better than Mills. I think Mills could be a starting quarterback in the league. I think if Mills gets a real shot, maybe he could be a starting quarterback. But, I mean, it's a good case study. I mean, you gave Davis Mills this defense, and he went 3-0. So, I mean, half the fan base wanted C.J. Stroud benched against New England for Davis Mills. And all the analysts were talking about it. Like, I think C.J.'s better. I think he'll bounce back. I think we'll be fine. You just have to see it. You have to see it, and teams are going to be interested if he doesn't perform. And then if he plays bad, like let's say we go to the playoffs and C.J. Stroud has another bad playoff run. I mean, it's going to be very hard to defend him staying in Houston. That's just reality. Be right back. Pick is in for the Raiders. I will say something that got kind of swept under the rug because we started talking about CJ Stroud. I really like the trade back. I like the fact you traded back just a few spots. You picked up a 6th-round pick, so now we have capital in the 6th round. I like the pick a lot. Let's see who the Raiders pick here. And then Houston will be on the clock. I'm not going to read the chat for a bit just because I want to make sure I don't get spoiled for the Houston pick. But I will get back to the chat in a second. After this Raiders pick. Wow, a lot of international fans making these selections. Makes sense, trying to expand the league. Who are the Raiders going to snipe from Tejas? The Raiders are selecting Mike Washington Jr. to the... What? I hate it. I guess Genty needs help. I don't know. I mean, look, I don't like Mike Washington Jr. I've been very clear about that. I'm not a fan of Mike Washington Jr. He has no vision. He needs to be running in a straight line to really use his speed, but he has no vision to get to the straight line breakaway speed, and he has a fumbling issue. I'm out on Mike Washington Jr. All right, Houston Texans are up. Let's think about positions. Again, not reading the chat just because I don't want to get spoiled, but if you say, okay, who do you want the Texans to draft? I would look at you and I would go wide receiver. You could talk me into a running back. You could talk me into maybe an edge. I don't want to look at the board just because I don't want to get spoiled. No offensive linemen, obviously. No tight ends. Probably pick is in for the Texans, guys. Pick is in for the Texans. Pick is in for the Texans. Yeah, you could sell me on running back. You could sell me on. I really want to see wide receiver. I still want a wide receiver. Skylar Bell. Bryce Lance is still out there. No way they go tight end again, but let's hear it.
Here comes the latest Texan pick.
With the 123rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Wade Woodass, linebacker, Clemson.
He's a fun player to watch, man. You see the production there on the screen.
Wade Woodass out of Clemson. Over Kyle Lewis is interesting, but it's D'Amico. I mean, can we really hate on this? Like, that's... I'm trying so hard not to fucking hate on this pick, dude. It's D'Amico. D'Amico's a linebacker. D'Amico knows ball. 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 Dude, fucking Wade Woodass. Wade Woodass. Literally ass in the name, bro. Wade Woodass. He better not have a bad game. He better never have a bad game. Oh my God. It's so hard. It's so hard. It's so hard. It's so hard not crashing out. It's okay. It's D'Amico. It's D'Amico's pick. It's D'Amico's pick. D'Amico knows more than me. D'Amico knows more than me. Lively's report says 400 or so on the big board. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get excited about him. White defenders are in right now, so we're good. Yeah, I wouldn't have done it. Didn't get to scout this guy, but this was a really good linebacker class. You definitely passed up on some other more viable options, I would think. But again, this is D'Amico we're talking about, so I'm just going to shake my head and nod. Kyle Lewis, Deontay Lawson, Bryce Betcher, Torian York, undersized, but let's go look up Woodass. At least they traded back and got him. If they would have selected him where they got him, I would have been really pissed off. All right, let's use Todd McShay since they seem to be using Todd McShay's board. Dog, he's the last linebacker. You can't make this shit up, bro. Oh my God, Malik Muhammad goes right after. Fuck off. Fuck off, Chicago. Malik Muhammad went right after. There's your backup corner. Jalen Smith better be good. The moment Stingley and Lassiter step off the field, Jalen Smith better be freaking good because Malik Muhammad was there and he just got off the board. These two picks have been so uninspiring. So if you look at Todd McShay's board, Wade Woodass is 292. He is the worst linebacker that McShay scouted. If we go to consensus board, fuck, man. He's 400 on consensus board. 400. He's 22, so he's young, 6'4", 230 pounds, so you like to see that. Got nothing on him, man. Really have nothing on him. D'Amico, I hope you know what you're doing. And look, you can't hate it. Again, you can't hate the pick because it's D'Amico Ryans. Obviously, D'Amico Ryans knows what he's doing on defense, so you can't hate the pick. But I can still be shocked by it. I can still be shocked by the pick because, dude, yeah, I mean, wow. Yeah, I just kind of speechless. Honestly, kind of speechless. Oh my gosh, the chat is blowing up. I'm not going to be able to catch all of this. Look, maybe this is a developmental linebacker who's going to sit behind EJ Speed and Toho and Aziz Al-Shire. At the end of the day, it's D'Amico Ryans. We can't really criticize D'Amico Ryans, but fuck, man. I mean, yeah, I got nothing for him. I'm reacting to players I've never even watched. Yeah, I mean, first two picks were good, and then the verdict is gonna wait a while before we get out on. I mean, it's the fourth round we're talking about. It's not like we're talking about a seventh rounder, right? So I trust D'Amico at the end of the day. Hope this guy's good. That's all I'm gonna say. Bills are on. Let's see who the Bills select. So the Bills take a linebacker I actually know. Yeah, I mean, Bills take a linebacker I actually know. So, yeah, this Woodass dude better be a diamond in the rough. D'Amico. Kirk says, bro, these pictures so random. Real Sleepy says, all I'm saying is it's D'Amico. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to hate on the pick because it's D'Amico. And like I've been preaching, I trust D'Amico with this defense. Still shocking. I mean, still pretty shocked. But yeah, I mean, this was a dude who was on no one's radar that they picked in the fourth round. So interesting. Fourth round is starting to wrap up. About a 10 or so more picks in the fourth round. And then the Houston Texans have the first pick in the fifth round. So that'll be a fun pick. This is To'o's replacement. Yeah, probably. You still have EJ Speed on the team, though. They signed EJ Speed to an extension. I mean, they haven't signed Aziz Al-Shire to an extension. So the linebacker room could look very different next year, depending on what they do with To'o and Aziz Al-Shire. Hopefully this Woodass dude could be in there. Oh yeah, Game Face brings up a good point. Let's see if this Woodass dude was a team captain. Wade Woodass. It's a cool name, dude. Wade Woodass. He was a fucking team captain, bro. I'm not kidding. I am not kidding. He was a team captain. He was a team captain, bro. Dude, can y'all... I don't know if y'all can see this. Y'all probably can't see this. Voted as a team captain. Dude. He was a team captain. That's why. Oh, it makes sense. It makes sense now. It makes sense. Makes sense. So 3 back-to-back team captains, guys. What we should be doing is taking all of the players and eliminating the ones that aren't team captains. Because all they do is draft team captains. Wow, it's so glaring. I mean, this started off as a joke. I was joking. I was like, oh yeah, they only draft good role models, personality hires. You know, you got to be a team captain. Dude, Marlon Klein, Fabi, and Woodass are all team captains. Trackback says they said he shined on special teams at Clemson. Guess that's why we got him. Has all the measurables, and he's from Clemson, which is an SEC school. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I hope this dude's ceiling isn't just special teams. I hope he can actually be a depth linebacker. Not that you need him this year, but if he truly is just a special teams pick, you could sell me on that. Again, it's like it's the 4th round, though. Like, you could have probably waited, but if they just want special teamers, I mean, I guess. Matthew, yes, he's a freaking team captain. We have the past 3 picks we have selected are team captains. Wow, it's actually insane. This is actually egregious. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this. They refuse to pick players that are not team captains. They have to be role model citizens. Again, like, here's the thing. I have nothing against team captains. Like, I respect it. You're a good leader. But when you're only drafting team captains, you're really trying to convince me there wasn't a better player when you've drafted 3 team captains back to back. That's some pretty heavy correlation there. Like, there's a chance they're overlooking players because they're not team captains. Like, dude, there's good, solid guys on a team that aren't team captains. Like, it's so stupid that I'm talking about this, but like, it's kind of ridiculous. Kirk brings up a good point. Kilgore next, then, if we take in a team captain? How about you take a team captain that's fucking good at football? How about you do that, D'Amico? Fuck out of here with that shit, man. Wade Woodass. It's actually ridiculous what they're doing. I can't believe I caught on to this so quickly. Besides McDonald's, every pick looks like a reach. I mean, I trust D'Amico, but Caserio has proven he doesn't know what BPA means. And here for your footballing pleasure, CJ Stroud and the team captains. Dude, they must be about to sign or re-sign everybody on defense, so they don't need guys that are expected to start now. Yeah, probably not. Wardaddy says better. Did you see what I said about him? I don't see. Am I missing? Oh, here we go. This linebacker is a great coverage linebacker, which we have all seen toe-to-toe get burnt by big tight ends. Now you have a 6'4", 240-pound coverage linebacker under D'Amico, who gave up 0 touchdowns and 500 coverage snaps. Great. You know who else is a really good coverage linebacker? Kyle Lewis. If you wanted a coverage linebacker, you could have taken Kyle Lewis. Kyle Lewis is a phenomenal coverage linebacker who could also be a backup nickel. Woodass is taller. I mean, Kyle Lewis is a little small, so maybe they wanted the size. Again, it's D'Amico Ryans. I'm not going to try to question it too much. The fact that they're all team captains disturbs me. It's like, it's a good analogy. I can't even think of an analogy for this. It just feels like very nepotism-y, and I know it's not. Like, I know there's no nepotism here. The Bengals take Connor Lew. It's a good pick. Finally, Connor Lew comes off the board, so I'm at least a little, redeemed in my Connor Lew grade. I really like Connor Lew. Yes, he tore his ACL, but I think he's the best center in the draft still. So there's that. All right, next player is going to be a team captain. So if someone could go through like the big board on ESPN and just filter out by team captain or just do some research, shit, I might do that. Yeah, let's see. If we don't draft a defensive end, we need to re-sign Barnett. 100%, completely agree, Luis. And they better sign Barnett if we don't get a defensive end. Because you need another body. Your defensive ends are Dylan Horton And Logan Hall, although I've been told he's going to move inside. So yeah, you need a defensive end 3. I kind of thought they would prioritize defensive end 3 before they prioritized special teams linebacker. But who am I? Who am I? War Daddy says, but hey, that's where we trust Miko on who he wants at linebacker. For sure. I mean, I'm not going to hate on this pick. Again, if this was a wide receiver, if they took a wide receiver at 400 on the consensus board, I'd be a lot more pissed off. Not that they've necessarily missed on wide receivers, but I trust D'Amico a lot with his defense. Panthers are on the board. We've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 picks in the 4th, and then Houston picks at the top of the 5th. Excited for that. Always fun when you pick at the top of a round. Always a little fun. Let's see what people are saying about Woodass. Yeah, I mean, everyone's basically saying that he's a depth linebacker. Makes sense. Dude, the Texans on Instagram said, opening up a can of Woodass. That's funny. He's a project. I mean, yeah, I guess. I trust D'Amico to develop this guy into a Pro Bowler. Honestly, maybe not a Pro Bowler, but into a good starter. D'Amico Ryans can turn linebackers into gold. We've seen that before. I mean, hell, Toa was a 5th-round pick, and he's getting starting minutes. Starting reps. Sorry, I'm thinking about basketball. Luis says, I still got my Clowney jersey. Dude, you're like my friend when he had his Clint Capella jersey forever, and then Capella signed with the Rockets this year, and he busted it out. That's the Clowney reunion next. Yeah, I agree. Woodass does seem to be good in coverage. 500 snaps without a touchdown. I can't hate on that. And I trust D'Amico to develop him, so not going to complain about the pick. I guess it makes me feel a little better that Kyle Lewis hasn't come off the board because it seems like all the NFL teams are just low on him. So yeah, the fact that what do they know about Kyle Lewis that I don't is the question I'd ask. Trackback says, this is one of the traits in his combine profile, core special teamer who thrives on cover teams. Yeah, seems like a special teamer. War Daddy says, I trust D'Amico turning Woodass into it. I love how we're spelling his name. No disrespect. It is what it is. I'll be a little disrespectful. I trust Miko turning Woodass into an all-pro more than Kaylee turning Klein into a tight end 1 on our team. War Actual is saying that Dalton Schultz could go down with injury, and he would more likely see Cade Stover or Brevin Jordan than Marlon Klein being a tight end 1. That's hilarious. I mean, yeah, was it a bit of a reach? Sure, but it's D'Amico Ryans. He can do whatever he wants on defense, and I think that's the end of the analysis there. I mean, complete project. But he's a team captain, so that adds points to his profile. He's a team captain. Where did Brugler have him? He had Woodass at 135, so that's better. Okay, let's read his profile if I can. Never mind, I can't. I mean, he's got the right size. Oh, he's got 10-inch hands. I love me some 10-inch hands, not going to lie. Pause. Time out. 10-inch hands, 32-inch arms, 6'3 3/8", 240. He's got the build. I can see why D'Amico Ryans fell in love with him. I trust him. Caleb says, I came to your stream to make sure I wasn't going crazy thinking we were making dumbass moves. Thank you for keeping it real. Yeah, I mean, I'm always going to keep it real here, whether it's the quarterback, whether it's the draft, whether it's the games. You know, I'm not going to, I'm just going to say what I think, you know, and I'll support the team when I think they're deserving of it, and I'll shit on the team when I think they're deserving of it as well. So always going to shoot it 100 here, keep it real, keep it 100, all that good stuff. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, D'Amico obviously knows way more about linebackers than I do, and at least the guy has the traits. I can see why D'Amico fell in love with him. I can understand the project aspects of him, the fact that he's good in coverage, allegedly. But when all of the draft scouts and analysts who do this full-time are saying he's at pick, like, I guess Jeremiah had him on 135, so that makes me feel a little better. I will say it's just annoying that it's really annoying that the Texans aren't afraid to take projects that haven't shown you much if they're team captains. And it's like, okay, well, what about all the guys who maybe aren't projects, maybe have shown you a little more, but are quote unquote like not direct culture fits, you know? It's like, what about those guys we're missing out on? Let me see if they had him on a 30 visit. No, they had Justin Jefferson on a 30 visit, the linebacker. And that's it. That's all I see. So they didn't even have Woodass on a 30 visit. Wow. They didn't have any big running backs on the 30 visit either. I mean, they had Kalen Black, who already went, and then they had Le'Veon Moss and Adam Randall. But they didn't have, like, Emmett Johnson, Seth McGowan, Claiborne. They didn't have any of those guys. Kirk says, man, we need some convicts on this team. We got enough Boy Scouts. Yeah, man. I'm with you, dude. I mean, like, honestly, I mean, it just feels lame to hate on a guy for being a team captain, but, like, when you're only drafting team captains, it's like too much of one thing is never good, right? Too many team captains, too many good guys. You need someone who can kind of get people riled up. Texan Tangent says our 30 visits are pure smoke. So what I've learned listening to Nick Caserio is they're only going to do 30 visits with guys they feel like they need it on. So if they really like a player, they're not going to waste time doing a 30 visit on him. So like with Marlon Klein, I don't think they did a 30 visit with him because they already knew they liked him. I'm assuming they didn't do a 30 visit with this Woodass guy because they believed in him and they already liked him. So yeah, they are kind of smoke screens. You can kind of read behind the line or read between the lines there. They had Caden McDonald in the building, though. So they had Caden McDonald on a 30 visit. So just wanted to know more about him. But, I mean, Caleb says, I haven't heard of anyone we have taken outside of the first two picks. Yeah, I've heard of Marlon Klein, and that's it. And I've been looking at players for months. I've been looking at players for months, and I've heard of Marlon Klein. And even then, I was like, that's really early. So, yeah. Baylor Bears says, go draft Michael Trigg out of Baylor. At least he can catch the ball. I mean, I would have taken Michael Trigg over Marlon Klein. Michael Trigg's a much better receiver than Marlon Klein is at the moment. And the thing about betting on someone's ceiling is it's their ceiling. Normally, you don't hit your ceiling. Normally, you hit about middle pack of what your ceiling could be. So, yeah, I mean, it's one thing to project ceilings, but to actually get there, it's like, it's interesting. Baylor, they're not going to draft Michael Trigg unless he's a team captain. So if you tell me he's a team captain, I'll consider him. But if he's not a team captain, I can't. Unfortunately, I can't have him on the board. Remember the Jets who seem to always kill it in the draft but haven't been to the playoffs since 2010? Yeah, but the Jets are such a dysfunctional franchise outside of the draft. The Jets, yeah, it's like they're the Jets. Our biggest fail ever was trading out of number 13 that year and not taking Kyle Hamilton and then taking Kenyon Green. Yeah, you could make an argument Kenyon Green's probably like one of the worst picks in Texans history. We know they can take chances from time to time with players with character issues like Damon Arnett. Yeah, Damon Arnett. You could even throw C.J. Gardner-Johnson in there, not because C.J. Gardner-Johnson's like a bad guy, but he's definitely outspoken and kind of a prick. So they've tried to get guys in the building with opposing character red flags, but like Arnett just wasn't good. And then, yeah, Gardner-Johnson was kind of a douchebag. So, yeah. Wow, the Ravens take Matthew Hibner out of SMU. Had more production than Marlon Klein. 31 receptions, 430 yards, and 4 touchdowns in 2025. He played at Michigan his first 3 seasons. So Matthew Hibner was at Michigan with Marlon Klein. He transfers to SMU, gets taken in the 4th round, has more production than Marlon Klein, obviously in in the ACC. But Matthew Hibner had more production than Marlon Klein. Caleb says, genuinely, who the hell is that guard we got? His name sounds like he's from China. Who's the Oklahoma guard? Okay, so a lot of people questioning the Oklahoma guard. His name is Fabechi Nawayawu. Fabechi Nawayawu. He was a team captain at Oklahoma. He won the Pat Tillman Award at the East Shrine Bowl, so he's a leader. He's a good guy. He is projected on NFL.com to be an average backup or a special teamer. A lot of people are saying that he can play any position in the interior, so he could play both guard spots and a center spot. So maybe he's the team's center and then Rutledge is the guard, or maybe Rutledge is the center and then he's a backup guard, something like that. Really good pass blocker, not really good at run blocking. So maybe the Texans just want to put him at center and have him be good at pass blocking, and they don't really need him to be a good run blocker. I don't know. 34-inch arms, so I do like that. I'm a big arm and hand size guy. I know some people don't like it. I like offensive linemen with nice big arms. He's also from Texas. He's from Coppell, Texas. So shout out everyone from Coppell, Texas. And he has damn near 10-inch hands. So you can sell me on the measurables. You can sell me on the fact that he could move to center with those measurables. So he wasn't on my radar, but I mean, I'm looking at the traits and like, if he's going to play center, it's not egregious. I just, if you need a center, why not draft a center, right? Like there's a riveting idea. Caleb says, what is the goal with taking someone like that? There's so many guys left who are better. I mean, yeah, look, it's just at the end of the day, the Houston Texans are going to have a small board. They're going to eliminate guys because of personality. Like if you got a DUI, you're probably not on the Texans board. Cough, cough, Zion Young. So the Texans board might be like 60 players or 80 players. So they're already working at a smaller sample size. We know a lot of those guys must be team captains because they've picked 3 back-to-back team captains. So there might be better players, but they just don't fit the swarm mentality or the Texans culture. And that's the reason why they're not on the board. Texans are picking here in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks. They'll be on the clock in 6 picks at the top of the 5th. Real Sleepy says it's pronounced Weewoo, by the way, N is silent. Did not know that. So we have Weewoo and Woodass. Fabechi Weewoo and Wade Woodass. If Wade Woodass has one bad game, you're never going to hear the end of it from me. That dude better not fuck up because I'm going to be on his ass. Pause. But you know what I mean. Yep. Trackback's right. I read the measurables a bit earlier. Woodass, 6'4", long arms, and 10-inch hands. I love me some big hands, bro. Love me some big hands. Like, dude's got 10-inch hands. I mean, that's like, gets his paws on you. He can drag you to the ground. War Daddy says, hoping for a running back or wide receiver here, Emmett or Bryce. I would go wide receiver over running back, but the Texans have not listened to my wishes. If they were going to take a running back, I would take Emmett Johnson. 100% I would take Emmett Johnson. If they were going to take a receiver, let's just refresh my memory on who's on the receiver board. Okay, so I missed, damn it, Skylar Bell went. I missed that. I would take Kevin Coleman Jr. I would take Kevin Coleman Jr. over Bryce Lance and Deion Burks. I like him a lot. 5'10", 180. He's got elite speed. I really like Kevin Coleman Jr. That's probably who I want the Texans to pick. Colts are on right now at 135, and then the Texans pick at the top of the 5th. The Colts take Bryce Betcher or whatever. Fun fact about Bryce Betcher, he got signed to the Astros, I believe, or drafted. So he was a good baseball prospect. I liked him a lot. Colts get him. But yeah, I like Kevin Coleman Jr. at the top of the 5th. You could sell me on that. In terms of running backs, I'm not a big Singleton guy. I like Emmett Johnson. I like Claiborne. But yeah, I'm a Kevin Coleman Jr. guy right now. If we could get Kevin Coleman Jr., I'd feel really good. Let's hope we get Kevin Coleman Jr. because we need that gadgety player, kind of like that Tank Dell replacement. And the way they talk about Tank Dell, dude, it seems like they question if he's even going to be fully healthy, like ever. Like the way they talk about Tank Dell, dude, it's like, man, this guy might not even be healthy. The character issue thing will not be tolerated after the PR nightmare Watson put us through. Yeah, but I mean, like Deshaun Watson being a weirdo, I mean, that doesn't really reflect on the Texans. It's just Watson being a weirdo. Emmett Johnson or Bryce Lance, JC says, I would choose Johnson. I would choose Emmett Johnson over Bryce Lance. War Daddy says Coleman Jr. from Missouri is a good choice too. Forgot about him. I really like Coleman Jr. Sign me up for Kevin Coleman Jr. at the top of the 5th. Gadgety player, elite speed, plays the slot. It's going to get open quick and fast. Routes aren't exactly the most polished, but I mean, this is the 5th round we're talking about. Big fan of his. So yeah, I'd like Kevin Coleman Jr. here. When we drafted tight end out of Michigan, I legit thought that old dude read the wrong name. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Unfortunately, I knew who he was. But yeah, I had him about 2 rounds later. Look, I mean, it's either going to look really good or really stupid. The great thing about the Marlon Klein pick is we're going to find out really quickly if it was stupid or brilliant. Because Max Clare and Sam Roush went after him, and I guarantee one of them is going to be a hit with McVay or freaking Ben Johnson. Trackback says, bro, how long have you been doing this content? I like your style. Your commentary is great. You're by far my favorite Texan YouTuber reporter I like to watch. Really appreciate that, dude. That means a lot. Thank you so much for your support. So I've been doing this like on and off for maybe a couple of years, but I'd say about a year ago I did it really heavily, then took a break from it, took a break from YouTube in general, and then I came back kind of beginning of this off season, really. So I'm going to continue doing it, though. I'm going to be more consistent in this off season. Obviously, I've been consistent, and then during the regular season, of course, as well. So yeah, I'm just going to push out as much content as I can, as long as life doesn't get in the way. But I love doing this, man. Honestly, it's just a great way to talk about my favorite Houston Texans sports team. And yeah, I mean, love the community I'm building. Love all of you guys in the chat. So yeah, it's been fun to do, man. Appreciate the support. War Daddy says, y'all forgot we took Mixon and he punched that chick in college. That's true. We didn't draft him, though. That's the thing. Like, it's kind of, the PR is kind of bad when you draft a guy right after he does something bad. Once he's been in the league for a while and everyone's kind of forgotten about it or doesn't care about it as much, then they're willing to take him. Texans Tangent says Jimmy Ward was an angel just like Diggs. Oh, man. All right, after this ad break, the Houston Texans will be coming up. Again, Kevin Coleman Jr. is going to be my pick. I think you need to add to the wide receiver room. Let's try to get you guys some more names so I'm not just repeating him. Emmett Johnson, Kevin Coleman Jr., Kilgore still on the board as well. I mean, Sam Hecht, but it seems like they got their guy. Kyle Lewis is still on the board, so I missed something with him. They could also go developmental tackle, but that would really annoy me. Also, if they want another tight end, I mean, Jack Endries out of Texas is still there. Justin Jolie's still there. Michael Trigg's still there. Dude, this board has just been so weird. Like, it has been so weird watching this board fall out. It's actually kind of incredible. Probably the worst year I've ever seen for the consensus board. Like, what are these guys doing, man? The guys that sweat this are, like, in shambles right now. And even the first round, like, it started early. Like, the first round, the players that went, sure, it made sense. But the teams they went to, it felt like it was all mixed up. Like, someone just jumbled all the names around. Bryce Lance goes to the Saints. No. Bryce Lance goes to the Saints at the end of the 4th round. I wasn't huge on Bryce Lance. Let's see if I can pull up some numbers on him. Again, not my favorite receiver right now. Just felt like the separation wasn't really there. He could develop, sure, but I felt like he won with vertical speed, and then the separation was kind of a work in progress, the route running and all that. Also just feels like the way he catches footballs, just looks so awkward, but good for him, man. Happy he made it. Younger brother of Trey Lance, by the way. Baylor Bear says there's still 4 more picks until the 5th round, correct? Yes, I believe you are correct. There are 1, 2, 3, yes, 4 more picks until we're on the board. We pick at the top of the 5th, so. Kirk says we're drafting a long snapper next. Oh boy. Might as well draft a punter at that point, or a kicker. Lance is the next Alec Pierce. He could develop into it. I don't think it's as likely, but he could. Singleton or Claiborne, I'm not a huge fan of Singleton. I just don't think Singleton's an NFL caliber player, honestly. Saints are killing the draft. They will be a good team next year. I got to refresh on who the Saints pick because honestly, it has not been top of mind right now. Bryce Lance, Jeremiah Wright. Jordan Tyson. Yeah, that's right. They got Jordan Tyson. Yeah, there's no way Jordan Tyson was getting out of the top 15. He went even earlier than I expected. Oh, and Christian Miller. Damn, you're right. Jordan Tyson and Christian Miller. Wow. And then Oscar Delp. Yeah, you're right. Saints have been doing well. They've been doing very well. All right, still some good players on the board for the Texans. Okay, Caleb says, can someone please take a look at Placid? I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. I haven't heard of that guy, dude. I don't even know who that is. Placid Sungu. I don't know who that is. Drafts a punter for real and a super fast return man wide receiver. They better not draft a punter because they traded for that dude. Didn't they trade like a 7th to the Saints for their punter, Kroger, or whatever his name is? From A to B to N says, thanks for the great video. Keep up the great work, man. H-Town with the H's up. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate the support. Appreciate all y'all for being here on day 3 of the NFL draft. Your Houston Texans are about to be up if we ever get past these ads. Baylor Bear says he's surprised Garrett Nussmeier is still available. People forget about his 2024 year. I would have taken Nussmeier over Klubnik. I mean, maybe you could sell me on Drew Allar's traits, which is why they went there. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I would have taken him over Klubnik. Clemson as a whole just looked weird. Also, did you guys see like the Peter Woods thing? I don't know if this is real. I think this is real. Peter Woods bought like a bunch of Maserati SUVs for his family. Got to be careful with the money spending, man. You know, not to pocket watch, but it's a lot of money to be spending on cars the day after you get drafted, man, for your family. I understand you want to take care of your family, but cars are not the best asset to be purchasing, dude. You haven't even touched an NFL field yet. $1776 says Singleton broke Barkley's touchdown record at Penn at 4.3 speed, no fumbles. Yeah, but Singleton was there an extra year, wasn't he? Barkley was only there for like 3 years or whatever. I mean, Singleton, I just don't like him. I don't think he has vision, and I don't think he's an NFL caliber running back, honestly. He just has no vision or creativity really when he gets in the hole. It's kind of just like run up the middle and hope for the best. Cowboys pick is in. Texans will be on the clock in 2 picks at the top of round 5. Let me just make sure. So I believe they only have 1 round 5 pick. Or do they have 2? Yeah, so they only have 1 5th round pick, which is the very first one. They've got a 6th round pick at 204. And then they've got a 7th round pick at 243. So have you watched any tape on Deion Burks? I have. Yeah, Deion Burks is good. If they want to go with Deion Burks, that's fine with me at this point. You could sell me on Deion Burks. I'd say Deion Burks or Kevin Coleman Jr. right now. LT Overton to the Cowboys. Wow, so LT Overton and Malachi Lawrence both go to the Cowboys. 2 edges. Seems a little much, but I mean, solid player. Esteban says Cowboys with 3 edges drafted. Is it really 3? Who's the 3rd? It's Malachi Lawrence. They just drafted LT Overton. Who am I forgetting that they drafted? Oh, Barham. Yeah, you're right. 3 edges is insane. How many edges do you need, man? At what point do we start drafting BPA? I guess that's what they're doing. They believe they're the best players available. Baylor Bear, at this point, we're going to be drafting equipment managers who got that dog in them. Equipment managers going out. Look, okay, I'm not going to lie, guys. The past 2 picks have been less than ideal from a fan perspective. But I think it's going to change with round 5, baby. Top pick of round 5. New round. New prospects. It's going to be good. Okay, it's going to be good. We're going to get a good receiver or a fun running back or, I don't know, something. Let's see who the Dolphins select. Kyle Lewis finally goes to the Dolphins. Wow, round 4. Dude, he's such a good coverage linebacker. That's a great pick for Miami, who really just needs good football players. They have so many holes, so much dead money. It's such a mess over there. Yeah, take BPA. Take Kyle Lewis. Pavia needs to get ready for Canadian football. Oh, man. Caleb says, no, that wouldn't work. They aren't team captains. Talking about the equipment managers. Oh, man. 49ers pick is in, and then it's Cincinnati, and then it's top of round 5, baby. Caleb wants to know, is there any justification for Marlon Klein? Not really, because Max Clare and Sam Roush were still available. Marlon Klein is a complete project who's a team captain who told the Texans to draft him. Literally, he called them and said, can y'all please draft me? And it seems like he's got a good work ethic. He's new to football. But, I mean, this dude has 300 yards in his college career. Let me say that again. Marlon Klein has 300 yards in his college career over 3 years. He's got the traits. He's 6'6", 250, got better at run blocking, but he's not an elite pass catcher. He's not an elite run blocker. So, complete project. Wow. Ephesians Pricesock goes to the 49ers at the end of round 4. That's a great pick. Loved Pricesock. Thought he should have definitely gone earlier. Yeah, Pricesock's really good. I kind of forgot about him, honestly. All the corners that went off before him, I kind of just forgot he existed. Yeah, Caleb, he told the Texans to draft him. Like, they were on a phone call. He was like, make it happen, man. I love this team, man. Y'all got to draft me. Let's make it happen. He told the Texans to draft him, swear to God. So if you get 300 yards in college and you call the Texans and you say you want to get drafted and you happen to be a team captain, you will get drafted by the Texans. Casario also always talks about this story. Like, oh, Marlon Klein, really impressive story. I don't care. I don't care if the dude came from Germany. I don't care if he came from Beijing. Okay, draft a good football player. I don't give a fuck about this story. Okay, someone just said Marlon Klein's the best tight end in the draft. Not on this channel. Somewhere else. Get out of here with that. So here's the report from Jonathan M. Alexander. New Texans tight end Marlon Klein said he wanted to be drafted to Houston. He texted tight ends coach James Ferentz this morning and told him to make it happen. He liked the toughness they play with in the family environment, and he got his wish. Fuck out of here with that, bro. Learn how to catch a football. Let's see who the Bengals are going to snipe from us. As long as it's not Kevin Coleman Jr. or Deion Burks. Or Emmett Johnson, I'm fine. Just not one of those three, hopefully. Wow, Colby Young. So they do go receiver, but they go with Colby Young out of Georgia. Colby Young out of Georgia. So, didn't get a chance to look at him. Seems like, okay, they're saying he missed time with a fractured leg. 1,400 yards in his career. 13 touchdowns. Yeah, I don't Not familiar with Colby Young. So, yeah, not too heartbroken about that. Texans are picking at round 5, finally, 141. Let's see who they select. Texans pick is in, baby. Make up for it, baby. Make up for it. Texans pick is in. We got a cool-looking guy from Mexico giving the pick out. Love to see it. Let's go receiver. You could go receiver. You could go maybe edge.
It's beautiful city. Viva Mexico!
This dude's voice is so powerful.
Muchas gracias, Texan, por realizar este sueño para mí. Gracias a todos.
All right, buddy. I need the pick now. I need the pick now, buddy.
Muchas gracias, hermanos.
I need the pick now, buddy.
Gracias por este recibimiento en esta hermosa ciudad, a toda su gente. I'm sorry. With the 141 pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kamari Ramsey, DBUSC.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Dude, I literally called this shit, bro. I literally called this shit, bro. I literally said they're going to go get Kamari Ramsey because he's Jalen Smith and Kalen Bullock's teammate at USC. Good pick. I like it, guys. This is good. This is good. You could argue you needed some safety depth to compete with Jalen Reed. Obviously, they like their USC safeties. This is a good pick. I like this pick. I like the pick. Safety's not a huge need. I probably would have preferred receiver. But this is a good pick, guys. This is a good pick. This is a good pick. Safety finally fell. I like the pick. It's a good pick, guys. I don't know why he fell. This is a good pick. I can get behind that. There you go, guys. There's your good pick. There's your good top of the 5th round pick. Best player available. I don't know if he's the best player available, but best safety available. Kamari Ramsey. I like the pick a lot. Obviously, he's got familiarity with USC. Look, they drafted Jalen Smith. They drafted Kalen Bullock from USC. They obviously like the USC program and what they're able to do there with their defensive backs. This dude kills people in the run. You know, D'Amico loves that. It's a good pick. I like it. It's a good pick. Texans Tangents brings up a good point. I thought we might pick Ramsey with his nickelback style. Yeah, maybe he could play nickel, be the Jalen Petrie backup. If that's what he's going to do, you could sell me on that. If you're telling me they're going to put Ramsey at nickel, and that's what D'Amico has in plan for him, I can get behind that. That's probably what it'll end up being, honestly. Dude, he's going to be a backup nickel for Petrie. I think it's a good pick. I think it's a good pick. I like Ramsey. It's a good pick, guys. It's a good pick. Greg says probably the worst Texans draft ever. No, Greg, don't say that. Look, this is a good pick. This is a good, Jalen Petrie has had injury issues in the past, and you're able to get a guy that can actually be his backup. Because last year, when Jalen Petrie got hurt, things got pretty dicey. We were having to play more 3 linebacker looks. We were having to put Tremont Smith on the field. I actually like this pick a lot. I like this pick a lot. It's a good pick. Trackback says, whose drunk uncle was just announcing the pick? Oh, man. That dude was floored, man. That dude was, he was seeing double. Good for him, though, man. If you're going to announce a pick, you got to go all out, right? He did take a little too long. Dan, Caleb says he's not convinced. He hates this one. Look, Kamari Ramsey is very good against the run. He's decent in coverage, but again, I truly think he's going to be the backup nickel, and that's his path to getting minutes. If Jalen Petrie ever comes off the field, you don't need this guy to play right away. That's the other thing, right? This guy can develop. This guy can learn. And he's got the traits. Not the most athletic guy you'll see, but, I mean, he's got the traits. Let's pull up some stats, or pull up some metrics, some measurables. 6 feet tall, 205. He's only 21. He doesn't miss tackles. He gets his nose dirty. Good against the run. Again, they love their safeties that get in the run game. They love safeties that get in the run game. War says, no, it's a good pick for the 5th round. He is a nickel style and a safety type. Honestly, probably our pivot since Scott was taken from us. Yeah, and I'm fine with it. I mean, Ramsey was at least respected, right? Let me look up some big boards here. Let's go to Todd McShay's big board. So on Todd McShay's big board, he is 76th overall. He is the 7th best safety behind Downs, Tiedemann, EMW, Traden Stukes, Bud Clark, and AJ Halsey. So that's respectable. I mean, 76th rated player. The Texans took him at the top of the 5th. This is a good pick. PFF has him at 82. Not that that's the gospel, but I mean, 82 on PFF. Todd McShay has him at 76. Had him ahead of Kilgore. Wow, that's kind of hard to believe. Genesis Smith was taken before him. Yeah, I think D'Amico's going to find a way to use this guy. I think he's probably going to be a backup nickel. I was saying they could have taken Stukes to be Petrie's backup nickel, but obviously you don't want to spend that much capital on a backup. But I think it makes sense at the top of the 5th. I like the pick. I think it's a good pick. Yeah, Track makes a good point. Look, the reason why he fell this far, why Ramsey fell this far, is because this is one of the best safety classes we've seen. I mean, dude, just reading off some of the safeties that are on this board. Caleb Downs, Dylan Tiedemann, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Traden Stukes, Bud Clark, AJ Halsey, Jalen Kilgore, Genesis Smith, Zakee Wheatley. And then you have Kamari Ramsey. Like, it's a really good safety class. Safety is not the most valuable position, so I like the top of the 5th round, drafting that position. I mean, this is the best pick since McDonald, and that's 100%, 100% best pick since McDonald. You could flip the Ramsey and Woodass pick, and it would make sense, honestly. So I like it. They picked a guy that fell, and that kind of helps the draft for me. Solid player. It's a good player. Good job. D'Amico does it again. I think he's going to be great. The Titans picked a guard because they're quivering in their boots looking at the Texans' D-line. The Titans and Jags have both picked guards because they're afraid of Caden McDonald. It's the only logical explanation. Iowa State wide receivers versus USC defensive backs. Yeah, we have 3 Iowa State receivers and 3 USC D-backs. So it's going to be fun, man. It's going to be a shootout. Greg, our next pick is not till the 6th round, unless they trade up, which could happen. But it's not until the 6th round, and they traded back to get this pick at 204. So they pick next at 204. We are currently on pick 143. So not for a while. We got quite a while unless Casero decides to trade up at some point. Texans Tangents brings up a good point. At the end of the draft, I'm going to reshuffle these players to make it look smart. McDonald, Ramsey, Rutledge, etc. Yeah. Forgive Them Lord says, can someone help me understand how come we're getting more defense? Yeah, so the defense is getting expensive. You're spending $90 million on 2 players, obviously Will and Daniil. You're going to have to pay Kamari Lassiter. You're already playing Stingley. And Jalen Petrie had injury concerns. He missed a couple of games because of injury, and he's just always kind of getting beat up. So this is your backup nickel. And you feel confident about this guy because he's so good against the run. I don't think this guy's going to be playing like deeper safety with Bullock and Blankenship and Jalen Reed. I think he's going to be a backup nickel. And again, I really like the pick. I think it's a great pick. So yeah, a mixture of expensive defense and just getting quality backups at the 5th round in the draft. I still want to see a receiver. I find it hard to believe that Nick Caserio is going to go the whole draft without getting a receiver in the room. But hey, Kevin Coleman Jr. is still on the board, so. Okay, speaking of receivers, the Cardinals took Reggie Virgil out of Texas Tech. Interesting. Deion Burke's still on the board. Wow, Deion Burks is still on the board. I mean, he fits right in with the Texans. Kevin Coleman Jr. fits right in with the Texans. I like Jeff Caldwell. I get less and less excited after that. Running back, you still have Singleton, Emmett Johnson, Claiborne, McGowan, Katron Allen. No tight ends have gone in a minute, so you still got a lot of tight ends still on the board. In terms of developmental tackle, Demetrius Crownover and Isaiah World are still on the board, so you could do that. J.C. Davis with a late round pick, you could go there as well. Feel like they're good on guard, I hope. Going to be kind of surprised if they don't take an edge. I mean, you would think edge, receiver, and maybe developmental tackle are probably the next areas since you got your defensive back. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Bullock will get top dollar if he keeps it up. Agreed. Safety is still an undervalued position, though, so he's not going to break the bank. But yeah, this was a very meat and potatoes type of draft. Let's be honest. We needed this. Next year is the year to go all out on playmakers. I mean, shoot, I'd hope they go all out on playmakers now, but they obviously feel like the roster is good enough and they're just plugging holes. Kamari Ramsey with a 4.47, 38-inch vertical, 16 reps on the bench, 9.5-inch hands, 6 feet, 205, big, stocky, strong nickel that hits hard. Yeah, I love the pick. I mean, Kamari Ramsey is easily my favorite pick since McDonald, and it's not even close. You could have told me they picked Kamari Ramsey after McDonald, and I would have been like, that makes sense. So. Let's see. Now that we are late in the game, what positions are you looking to other than wide receiver? Would be developmental tackle, just because it's such a valuable position and you're always looking for a backup, someone who can challenge Blake Fisher. And then I would argue running back, maybe. You could think about running back. Like, I wouldn't hate if they drafted another tight end. Like, honestly, if they want to draft a tight end in the 6th or 7th round, I think they should, because, you know, draft someone with a skill. Like, draft a Michael Trigg. Draft a Justin Jolie. Like, I like players like that, you know? Texans Tangent says, lack of concern for wide receiver makes me think Tank is healthier than Caserio says, but I'm going to wait and see. I don't know, man. The way D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio talk about Tank Dell, I do not think he's very healthy. I think he misses week 1 or 2 for sure. They were saying it would be good if he could make training camp or like be on time to training camp, which you don't want to hear that, because that's when they're saying this guy might make training camp, it's usually a little more bleak than that. It's impossible to actually know, but do you anticipate health issues with any of our players? Are you talking about like the people we've drafted or our current players? If you're talking about current players, I mean, Dalton Schultz left with an injury against New England. He seems to be fine. Cade Stover left with an injury, but he also seems to be fine. So both of them escaped like long-term injury. If you're talking about the future, I mean, yeah, we've got guys with injury history. Wyatt Teller, Braden Smith, Trent Brown. Hell, even Jake Andrews was banged up. I think the biggest concern with injuries is this defense was so healthy last year. It's going to be a statistical anomaly if this defense can be the same level of healthy next year. And I'll knock on wood. I'm knocking on wood right now. But I just really hope that we're able to stay healthy, particularly on defense, because we missed Aziz for like one game. Jalen Petrie missed like a game or two, but that was pretty much it. And everyone else was healthy for the most part. And you hope that that stays up. Texans Tangent says, after Harrison Mixon, the truth is we know nothing about what's going on in there. Yeah, they're not clear on injuries. I mean, even in 2024, leading up to 2024, they said CJ Stroud had shoulder soreness. And then they just said, a couple weeks ago that CJ Stroud couldn't have a good offseason because his shoulder was injured. I'm like, dude, that's a little deeper than shoulder soreness. Like, we're talking about an injury that's keeping him away from training camp and affecting his offseason. So, yeah, the Mixon thing, we still don't know what happened there. Casario said he's never seen anything like it, and it was unpredictable and turned into something worse than they ever thought. So we got screwed there. I think if you take a healthy Joe Mixon, if you take a 2024 Joe Mixon and he's healthy for 2025, I think the Texans win like 2 more games. I think the Texans win 2 more games if they would have had a healthy Joe Mixon. Who knows what they do in the playoffs? Joe Mixon was so good for us, man. It kind of sucks he's not on the team anymore. Prodish says, Texans actually drafted someone I know about. I'm surprised. Yeah, great pick. Luis says, Will Anderson Jr. and Lassiter missed some time too. Very true. Very true. Obviously, the Trent Brown missed time. I don't really count that, though. Didn't Sting miss a game? I don't remember. I don't think so. I don't think Sting missed a game. Because doesn't Sting have like a streak, a record going of games played? Matthew, really appreciate this because I love hearing it. Matthew clutching up with some grades. PFF grades on Texans' first 6 picks. D+, Rutledge. A+, McDonald. F. Sorry. F on Klein. C on Fabici. C on Woodass. And A on Ramsey. I think those are accurate as hell. I think D+ is a little low. I think D+ is low on Rutledge. F is appropriate for Klein. I mean, no one wants to hear that about their new 59 second overall pick or second round pick, but F sounds about accurate. And then C on Fabici. I'm surprised Woodass got a C, probably because it's later in the draft. And then, yeah, Ramsey's an A. You could sell me on like A+ for Ramsey, but yeah. I could see us moving up. We only have 2 more picks, 1 in the 6th and 1 in the 7th, 53 picks till our next pick. So get yourself something to eat or some more caffeine because it's going to be a while. I might get a snack, dude. Let's see, it's 1:20. I'm thinking about lunch right now. Shadow Bullet says, second Colts game. Are you talking about the Sting miss? Dude, I'm going to be honest, I have a terrible memory when it comes back to players getting injured. Like, in terms of specific games they missed. Oh, you're right. No, here's what happened. Didn't Stingley start the game and then got hurt? Or no, he just didn't show up. I remember because Sauce Gardner. Oh, wait, I thought that was Nico. Did Nico miss that game? Shit, dude. I don't know. I have a terrible memory. You're probably right, though. I trust you more than I trust me. Yeah, there's been some injuries, but I mean, you know what I mean? Like, no one's torn their ACL, right? Jalen Petrie tore a pec, didn't he? Like, that hasn't happened again. That's what I really mean. I'm talking about injuries that are going to take players out for the playoffs. And we really only saw that with like Trent Brown, and he was banged up the whole damn year. So, When Alec Pierce cooked Tremont Smith. Yeah, Tremont Smith stepped on the field and gave up like 90 yards against the Chargers too. Was that the Chargers game where Kamari Lassiter came off the field for like 7 plays? Tremont Smith goes out there and Quentin Johnson just dunks his nuts on him, dude. Absolute insanity there. War Daddy says Rutledge is a B+ at worst. B+ is a Rutledge. I'm higher on him. Yeah, I agree. I think the Rutledge pick has aged really well because Basantis went early. The whole league hates Pregnon, and you were able to get McDonald anyway. So literally, if you flip the McDonald and Rutledge pick, I mean, I think it's solid. I think that's great. A+ for McDonald. Yeah, B+ for Rutledge seems about right. Just imagine we took Ramsey at 59 and Klein at 141. You should feel better. 100%. If you just rearrange when these players were taken, it's like a solid draft. It's just so funny to me because in years past, that hasn't always been the case. Like, it's felt like you've actually missed out on good players because you made stupid picks. But, I mean, we're in the 5th round, right? We're in the 5th round right now, and, like, Kilgore is still available. Dion Burks is still available, right? So it's like there's just pretty solid players that are still here because the boards have all been effed up this year. So insane to predict, but yeah. Shadow says, do we think Woodass gets to starter level after Henry or Aziz leaves potentially? I'm not going to put anything past D'Amico Ryans because I think D'Amico Ryans can turn dust into gold or whatever the analogy is. So I wouldn't put it past him. He's got good traits and he's got D'Amico coaching him. So I still wouldn't say it's probable, but then again, To'o was a 5th round pick who's a starter now. Like, yes, To'o has coverage limitations, but I mean, he was a 5th round pick. So like, do I think D'Amico Ryans can get this guy to be a starter with limitations? Sure. Because he's D'Amico Ryans and he's a great defensive player. Forgive them, Lord says, bro, you should team up with Aaron Wilson. I only watch y'all both, and the stuff you guys cover is insanely accurate. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, Aaron Wilson, the reporter for the Texans. I believe he reports directly on the Texans. Yeah, he's got a lot of news that comes out. He's usually really early on all that. Appreciate the support on that. Woodass better rock those special teams. Yeah, I mean, he better be a thumper. He better be a thumper, to say the very least. Commanders picked Joshua Josephs. I think that's a great pick in the 5th round. Solid pick there. So we have Kamari Lassiter, Kamari Ramsey, Jalen Reed, Jalen Smith, Jalen Knoll. So many duplicate names. So many duplicate names. 2 Kamaris in the secondary, 2 Jalens. It's getting a little crazy. And we're back to ads with Seattle on the clock. All right, I'm going to go throw something in the microwave. I will be back in about 10 seconds. All right, let me read a couple of chats, then I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. Round 5, running back. Round 6, wide receiver. Round 7, quarterback. No one worth taking at a round 7 quarterback spot. Not a specific position, but player do you look at for our next pick? I mean, I'm still in on a wide receiver, honestly. I don't know if they're going to be there anymore because it's going to be so late by the time we pick. But like Dion Burks, I wonder if Dion Burks is just like a terrible human. Kevin Coleman Jr. I'd say those two. I want a receiver. I just think the receiver room could get beefed up a bit. And I think you could strike gold with one of these speedy, gadgety guys. Potential picks at 204 and 243 might be CJ Daniels, wide receiver, and George Gums Jr. I mocked these out and they were available, graded both at A picks. Wouldn't hate it. I like the two positions. Go get an edge 3. Go get a wide receiver you can throw in the room. Guys, I'm going to use the restroom. I will be right back. All right, I am back. The Raiders just selected Dalton Johnson. They selected Dalton Johnson instead of... Did Kilgore go while I was gone? No way, right? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, Kilgore. I don't know what the hell's wrong with Kilgore. He's still on the board. Yet another safety goes on after him. Or goes off after him. Extremely interesting. And Zakee Wheatley goes right after. So a run on safeties. It's kind of nice that that D'Amico Ryan's got his guy though. So that's good. Run on safeties is continuing. Shout out everyone who's got this stream on, man. Texans don't pick for a minute, but y'all are still here, still commenting in the chat. Appreciate that a lot as we get through this the 5th round to get to the middle of the 6th round. Wonder if Nick Casario and D'Amico Ryan is just, take a breather. Wonder if they're grabbing lunch right now. Be funny, man. Oh, I'm so hungry. I have nothing in the fridge. I should have gotten something to eat before this, but it's okay. Let's see who the Broncos are picking. Damn, Justin Jolie finally goes. Justin Jolie, big Christmas, finally goes to the Broncos. He fits the Broncos build. Sean Payton knows what he's doing there. He knows what he's doing there. Joe Mixon levels of weirdness with guys falling in this draft. The Pregnon toes one is the saddest part. Oh my gosh, not Pregnon in his toes. Not Pregnon in his toes. Wow. Green Bay takes Jaeger Burton, center out of Kentucky. Sam Hecht went, so that's not egregious. Yeah, so that's not egregious. Only center left would be like Pat Coogan. So assuming that Fabici guy's playing center. Or Rutledge. They've got two versatile options. Tyrese Wilson got sent to the Saints from the Raiders. Did I read that right? Good for Mendoza. Hope he pans out. Hopefully he's above average in the league. '49ers are on the board right now. They had the trade with Dallas for a linebacker. Yeah, I like the Raiders draft. I don't like all of it though. Trey Zune's a little early for me. I don't like Mike Washington Jr., Dalton Johnson. I mean, yeah, they got the best player in the draft, but I wouldn't say they won the draft necessarily. I like Stukes though. Oh my God. Oh, that was so hot. Burn this top of my roof, or the roof of my mouth. All right. Let's see. We've got Indianapolis coming up. That'll be interesting. We got Tennessee a little later. Back-to-back Buffalo picks. Interesting to see that. Shadow's asking what happened with Pavia. Was he supposed to be in this draft? Did he just say he was going to play another year? No, he's in the draft. He's just not good. Like, he's just a small quarterback that is not going to pan out. I don't think anyone wants to roll the dice on him. I mean, you would take Nussmeier before you took him. You would probably take Taylon Green. Hell, I would take Jalen Daniels before I took him out of Kansas. Luke Altmaier. Yeah, he's not going to get drafted, I doubt. I mean, he's just doesn't have the size, unfortunately. He doesn't really have the arm either. He doesn't have the traits. Buccaneers pick is in. All right, let's see what we can do here. Let's take a look at something. Wrong one. There we go. There we go for everyone. He was talking so much crap when the Heisman discussions were happening. Yeah, I mean, I think he's kind of like the joke of the draft right now, unfortunately. Well, maybe not unfortunately, but kind of because of that. It's funny how the only player the Texans didn't trade for was Marlon Klein, and they could have 100% traded back. They traded back for Fabi, but not Marlon Klein. So this would make sense if it was like McDonald, Rutledge, Ramsey, Fabi, Klein, Woodass. I think that would make the most sense right now. So the correct sort of order would be, the correct order, air quotes, would be like McDonald, Rutledge, Ramsey, Fabi, Klein, Woodass. Well, it makes a little more sense, but again, this board is insane, and I can't stop saying that because it's insane. Colts with C.J. Allen, A.J. Halsey, Jalen Farmer, Bryce Betcher, George Gums. It's like bottom 5 last name you could have. Gums Jr. They call you Gums. Remember when I made fun about them reaching on a terrible tight end? Those were the days. Oh, it's funny. They went A&M back-to-back. Pregnon, Husky, Williams. Tennessee, here we go. Carnell Tate, Falk, Anthony Hill. Titans did okay. I mean, here's the thing. The Titans did good because they had high draft picks, but I don't like their draft. I would not have done what they did. Yeah, Carnell Tate over Arvell Reese was a choice. Wouldn't have done that. Also wouldn't have traded up for Keldrick Falk at 31. The Anthony Hill pick is fine. That makes sense for them. And then I wasn't able to get to this Fernando dude. Fernando Carmona. Texan Tangent says, I hope with all these new versatile guards, we trade Patterson for a 6th or a 7th. I don't know if you could even trade Patterson for a 6th or 7th. Maybe. I bet if the Texans had the last pick in the draft, they could get Klein. Yeah, I mean, I would, if I had a gun to my head, I would say I would probably agree with that statement. But this draft has been crazy. Who knows? Maybe he's the guy. He's just the guy, you know? Dolphins pick is in at 158. It's just so funny to me how out of order this looks. Like, I still think Klein and Woodass are reaches anyway. Like, taking one of them in the 4th round, I don't really like. So, yeah, it would be McDonald, Rutledge, Ramsey, Fabi, Klein, Woodass. So, Klein is the 4th rounder, and Woodass is the 5th. Makes more sense to me. But yeah, McDonald was by far their best pick. I think everyone can agree with that. Everyone can agree that McDonald was their best pick by far. And they got a little lucky, but they jumped the Giants to get him, so it was the right way. Michael Taffy from Texas goes. A lot of safeties going. I feel like every other time I look up, I see a safety go. Man, the Dolphins have so many picks. What are you going to do, Nick Caserio? Are you going to move up? What you going to do? It does feel like at this point, like, probably just pick at 6, pick at 7, 204, and then 243. Probably move around a future pick if you wanted to make a significant move. They'll probably play it out till the 6th round, I'd say. Pick is in for the Vikings right here at 159. Klein has to be the tight end coach's wet dream. I got to start reading these comments before I just start reading them. You guys are wild. I don't disagree, though, honestly. Texans Tangents, who's the tight end coach? I forget his name. I could find it, though. Just look it up. I do not know the tight ends coach off the top of my brain. But Nick Caley used to be a tight ends coach and said he was says he loves tight ends. James Ferentz is the tight ends coach for the Houston Texans. He joined the staff following the departure of former tight ends coach Jake Moreland, who was fired in January 2026 after 3 seasons. I forgot that. Because we all wanted changes for the we all wanted changes on the offensive staff, and like the first thing they did was fire the tight ends coach, and we're like, okay, Dalton Schultz just had the best year of his career. So yeah, it's a new guy. It's a new guy who just got hired. So you're hoping he's not making the big boy decisions. You're hoping the new tight ends coach isn't the reason Marlon Klein got drafted. Because what the fuck, he just got there. But I don't think it was like that. I think Caserio and D'Amico fell in love with him. He was a team captain and all that. As the Bucks take Billy Schrauth, another guard comes off the board. Yeah, so Klein had 360 yards in his career in college. 360 yards in 3 years. He had 248 last year. So the good news is he went from 8 to 108 to 248. So there's the progression. He has 1 touchdown in his career. Wow. That's incredible. 1 touchdown in his college career, in his 3-year college career. I mean, I understand he played behind good tight ends, but like, dog, 300 yards in a tutty, that's kind of unacceptable to take in the 2nd round. They just fall in love with these personalities, man. KC is on the clock. They just traded up. Feels like KC hasn't drafted in forever. Yeah, they've only had they've had 4 picks. So this is Kennedy, right? Just now. Oh no, I'm tripping. That was in the 4th. We are in the 5th, so I wonder who this is going to be. Scoot that up a bit for you guys. "360 yards is like a short par 4. Oh my God, that's actually amazing, dude. That's the best thing I've ever heard. Matthew with the fucking roast of the century. Yeah, literally, bro. I know golfers that could drive more yards than Klein had in his college career. Oh, that's hilarious, dude. That is fucking hilarious. I have never in my life heard of a player's production get compared to a golf course, but that is fucking phenomenal. You need to like patent that. That is a hilarious comparison, dude. That is the roast of the century. I might have to steal that if we get an underperforming player. That is insane. Yeah, that's insane. That's hilarious, Matthew. Short par 4. Okay, Shadow says, Casario always knows something we don't. Yeah, that's true. I mean, these are human beings, right? Human beings have egos. Human beings believe in their system. They have things they like, things they're biased to, things they don't like. I almost feel like it's a little better. Like, obviously, if you don't know a player, you don't get biased by him, but you also might not know that he's got like a drug addiction or whatever, like things like that. But it's kind of nice when you're just looking at tape, just looking at performance too, so you're not getting swayed because the kid's like a good kid or whatever. The classic, like, oh, he's a good kid. But, yeah, it's insane. I just, has there ever been a tight end taken in the 2nd round with that little production? I mean, I'm sure there has been. Let's look up the guy the Jags took. Yeah, so even the guy we were clowning the Jags for taking, I mean, granted, he's been in the league for 5 years. He's got 417 yards in 5 years. Wow, that's just his ass. The Jags are literally us. I mean, at least he had 3 touchdowns last year, but only 198 yards. Wow. He's only 6'4", though, so he's 2 inches shorter, and he's a year older. Let's look at Justin Joly. Yeah, so Justin Joly out of North Carolina State, 1,900 yards in his career, 15 touchdowns, 7 touchdowns this past year, 400 yards in 25, then 600 the year before, then 500, then 250. So Justin Joly has more yards in this past season than Marlon Klein's ever had in his career, and 7 times the amount of touchdowns that Marlon Klein has had in his career in one season. Absolutely ridiculous. Louis said Hunter had less than 5 sacks in college. That's true, but Hunter had all the traits. He was athletic as fuck. And Emmett Johnson to the Chiefs? Oh, shit. There goes Emmett Johnson. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. Don't love to see that. They need a guy, though, right? Because Pacheco's not there anymore. Who is their running back? I don't even know who their running back is right now. Probably, Kenneth Walker. I'm stupid. Forgot they got Kenneth Walker. So never mind. They were chilling. But yeah, Emmett Johnson's, that's a nice 1-2 punch right there. That's nasty. Forgive them says when's the next pick? The next pick is in the 6th round. It is 204, and we are on 162 right now. So we've got about 44 players that are going to go before the Texans select. Unless they trade up, but doubt they're going to use enough capital to trade up this far, but crazier things have happened. Oh, I never looked up if Ramsey was a team captain. Did the streak finally end? It'd be funny if the streak actually ended because they drafted a good player. So yeah, I don't think he's a team captain, right? Am I right on that? Kamari Ramsey is not a team captain. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on his team captain. Just said that he was set a great tone for the team and was unselfish, considered a leader, but not an official leader. Texans just posted an article, 5 things to know about safety, Kamari Ramsey. He made the honor roll 3 times. That's cool. So yeah. Wow, imagine that. When the Texans don't draft a team captain, they get a good player. Fucking unreal, man. I'm surprised they took him. Chandler Rivers cornered to the Ravens out of Duke. This has been such a big, defensive back heavy draft. I mean, we got safety, corner, safety, corner. That's just this round. And a lot of freaking corners go. There goes Charles Demings, Stephen F. Austin. Why does this keep refreshing up? Here we go. My friends say. Talking about the Rockets' collapse, unfortunately. Well, if you're disappointed about the draft, you could be disappointed about the Rockets game. Or, they're not mutually exclusive. You could just be disappointed with life. Having to support the Texans and Rockets. But hey, the Texans they're in a good spot right now. They're in a good spot. The draft makes more sense when you just rearrange the order of the players they took, which is fine. We're fine with that. So ESPN ranked Rutledge 4th. McDonald was ranked 1st, which is fire. Klein was ranked 15th. So they had him ranked as the 15th tackle on the board. Fabi was 16th. Oh, Jeez. Okay, so ESPN sees it similar to the way we see it. Woodass was 24th. Oh, fuck's sake. It's so hard to support this. And then Ramsey was what? Ramsey was 10th, but it's a really strong class. So take that with a grain of salt. Like that was a tough class to be put into this year. Wow. Woodass was what, 24th? Is that what I said? That's crazy. All right, the Jaguars are about to select, and then after that, we get Tennessee. So we have two divisional rivals selecting, so these are actually interesting picks for me at least. 164. Let's see who the Jags decide to take, unless it's, oh yeah, it's not going to show up on there. Who are the Jags going to select? Wow, this is taking forever. Let's go here. Tanner Koziol out of Houston. Let me look up his stats real quick, since all the AFC South seems to be taking tight ends. Your Houston Cougars. 700 yards, 6 touchdowns. So, yeah, of course he's more productive than this German dude. Not that I didn't think he was. Well, I don't remember him getting that many yards. Guess I didn't watch too many Houston games. Yeah, tight end is such a hard position to evaluate, I believe. It's just, there's so many, like, some teams are going to value your size, your run blocking, your agility. They want you as a wide tight end or a pure weapon. Why am I watching people go around a skating rink right now? What is this? Kilgore and Dion Burks are still available. Something's wrong. Something weird happened there. Titans pick is in. Let's see who they select. I mean, it would kind of suck if they took like a Burks or a Kilgore, but who's going to be the one to do it? Buffalo's got back-to-back picks as well. Who are the Titans going to select? Come on, guys. Let's get the pick going. Tennessee picks Singleton. Wow. Tennessee picks Singleton. Look, good. I think that's a waste of a draft pick. I don't like Singleton at all, but I've been forward about that for a while now. I don't like Singleton. I don't think he has good vision. I don't think he's going to be a good NFL running back. That being said, at this point in the draft, I would have taken Seth McGowan out of Kentucky over him. Would have taken Claiborne over him. Would have taken such a bad running back class. That's the thing. Katron Allen, you could have talked me into. I'm not too worried about the Singleton pick. I know he was a fan favorite of some, but it's not a huge concern for me at all, especially against this D-line. Yeah, we'll be chilling. Going the wrong way. Singleton, Anthony Hill, Falk, Tate, Fernando Carmona. Got 2 6 and a 7th. Damn, 2 6 3 7s with them, and then Indianapolis 6 and 2 7ths, and we have a 6th and a 7th. Okay. Singleton to the Titans does not scare me, but yep. Okay, Chicago's pick is in. Drink real quick. Who's gonna drive you home? Good to see you back, Caleb. I'm doing well. Singleton just got drafted to the Titans, but I'm pretty low on Singleton, so I don't care too much. Good luck running against Caden McDonald, buddy. I don't like Singleton at all. I don't think he's a bad player. Let's see. So, notable players to keep an eye on. Deion Burks, Kevin Coleman Jr., if you want a wide receiver. If you want a running back, I'd say Claiborne or Seth McGowan or Katron Allen. If you want to double up on tight end, Michael Trigg, Jack Endries, Caden Curry, solid edge. And then if we need a punter, Brett Thorson, baby. Brett Thorson, baby. Let's get a punter in here. Just kidding. So yeah, I still would go receiver. If they don't pick a receiver next draft, next pick, I'm gonna be pretty pissed. If they don't pick a receiver, the next freaking pick, I'm going to be pissed off. We're approaching round 6 right now. Pick a damn receiver. Got to get a body in that room, man. Got to get a body. I like Deion Burks, and it's funny, the guys I still like are still on the board, so I guess my evaluation has been terrible. But I'm not going to waver, baby. Give me Deion Burks or Kevin Coleman Jr. Let him fall, let him fall. The big arch going to stop him. McPounder. Yeah, I just love the pick so much. And I know I've glazed the McDonald pick a bunch, but I just love it. He's not playing a valuable position. He should have been a first rounder, but he falls. And then he's the only one left in the green room. He finally gets selected to the Texans, who masterfully jump in front of the Giants to select him, bring him into Houston. He gets emotional. That's what you watch the draft for right there. That whole Caden McDonald storyline is why you watch the draft. And the fact that he went to the Texans is even better, obviously. Yeah, it's a great move. And Caserio was kind of asked in his presser. He was like, well, how do you guys feel about drafting a player who maybe doesn't match the attacking front? That's why I was like a Christian Miller fan, because I thought Christian Miller was more of an attacking defensive tackle, could get up the field, get off the ball. And Caserio's answer is basically like, we'll figure out how to use him, is basically what he said. And like, I don't think he's got that much in the pass rush ability, but if he's not getting double teamed, I mean, I do think he can collapse the pocket a bit from the top. Like, I don't know if he's going to get to the quarterback, but I think he's going to push the pocket in a bit. Probably have a couple plays where he'll get to the quarterback just because he's so strong. But I mean, I feel like most of the time they're going to be double teaming him or, you know, trying to send running backs right up the middle. It's not going to work. Let me look it up. It says there's no evidence on that, Caleb. There is no evidence that football players Kevin Coleman Jr. and Keon Coleman are related. Nah, they're not. Trey Lance and Bryce Lance are, though. The receiver from North Dakota State University. And this shitty quarterback. Yeah, I forgot CJ Gardner-Johnson's on the Bills now. That dude's kind of he's got a screw loose in him, bro. CJ Gardner-Johnson's got a couple screws loose, to say the least. Just making sure if they were, I was going to say, hell nah. Yeah, I mean, nah, he's not. They're different receivers, too. They play so differently. But like that gadgety player, Skylar Bell went to the Bills. I definitely missed that, I think. Like if you want the gadgety player, right? Kevin Coleman Jr., 5'10", 180. Doesn't have elite speed, but he's a very solid slot receiver, able to get open in zone. And then Deion Burks, 5'10", 180. Outstanding numbers at the combine. Finished at the top percentiles of every drill. Fluid route runner. Very quick, very fast. I wonder why he's falling. I don't understand why Deion Burks is falling. Oh, Kilgore finally goes to the freaking Bills. No idea why that didn't happen sooner, honestly. Be interesting to keep tabs on Kilgore since we drafted Kamari Ramsey. Be very interesting to keep tabs on that. Kilgore goes at 167. And Ramsey went at 141. Lions trade up and take Kendrick Law out of Kentucky. Wow. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm missing. I'm missing something. I'm missing something on Deion Burks and Kevin Coleman Jr. Unless there's just like an injury thing we don't know, or if they cussed out people or something, if they're threats to society. They could be threats to society for all I know. Steelers on the clock. Or like toes. Something's happening, guys. Something's happening and I can't. But it's always funny when players fall and then a team doesn't overthink it. They take the player and the player's phenomenal. I mean, this happens all the time. Laramie Tunsil is the first person I thought of. I'll know what happened to him on draft night. And he's an all-pro left tackle. So I don't know. It's like, unless you did something egregious, it's like a lot of these players that everyone thinks are good, like actually turn out to be good, unless they're like have off the field issues and they're whatever. I don't believe Aaron Rodgers has told the Steelers if he's coming back or not, which is why they had to take Drew Aller, which is unfortunate. But hey, at least it gives them a little bit of leverage with Rodgers. And who knows? Maybe they're just like, let's develop this dude. May 27, 29, June. 29. Zeus asks, do I like the idea of Hopkins coming back? I mean, not really. I mean, he's way past his prime. I don't think. I mean, like he's a veteran with the veteran presence, but I don't know. I don't like the idea of him coming back. You don't need Hopkins to come back if you draft a freaking receiver. You take a freaking receiver right here, you wouldn't even need to think about Hopkins. Michael Keaton's giving the Steelers pick, and it is, I can't even read it, tight end out of Indiana. Okay, maybe Marlon Klein has this guy beat. Maybe Marlon Klein has this guy beat. Just kidding, there's no way. Oh, God. Okay, he's got... Damn, it's so close. He has 387 yards in 2025, 70 yards in 2024, 57 yards in 2023, 0 in 2022. He had 387 yards and 2 touchdowns last season. So unfortunately, Klein is still the least productive tight end to get taken. Damn, I was thinking we had the shot with Riley Nowakowski. Thought we had a shot. Fortunately, Riley is still, Klein is still the least productive guy. Caleb says, I would love the idea of giving up a 5th next year for Adonai Mitchell. I don't know about that. Milds and that yak says, I say draft Caldwell as a burner. He's still available. Yeah, someone asked me who's the quote-unquote worst receiver I'd take, and I said Jeff Caldwell. I like him a lot. No, it's a weird way to phrase that, but I like him a lot. I would take him. I wouldn't take him over Deion Burks or, another tight end goes off. Joe Royer. See, I know Joe Royer's not going to be close. Joe Royer has him beat. Yeah, Joe Royer, 416 yards, 4 touchdowns, 500 yards the year before. It's so weird how teams are picking their tight ends because, like, even the Steelers, right, taking Nowakowski over Royer. It's just such a hard position to draft or to analyze because you have no idea what teams want. Some teams want the blocking wide tight end. Some teams want the more pass threat. Some people care about production. Some people care about projection. Some people want him 6'3". Some people want him 6'6". And then some teams take a random guy from Germany who has no production, not elite at any skill, in the second round at 59. So been watching a lot of his tape, and he would really fit with us. I could see it. Texan Tangent says, I do want a vet receiver added to the room, but too much baggage with Hopkins. Yeah, I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze with Hopkins. I mean, I watched him in the playoffs, or not the playoffs, in the game against Pittsburgh. I mean, he did nothing, dude. He's past his prime, and I'm just not going to get excited about that. Realistically, you're not expecting much production. Let's actually see. I want to see what his stats were. He had 330 yards and 2 touchdowns. So, yeah, I mean, not exactly it's like your third best receiver. Higgins had 500 yards and 6 touchdowns. I hope Jaden Higgins breaks out. I think he could. I really think Jaden Higgins could break out this year, another year in the system, and I'm really high on him. Yes, he's sharing the field with Nico, but Nico commands so much attention. I think Higgins could really, if he can get that connection going with CJ Stroud, I really think Higgins could be that guy. Who would you like to trade up for to get a wide receiver? I mean, yeah, it's the same names, really. I would trade up for, maybe I wouldn't even trade up for them because, like, no one's taking them. So there's something I obviously don't know. But I like Deion Burks and Kevin Coleman Jr. Give you a different name. We talked about Jeff Caldwell. I haven't looked at a lot of these guys. Jordan Hudson from SMU is actually kind of interesting. He had 766 receiving yards last year. He's got like pretty good instincts, Jordan Hudson. He's got good instincts, but I wouldn't say he's got elite traits by any means. But I mean, there's a good amount of production there. Tyron Montgomery out of John Carroll. Yeah, more of a project. It's John Carroll as well. That'd be so funny if they drafted a John Carroll receiver. Dude, the fan base would blow up. It's funny. Okay, Saints pick is in. We missed a corner out of Wake Forest to New England. I wonder who he's talking to on the phone because isn't Mike Vrabel like in therapy or whatever? Saleh on the phone. Saleh on the phone. Who is this pick? Come on. Sorry, I meant that we're already in the league that have good abilities that would fit with our team. I'm not like necessarily open to the idea of like trading for a receiver. Like, I don't know, because if Higgins and Knoll take the next steps, I think your receiver room's solid. I don't want to give up picks for a guy. I'd rather just draft one, honestly. Draft more of like a body. Because the room's pretty solid. It's a solid room. So, yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I still can't believe the freaking Titans took Carnell Tate. I understand they want to maximize Cam Ward, but I don't know if he's worth that pick. Lorenzo Styles goes to the Saints. That's another solid pick for the Saints. Saints putting together a pretty good draft. Keep seeing their name pop up. It's not terrible. Yeah, the Browns is insane. I love Spencer Fano. I think he's the most athletic lineman in the class. I didn't really like the KC Concepcion pick from them. But then they just got Denzel Boston, who I love for them. So, like, sure, that works. EMW in round 2 is absurd. Austin Barber, developmental tackle. It's solid. Then you go with a tight end, linebacker, and center. Solid draft. Let's see, Arizona with Love. Yeah. Ugh. Atlanta. Baltimore was good. Vega, Zion Young, Yao, Elijah Surratt. God. Probably one of my personal favorite drafts just because I love these 3 players so much. Chicago always seems to do well. Dylan Thieneman sliding to them was absurd. Then they reach for Logan Jones, but that's their guy. Then they take who we should have taken, Sam Roush, Malik Muhammad, Keyshawn Elliott. Yeah, that's nice too. So we're probably like middle of the pack, I'd say. These last picks have kind of been screwing us, but gotta trust the team. Keenan Allen for a vet receiver. Is he still available? I don't know if Keenan Allen like wants to leave. Like I think his whole family's in LA or whatever. I just don't think he's gonna leave. Yeah, it says he's expressed a strong desire to remain with the Chargers for the 2026 season, but the future isn't finalized. I know he wants to be there, though. Like, he's probably going to take a pay cut or something. As an A&M fan, I love the KC pick. Yeah, I really like KC. I'm just a little weary of the drops. He's got a drop issue. But, I mean, once you get the ball in his hands, he's very fun to watch after the catch. All right, guys, I'm gonna take like a 10-minute break or so. So feel free to check out or to click out and then join back in about 10 minutes. Just gonna take a break, kind of clear my head, get some more food, and I will be back in about 10. So see you guys then. All right, I'm back. Back from break. Got a little bit of food in me. Got some calories. Hopefully I didn't miss anything crazy, but I guess I'll find out. All right, so I think the Ravens, did they have these picks? They might have traded up either way. Or no, they had the picks, okay. So another tight end goes, Cuevas, who was going to be a lot higher on my board anyway. Then Klein, we don't have to keep having the Klein conversation, but yeah. And then Adam Randall out of Clemson. Wow. Okay. Interesting that Adam Randall goes before Seth McGowan. I guess people just don't like him. Let's take a look here. Yeah, Katron Allen's still there. Le'Veon Moss is actually a fun name as well. Seth McGowan and Claiborne. You're the Texans. I mean, I wouldn't mind Claiborne in the 7th if he gets there. Hezekiah Massis. What a name. What a name. Hezekiah Massis to the Raiders. 10 out of 10 name. There's been so many corners picked. This is actually insane. All right, guys, we are approaching the 6th round. As we all know, the Houston Texans actually have a pick in the 6th round. We're on the home stretch right here of the 5th round. War Actual says, I'm thinking we extend Aziz, sign Barnett, and target a wide receiver cut candidate to come in like we always do. Very good. It could happen. Yeah, I'm fine for signing Barnett for sure. Extending Aziz, it sounds good. Yeah, I just like to see another receiver body in case Tank Dell can't go. And if Hutchinson, I mean, I think Hutchinson is what he is. I don't think you're going to get much more growth from Hutchinson. It's great that as a 6th round pick, he embodies what they like and he is able to stay on the team this long. But you'd like a little more talent at the wide receiver 4 position, especially since, you know, you're going to have 4 receivers on the field at times. So, like, kind of want a guy who's a difference maker. I'm shocked that they're not drafting a receiver. I mean, I get it. I understand drafting 2 last year, but I'm just thought it was going to be a little bit of a higher priority. But maybe they just feel like there's so many good receivers in the draft and they can just pick one up later. I don't know. They must have a good band of receivers they like. Okay, still waiting on the Chiefs pick. They say it's in. So that's good. Who the hell are they going to take as we go to draft? There we go. Wow. So they take a Cincinnati receiver, but they don't take Jeff Caldwell. They take Cyrus Allen. Receivers keep coming off the board. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not impressed by the metrics I see on PFF. Really high drop rate. Or no, sorry, really low drop rate. Really high. Oh my God. Really low drop rate. Really low contested catch rate. That makes sense. How tall is he? 5'11", 180. There's combine numbers. Can't find his 40 time. Why can't I find this? .447. Okay. 4.4 speed. At the pro day. Interesting. Interesting pick. I don't know. Like I just something's happening here. I'm gonna look it up honestly and try to figure out. This has gone on long enough. Why is Dion Burks falling? Oh, he had the concerns about his head and neck. They're saying he might be prone to concussions. And he's a small guy. Well, I knew that. He doesn't like play super small though. I don't know. I guess. Just because they're small receivers, I guess. Does Kevin Coleman Jr. have a history of injuries? Yeah, small frame. I guess it makes sense. I'm higher on both of them, though. I understand the medical, but I don't know. I think they could be steals for some team. Let's see what other players I'm somewhat interested in. Okay. Still got a couple of running back options. They could honestly go tight end again. You could go like Dallin Bentley, Lake McCree, Michael Trigg. Like, I feel like the best available might be a tight end. You get a receiving tight end like an RJ Maryland out of SMU. Michael Trigg, probably way better. But that's just kind of silly, drafting two tight ends. Developmental tackles are still on the board. Crownover and Isaiah World. NFL just must see huge red flags in their game. Although Philadelphia would be a great spot for one of them to go. Good on guards, good on centers. Wow, Dante Corleone's still on the board. That's interesting. If you want to go D-tackle, Deontay Lawson's still on the board. I was lower on him, though. Torian York, lower on him as well, just because of the size. And you could go edge 3, Caden Curry, Logan Fano, Mason Rager, Tyreek Sapp. Probably edge 3 is a good spot to look at as well. So a backup edge, a tight end, a receiver, a running back. That's where I would go. No, they just took Kevin Coleman Jr. You're kidding me. Damn it. This is what I'm talking about, dude. I literally... They took Kevin Coleman Jr. Why? I knew he was going to go. I'm so disappointed. I wanted him for so long. Yeah, of course they take him right as the receiver run goes. No Kevin Coleman Jr. on the Texans. I mean, look, it's not like you're missing out on a wide receiver 1 or anything. Yes, there's size concerns, but I just really like the way he gets open in the slot. I think he could be a fun pick, a fun player for an offensive coordinator, for a savvy offensive coordinator to use. Eagles are on the clock, and then we finally get to the 6th round where there's some light at the end of the tunnel because we pick at 204. In the 7th round, we pick at 243. So 27th in the 7th round and 23rd in the 6th round. Got to get there first, though. I bet the Eagles pick a developmental tackle. Or did they already do that? They might have already taken their developmental tackle. Low key. Should pop up any second now. Wrong way. Yeah, they did. They already took Markel Bell. That's right. Yeah, I remember them taking a tackle. They're going to take a receiver here. They have Lemon, Stowers, Markel Bell. It's a good draft. I'm really curious on this pick, actually. Really curious to see. Could go edge. It's good, Caleb. Waiting on this Eagles pick. I'm actually kind of interested to see what the Eagles pick. Ah! Holy shit. Jalen Hurts. Get out of here, bro. You're gone. Get out of here, bro. We don't need you anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, Cole Payton becomes the 4th quarterback taken, I believe, from North Dakota State to the Eagles. How do we defend this one? It's a 5th round pick, but that's a little shocking, right? Caleb says, I just watched some tape on Woodass, and I think he's going to be okay. I like his mentality a lot. Yeah, he seems like a thumper. Guy who's going to crush you. So I get it. I understand why DeMeco Ryans liked him. He has the traits. He has the 10-inch hands. He's 6'4", 240, perfect size, good in coverage, can start on special teams, maybe work his way to getting some reps as a starter. I was really curious about this Eagles pick. I just had a feeling they were going to do something weird, and they take Cole Payton here. So, very interesting. Probably just a backup, right? Probably just a player that can throw to the practice squad players or something, or the second stringers. But anytime you take a quarterback, I'm going to be a little surprised. Let's see. Yeah, that's why I was confused. This is weird because they have Jalen Hurts, Tanner McKee, Andy Dalton, who they just brought in, and they just drafted Cole Payton. So you've got 4 quarterbacks in the room. There's no way you take more than 3 quarterbacks on game day. I mean, some teams take 2 quarterbacks. So it's going to be Jalen Hurts. I guess Cole Payton's going to battle it out for Tanner McKee's spot, and then Andy Dalton's just going to be the vet. Interesting. It's going to be interesting to see. Interesting to see what happens there in Philly. I'm kind of surprised. They had hella quarterbacks already. I wonder what the chances are that the Texans draft a quarterback, just like a 7th round quarterback dart throw, who they can try to make work. '49ers take Enrique Cruz Jr. out of Kansas, offensive tackle. Didn't get to him. We're reaching that territory. I mean, honestly, the whole draft, there's been players that have been taken, and it's like, whoa. People blowing up already about the Cole Payton pick. Caleb says, yeah, I hated it when I first saw it, but I had to calm down and look at it objectively. Yeah, at the end of the day, you got to give D'Amico some benefit of the doubt. I think that's the smartest thing to do. And again, it's not like I don't understand it. Like, I look at the traits, I look at the scouting report, the fact that he doesn't have to play right away. He can actually have time to develop and develop behind, you know, probably the best situation for a linebacker in the NFL. So Tobias says, could we have traded number 28 plus whatever else we used to get Rutledge plus 59 to move up for the Penn State guard Vega Iowani? So we traded, why am I forgetting the Rutledge trade? I'm trying to piece this together. So we traded 28 and 69 and 59. So 28, 59, and 69 for Vega. I'm sure they would have listened to the offers because you're just going up to 14. But I think it's too much. Honestly, I think that's too much. That's a lot of capital to move up to Vega. I mean, yeah, Vega's an amazing player. I don't know. I would have to put it in like a mock draft simulator machine, or we can look at the points. Let me give you a real answer in a second here. 700 plus 310, so 1010 plus 1010 plus 245. So yeah, it would have been enough value. It would have actually been a little more value than needed. So theoretically, yes, you could have done that. But then you would have missed out on our boy. Would have missed out on Eli, dude. Or not Eli, Marlon. Would have missed out on Marlon and Fabi, bro. Can't miss out on Marlon and Fabi. Would I have traded Rutledge in the tight end for Vega? I mean, yeah. Yeah, I would have. 100%. But I mean, that doesn't mean that the Ravens would have taken it, right? I mean, why would the Ravens take that when they can just get the best guard in the class? So yeah, you got to have two parties to the trade's the only issue. Caleb says, damn, I would have missed out on Marlon. Guys, Marlon's an X factor here, guys. We can't miss out on Marlon. Marlon is a culture resetter, dog. Took that man 59 overall. Put some respect on his name. I love Vega. I don't think it's possible. Swear fans think it's Madden sometimes. Yeah, I mean, like, theoretically, you could have done the trade, but, like, why would the Ravens do that? You're getting an all-pro caliber player in Vega, and you don't need a third-round pick. You've got enough capital. But it's a cool exercise to think about. If anything, it just highlights how bad the Marlon Klein pick is, really. I'm running out of players that I can shuffle around, you know? Even if I put Ramsey where Klein went. Okay, Fabi and Woodass. I don't know. Caleb says he might not even be a 59 overall in Madden. Yeah, he's gonna be very low. He might be unrated. He might just be like question mark type of a guy. Damn, the Dolphins are on the board again. Every time I turn back and look at my damn screen, it's the Dolphins. Dolphins have so many picks. They took Michael Taffy this round, safety out of Texas. Kevin Coleman Jr., they ripped my heart out for him. So they took Caden Proctor at 12, which was just really weird for them. I like Caden Proctor, but at 12 to the Dolphins, it's interesting. And they took Chris Johnson, Jacob Rodriguez. Holy shit, there's so many players they drafted. Oh my God. Caden Proctor, Chris Johnson, Jacob Rodriguez, Caleb Douglas, Will Kakmarek, Chris Bell, Trey Moore, Kyle Lewis, Michael Taffy, Kevin Coleman Jr. Wow. War Daddy says, how many tight ends went before Gronk? 9. 9 tight ends went before Gronk. I wanna run away. Dun, 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 dun. Another tight end goes, okay, I genuinely have never heard of this guy. Yeah, I didn't get to this guy. Seydou? I don't even know how to pronounce. I don't even have a guess for how to pronounce that. Let me try to read this.
2026 NFL Draft. The Miami Dolphins select
Seydou Traore. Seydou Traore. Let's look up this guy. Okay, apparently he's also a Utah Utes full power forward. So that's funny. 5 touchdowns, 370 yards last year. Wow, I had 700 yards in 2022. 360 in 2024, 370 in 2025. God, it's insane to me how much of a reach Marlon Klein was. I know we keep coming back to that. Such a freaking reach. Like several picks too early. Oh, this dude's British. Oh, what? He's actually there, like, on the stage. Because they're promoting international players. War Daddy says, besides Bowers, I don't know how many first pick tight ends that do very well. Pretty sure all the tight ends in the NFL right now had 3 to 5 tight ends before them. I don't know, dude. Colston Loveland and Tyler Warren are pretty damn good, bro. Colston Loveland and Tyler Warren are pretty damn good. They're probably both in like the top 5. It's actually insane. When did the I should know this. Tucker Kraft was the 78th overall pick. So he was in the 3rd round from South Dakota State. So maybe you're hoping Klein goes on like a Tucker Kraft trajectory. Shit, if Marlon Klein's Tucker Kraft, sign me up for that. But yeah, there's definitely decent tight ends that go high. All right, send us home, Buffalo, so we can move on to the 6th round. McBride went 3rd round. Let me check that. I think that's right. McBride was the 55th overall pick, so he was a 2nd rounder. No, Laporta was like a 1st rounder. He was 34th. Laporta went in the top of the 2nd round. He was goated. I mean, there's a precedent of late round tight ends becoming good. It's just, are they getting developed, and how low are you buying on them? I just don't like the pick because you could have bought low on him. Like, you could have actually bought low on him and not spent 59 on him, but it's a mute point at this point. Nah, Laporta was good coming out of college. He was fire. So they do pretty well. Like, you can usually tell. I mean, Brock Bowers is one thing. I mean, he was one of the best tight end prospects we've seen. But yeah, Laporta was good. Both Loveland and Warren were really good. Sadiq's not on their level, which is why I was like, I don't know if I want to trade up everything in the kitchen sink for Sadiq. But definitely worthy of a first-round pick, though, just because of his athleticism. The Texans just posted... Oh, apparently they found Woodass in a J.J. Watt jersey. So that's cool. Whoops. Don't want to go behind the curtain too much. I can cut this off. There we go. There you go. Woodass in a J.J. Watt jersey. Maybe it was fate all along. I need to stand up for a bit. Oh, stretch out. I get the blood flowing, man. Been sitting too long. Dude would be lucky if he gets on the field, let alone Tucker Kraft. Oh, yeah, I'm not saying he's going to become Tucker Kraft. I simply just said, man, I would love if he did. All right, 5th round is finally over. Zane Durant goes D-tackle. And we are finally on to the 5th. Whoa! The Browns take Taylon Green over Garrett Nussmeier. Wow. They instantly put that pick in. Taylon Green goes quarterback out of Arkansas. Wasn't expecting that, but hey. All right, I got to use the restroom again. I will be right back. All right, Taylon Green went. A little shocking. And then Carson Sharar from Iowa goes, linebacker out of Iowa. I don't have much on him, honestly. Cardinals. Oh yeah, already been had that one. Titans pick next. Be cool to see the division. Titans pick is in, and he's second. Now let's see who the Titans pick. Any moment now. Yeah, I'm not loving the Titans draft class. I don't like Singleton. Didn't like Carnell Tate at 4. Didn't like the trade up for Keldrick Falk. Not a fan of that. It is interesting that Howie just falls in love with, or not Howie. The Browns fell in love with Taylor Green. Dual threat QB. We get a Baylor D tackle, Jackie Marshall. Jackie Marshall to the Titans. Okay. All right. Let's see. I feel like, is Dante Corleone still here? Edge. DT. Oops. Yeah, he is. Dante Corleone. Rayshawn Benny. Decent names. Bucks are up next. Texans sitting quietly at pick 23, and we are currently on pick 4 of the 6th round. Wow, another bro. How many tight ends have gone off the board? Wow. I don't know how to say his first name. Mr. Sharp from LSU. No. Marlon Klein had 248 yards last year. Bo Sharp has 252. So Bo Sharp has 4 more yards and 1 more touchdown than Klein. Damn it. I'm trying so hard to find a less productive tight end, and I literally can't. We missed by 4 yards. 252. There it is right there. 252. Giants pick is in as well. Okay, so we got the Giants. Wow, Giants have 3 picks coming up. Titans have another pick, then the Jags. Wow, Jags have 2 picks. Dolphins have another pick. Oh my gosh. And then the Texans at 204, finally. Brutal stretch, I have to say. Brutal stretch from top of the 5th to mid-6th. But that's okay. Draft happens once a year, baby. This is what we do it for. Prodigy says, didn't we pick a tight end last year like Luke Lachey or something? Yeah, we did. He wasn't ready last year. Never really made the team. Was on the practice squad the whole time. I wouldn't expect much out of him. Yes, he is an Iowa tight end, but didn't feel like he was too ready for the moment, and he was basically a UDFA. I think we selected him like right before the draft ended. So it's funny when you get selected late in the 7th round, you're actually kind of praying you don't get drafted so that you can sign a UDFA contract and at least kind of choose where you want to go among the options. So kind of funny thing to think about. Caleb says, how long until we pick? We pick at 204, and it's 186 right now. So, yeah, we pick at 204. It's 186. So, we've got about 18 picks left. 18 players will go before the Texans pick, and the Giants just picked another D-tackle, Bobby Jamison Travis, out of Auburn. Bobby Jamison Travis. Okay, we're starting to get to the areas where it's like, I don't have much knowledge on these guys. Obviously, I know Taylor Green, but there's been some interesting players taken at the top of the 6th. Charles Demings, Kilgore, Kevin Coleman, Cole Payton. Getting a little interesting, man. I need Nick Caserio to give me something. Give me something. Still looking at receiver. Maybe they're just not going to go Dion Burks because they're too scared of the injuries. They've been burnt once with Tank Dell. Whoa, Katron Allen to the Washington Commanders. That's a little shocking to me. I like Katron Allen a good amount, but yeah, that's kind of brutal. I liked him a lot. Like if the Texans would have taken Katron Allen, I would have been very happy. I like him a lot better than Singleton, I'll say. Claiborne's still available. Seth McGowan's still available. I mean, at what point do we just take Seth McGowan? Oh, I think he had some off-the-field issues, though, right? Yeah. So Seth McGowan was arrested. He took a plea deal, pleaded guilty to a felony, larceny, and served 3 months in jail following a year of probation. He was dismissed from the Sooners program, went to Texas College, Butler Community College, New Mexico State, and then Kentucky, where he fought through multiple injuries to start all 11 games in 2025. I remember that now. I knew he went to jail. I didn't realize he was also had injuries. So yeah, I wouldn't imagine Seth McGowan goes to the Texans. Don't see Seth McGowan going to the Texans. He's pleaded guilty to a felony, served 3 months in jail. I think it was like drugs, probably. Brandon says Casario's picked a lot of tight ends that have disappeared over time. Yeah, I mean, the Luke Lachey pick is like fine. It was like super late in the 7th round. You're just hoping he sticks around. And he has. I mean, I think he's still on the practice squad. Pradish says, I'm actually surprised Demetrius Crownover fell so low. I've been mocking him in the 4th. Yeah, Crownover and Isaiah World are 2 developmental tackles that are just big bodies. And I'm kind of surprised they fell low too. Yes, the technique was a red flag, but some of these tackles, it just feels like were less effective than those 2. So, yeah. Dun, dun, dun. I mean, if they take Demetrius Crownover, you kind of hope he beats out Blake Fisher or Isaiah World for that matter. If they take any tackle, you're hoping he's your tackle 4, and you're hoping Blake Miller or Blake Fisher gets cut, honestly. Or you trade Blake Fisher, let some other team figure him out. All right, this Jets pick is taking a really long time to come in. I guess Seth McGowan might not get drafted because of his history. Brutal. So, like, that's something I can understand. If you don't want to take him because he pled guilty to, like, a felony, I mean, yeah, you're not your past, but, I mean, team's investing potentially millions of dollars in you. Bro, who the hell are the Jets picking? The pick has been in forever. Oh, yeah, that's right. The Jets got Savondre Sweat from the Titans. Forgot about that. So they're good on D tackle. They also got Joseph Osai. Man, what is this pick? This is taking so long. Dun, 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 dun. Whoa. Who are the Jets taking? Why are we not announcing the pick? Why are we not announcing the pick? 188, and we just need to get to 204, guys. Almost there. We're on the horizon. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel, about 16 picks away. Texans Tangent says, if this tight end coach can turn Marlon into being productive, then he should be able to do it with Lachey and Stover and my 7-year-old son. I will say, since we've shit on Marlon Klein so much, when I went back and watched the tape, and by tape I mean highlights because I just did not feel like trying to scour through his tape, he does move pretty well for 6'6", 250. I mean, he moves better than Schultz, but, like, it's not saying much. Schultz looks like a deer that's been shot after you shoot it, and then he's, like, running, like, you know, trying to gallop after the catch. So I will give him that. That being said, I mean, you got to work on your hands, your blocking. Yeah, which is, like, kind of what a tight end is, so. Ravens took Adam Randall in the 4th. Is that? Yeah, he was not on my radar, so good on you for finding him. Clemson running back. Brandon says, cross your fingers, Marlon Klein is the next Tucker Kraft. Yeah, I mean, Tucker Kraft does seem to be the player everyone is pointing to for the developmental tight end pick. I hope so, man. I hope so. I mean, he moves well. The thing is just he's awkward. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but like when you throw him a football, the catch is just awkward. It's not smooth, and it's not he doesn't look like a natural receiver is the best way I can say it. And sure, maybe he just needs more reps, and maybe the Texans are betting on his mindset and his drive and desire to get better. But you can have drive and desire and still not be good. It's just an unfortunate reality of mankind. See, the Jets ended up taking, this took forever, Inez Cooper, Miami offensive guard. Okay. Continue moving on. Crownover is still there. What the hell? When did Isaiah World go? Oh, he didn't. Isaiah World's still on the board as well. Look, I still want a receiver. I want a receiver. If you want to take another tight end, I'm literally fine with it. I don't see them doing that. But I would take another tight end, especially if like Michael Trigg is still there. I would take a... let's see, Bengals actually picked a player I know. Yeah, Brian Parker's the second. I mean, this is about right. Late round pick, but going to kick into guard. Solid pick for the Bengals, honestly. The Bengals, didn't they also feel like... Nope, wrong way. Dude, where the F... Okay, I'm blind. Connor Lew. I knew they took another lineman. So they took Connor Lew and Brian Parker. Get that interior nice and squared away. Makes a lot of sense. Saints are up. Their pick is in. If you hate it, blame the Jags because they started the run, or maybe the Colts for taking C.J. Allen right in front of us. Yeah, I mean, there's no excuse, though, because Max Clare and Sam Roush were right there. And once again, I know I said this a million times, but they both went to offensive masterminds, offensive geniuses who couldn't believe that the AFC South teams would be so stupid enough to take unproductive-ass project tight ends when Max Clare and Sam Roush were right in front of them. Yes, sir. B Drum R just joined your chat. You mind briefly running through your thoughts on all of the picks? I can do that for you, of course. So a couple of things here. Ironically, if I was going to take these players, I would have done it in a different order. But Keelan Rutledge, didn't like the pick at first, thought they reached. However, the pick aged very well because Chase Bisontis went early right after. And there was talk that you could move Rutledge to center and then move him to guard. So Rutledge, probably like a B-plus pick. And the pick gets even better when you get Caden McDonald. If you're going to reach on Rutledge, it's nice to have a first-rounder fall to you. Caden McDonald is a first-round talent, so you could flip those two players, and it's awesome. I think Caden McDonald is an A+. Marlon Klein's an F. I'm sorry. At 59, he's an F. I agree with what PFF said. I agree with what the chat's saying. Too big of a project. You are really projecting and hoping with him. Only had one touchdown his whole college career and only around 300 yards his whole college career. And then Fabechi seems like he's going to be this team's center. And if he's going to be the center, I can get behind that. And then Rutledge will be the guard. So really good pass blocker, bad run blocker. Not as big of a reach as I first thought it was. But again, not an amazing pick. And then we have Wade Woodass. Wade Woodass, huge reach for me again, but I'm not going to hate the pick because it's D'Amico Ryans. At the same time, I'm not going to love it because this guy's like got a lot of development to do. But the chat was kind of looking at him, saying that he's a very good coverage linebacker and not afraid to lay the wood. Woodass is not afraid to lay the wood. So I can see why D'Amico Ryans likes him. And then Kamari Ramsey is by far the best pick since Caden McDonald. I would have taken Kamari Ramsey where we took Marlon Klein, and I would have taken Marlon Klein, you know, in the 5th round, if that, maybe even later. So overall, the draft started really well, and then it's been kind of going downhill, but we ended on a good note with Ramsey so far. Hopefully that was in-depth enough. Hopefully not too in-depth. Whoa, receiver run happened as I was talking about that. So Berrien Brown goes out of LSU. Josh Cameron goes out of Baylor. And then J.C. Davis, my boy, goes to the Giants. I like J.C. Davis a lot. I see him as a nice offensive tackle prospect. Developmental piece, but I think he can learn behind someone and be solid. I wonder if the Giants trade out of 193. I guess we'll find out. Berrien Brown and Josh Cameron are like, they're solid. They're not who I would have taken, but yeah. Yep, wide receivers falling. What are your thoughts on Eli Heidenreich? Could be a good running back 3 in slot. So Heidenreich is like a Swiss Army knife. I mean, you wonder, is he going to be a fullback? Is he going to be a running back? Is he going to be a slot? I just don't know if he gets drafted because of the traits or the lack of traits. Also the fact that, like, it's fun when you're a versatile player, but what are you good at in the NFL? I mean, he was very productive at Navy, and I don't hate him. Like, I like him as a player, but I mean, it would have to be 7th round for me. It would have to be 7th round for me on Heidenreich. I mean, I guess, hell, we're basically in the 7th round. If Houston took him at 204, it would be interesting to say the least. Probably not where I would have gone, but I wouldn't say it's like egregious. I do think he gets drafted. I just think he gets drafted pretty late. Yeah, no problem, Drum. No problem at all. Who's gonna drive you home? So the pick is in, so they're not trading out of this. I guess no one wants 193. Not that they would even trade out of it. So, guys, I can see the Texans. I can see the Texans on the board. Look at that. Once the Giants make this pick, we will be in range, baby. In range. Prodish says, can we make a trade for CJ Allen after the draft? No, because I don't think they would give him up. I mean, yeah, I don't think that's realistic. I also don't think you need to. I mean, they obviously like their guy, Woodass. So, yeah, I don't think it's realistic. Don't think it's realistic at all. Trade Henry To'oTo'o and a 4th for him. I wouldn't do it. I mean, Henry To'oTo'o has been fine, and he's in the system. D'Amico obviously trusts him to start over EJ Speed. I wouldn't do it. I would just be fine. I don't think we need to give up a 4th for CJ Allen and To'oTo'o. You've already got depth at the position. So Caleb brings up a good point. Can we make a good pick? I mean, the last pick we made was good. But yeah, after that, we had 3 straight kind of buns picks. But hey, you know, they're shooting 50% from the field right now. Drum says, who would you like the Texans to get with our next pick? I want a weapon. I want an offensive weapon. Honestly, I would be fine with another tight end with some of the names still out there. I'd also be fine with like a let me just pull this up. I know they're not going to draft another tight end because that would make them look stupid. But like Jack Andrews, Michael Trigg, they want to go receiver. Deion Burks has medical issues, but like Jeff Caldwell, I like him. If they want to go an edge 3, Caden Curry, Logan Fano, Anthony Lucas, Max Llewellyn. I mean, fun players here. Let's see, tight ends. I like RJ Maryland too. If you want a passing tight end, I like Dallin Bentley. So there's a lot of players they can do. I like Claiborne if they're going to go running back. Seth McGowan's like a felon, so I don't know if they'll do that. And then there's Heidenreich we talked about. Jack Kelly, linebacker out of BYU. Sorry, I thought I was tweaking. I thought we traded. Okay, so we can see the board. Any cornerbacks? Let me take a look. They still have Jalen Smith. So Jalen Smith is your cornerback 3. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say no on cornerback. I'm going to say no on cornerback. I mean, you drafted Kamari Ramsey. I know he's more like a nickel. But I would say, yeah, figure it out. Go get an offensive weapon. I'm good on corner. I like wide receiver, tight end, edge more right here. Or running back even. Let's see who the Titans pick up. What about Moss? Didn't we have a top 30 with him? Yes, Le'Veon Moss, running back out of A&M. We did have a top 30 visit on him, and I like him as well. So that's who they want to draft. Go for it. Yes, we did have a top 30. We did. Oh, yeah, developmental tackle, too. I forgot about developmental tackle. If you want to go Demetrius Crownover or Isaiah World. Wow, the Titans take Pat Coogan. I mean, this is about right. This is about right for them. They need offensive line help. I can't say I hate the pick in the 6th round, but a player that some people believed would not be drafted. Definitely a player that some people believed would not get drafted, even though this was a really good center class, or that's part of the reason. But yeah, middle of the 6th round, I'm not going to hate. Seems like they needed a center. Caleb is out on the idea. Caleb is out on the idea on Le'Veon Moss. Not a fan of him. Dang, as an A&M fan, what don't you like about him, Caleb? I'm curious. I mean, yeah, I like Claiborne better, but I don't have like a opposed reaction to Le'Veon Moss by any means. Yeah, I like Claiborne better. Moss. I really like McGowan. It's just character issues. So. Another receiver goes to the Raiders, Malik Benson. As always, when we get to the Texans pick, I will take the screen off and not look at the chat just so I don't get spoiled. And so I can hear it come from whoever's announcing the pick's mouth. Yeah, they could do a lot of stuff here. I think tackle, prospect to beat out Blake Fisher. You could do wide receiver to get another body in the room, running back to get a handful of touches. If they don't take a running back, it's probably fine because I think I'm fine with Jawar Jordan getting some more opportunities. Like, and by opportunities, I mean like a handful of touches, like 1, 2, or 3 touches a game. Unless they want a guy who has like return potential, but they kind of have that in Knoll. Like they use Knoll as their punt returner and kickoff returner, right? So XG says, I'm convinced that D'Amico wouldn't take Claiborne just because he likes those physical bruising type backs. I agree, but they already got that, right? They have David Montgomery. Like David Montgomery's your bruiser. Woody Marks is sort of your kind of like do a little bit of everything guy, pass catcher. And then they really need the speedy guy. They need the guy with elite speed who can kind of be that off-tempo running back who just runs through the line. The 2024 season, he went down with a torn ACL and MCL. Oh shit, I did not know that. I knew about the ankle injury. 2025, he dealt with a nagging ankle injury that forced him to miss 6 games. And he still got injury problems. Okay, yeah. Never mind. I did not know he tore his ACL and MCL in 2024. Okay, yeah. That might be why he's falling then. Yeah, that makes sense. Sure. Don't get a guy with that much tread off the tire. Sure. I didn't know he tore his ACL and MCL. That's brutal. Matthew likes Lucas or Sapp at edge. I can't say I disagree. I think at the end of the day, whoever D'Amico takes at edge, I'm going to be respectful of because it's D'Amico. So we're getting there, guys. We are getting there. The Patriots pick is in. So obviously Mike Vrabel is not calling the players right now because he's in rehab or therapy or whatever he's in, which is interesting. XG says, why is Crownover fell so much? Maybe they're concerned about his weight. Maybe they're concerned about his technique. For me, I think it's just they don't like his technique. He had like major red flags in his technique, but he's so big, you were kind of hoping he would just figure it out. And again, I mean, yeah, I don't know why. Like it's the 6th round we're talking about here, so I like him though. I mean, he's got size, right? 6'7", 320. Technique's not great, but I mean, that's probably why. High pad level because of his height, bad hand placement. Pick is in for the Patriots, but it's not showing up. Tyron Montgomery. I just wouldn't be that hyped for a John Carroll receiver. I think he's solid, but the fan base would erupt because all of our coaches have John Carroll ties, and the nepotism chance would be super loud. But I mean, yeah, I think he's a good weapon, sure. I just want a body in the wide receiver room, man. Just give me a body in the damn receiver room. I'm waiting on this pick. Seems like we're in ad again. Yeah, Caleb says he wants Deion Burks. I do too. Seems to have a neck issue. Seems like he's concussion prone or whatever, which sucks for him because, yeah, Deion Burks is legit. He's just injured. He's got injury. He's got medical concerns, kind of similar to McCoy, only it's his head, not his knees. But I mean, at what point do we start rolling the dice on players we know that are talented that do have injury concerns? It's about that time, if you ask me. Deion Burks, Demetrius Crownover. I know they're not going to do it, but like getting an actual solid tight end, and then putting less pressure on Marlon Klein. Jeff Caldwell, receiver out of Cincinnati. This Patriots pick is taking freaking forever, man. Why do we do this? I'd rather have Tusi, rapper who is like 27 playing wide receiver at LSU rather than Marlon Klein. Is that right? You talking about Tusi like the from the Drake song? He's a receiver at LSU? What the fuck? That's crazy. Bro, we should have traded up when the run happened. Oh, fuck. There you go. Demetrius Crownover goes to the Patriots. Damn, so they drafted Lomu and now Crownover. They're not playing. They want to protect their boy. So there you go. Whoever asked me why Crownover's falling, he's not anymore. Poor Pat Coogan. Because he just went to the Titans? Or because he's going to face the D-line? That's funny. Pat Coogan's going to get his lunch money stolen, bro. Caden McDonald's going to make Pat Coogan his bitch. LA Rams on the board. CJ Daniels at 204. Possibility at wide receiver. Yeah, don't hate it. I'm down for pretty much anything that's an offensive weapon, honestly. Because think about it. I mean, look at the freaking players we've drafted, right? Like, there's not a single weapon here except Marlon Klein, dog. We don't have a single weapon here except Marlon Klein, dog. Like, come on, man. We need some depth. Injuries are a thing. They happen. Tank Dell might not be himself. Xavier Hutchinson might not be talented enough. You don't want one of our running backs to go down. Like, we need a offensive weapon badly. I really hope they take an offensive weapon. Now that Crownover's gone, like, I like Crownover more than I like Isaiah World. So I think it's time to pick an offensive weapon. But hey, that's just me. That's just me. All right, I have to use the restroom again. I'm going to be really quick because just in case we trade up. So I'll be back in like literally 10 seconds. Be right back, guys. All right. I am back. What did I miss? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Matthew. The timing of that was so freaking painfully perfect. Oh my God. Matthew goes, CJ Daniels still on the board. I called it an hour ago as my 2 of 4 and still a possibility. I'm sorry. That's not funny, but oh my God. And Claiborne goes too. That's what I get for laughing at you, buddy. That's what I get for laughing at you. I'm laughing at you that your guy was taken. A pick later, my guy gets taken, bro. Oh man, this is what I get for laughing about CJ Daniels. My boy goes right after. Claiborne's not an option anymore, unfortunately. I thought he would have been the perfect fit in the room, but hey, maybe it's good. Running back's not a super valuable position. You have Jawar Jordan. Maybe this makes them lean into a receiver. Ward Actual says F the Vikings. Damn, another receiver goes off the board. Manuel Henderson Jr. Dog, all the receivers are going off the board right before us, bro. What the hell, bro? Dang. XG with an unpopular opinion. He says, bro, low-key, I want to trust Kaylee with the Marlon Klein with everything in me, but like, oh, okay. I thought you said you did trust him. Yeah, it's hard to trust. It's hard to trust them with Marlon Klein. Where Daddy says, I don't even want our last 2 picks anymore. Nah, come on, man. We need these picks, bro. We're going to find a diamond in the rough. This is where the diamonds in the rough are. And when whoever we pick at 204, when he becomes a Pro Bowler, you're going to be like, man, I remember watching that pick live. I remember watching pick 204 of the 2026 NFL draft when the Texans took blank. And it's a full circle moment, man. Full circle moment. That sucks. CJ and Claiborne go back to back. Brutal for my draft a weapon theory. So like Jeff Caldwell, Deion Burks still available. Miami's picks in. Miami's going to pick Gary Nussmeier, watch. Or not Gary, Garrett. I mean, the Texans better pick a weapon, right? Can we collectively agree on that? Like, they need a weapon. They need a weapon, dude. I mean, look at the freaking people we've drafted, man. Like, there's no weaponry here. And I know we want to improve the offense. Okay, Dolphins take a guard, which is fine. DJ Campbell. Dang, the Browns FaceTime the players they draft. That's next level, man. The Browns are on FaceTime. It's high-level technology right there, man. D'Amico's got the old wire phone. He's just like this. FaceTime's where it's at. All right, I'll keep this on for a couple more picks, and then I'm going to lock in for our pick. We trade out of this, it would be so disappointing, but, like, I wouldn't even hate, honestly. I mean, at the same time, like, who are we getting extra picks for? Know anything on Diego Pounds, offensive tackle? No. Like, are you asking me why he's falling or just, like, anything about him? But either way, I'm not sure. Green Bay's pick is in. We'll wait for the Chargers pick, and then I'm going to cut this off and just react to the live stream. So y'all will probably know the pick a little before me, depending on how you're getting your news. Good call by you, Caleb. DJ. All right, guys, what positions do we want to see here at 204? Let's step back from players, and let's just see if we can read Casario's mind when he's looking at this roster, like, positionally. Brandon says every wide receiver getting snatched. Yeah. Every receiver getting snatched. Running backs have had a bit of a run as well. No pun intended. Wow. Jackson goes out of Domini Jackson out of Alabama goes. Another corner taken. How many corners are going to get taken in this damn draft? Really been like no trades. Teams are just like, let's get this over with. Let's lock in and draft. All right, once the Chargers pick is in, I'm going to lock in. It's actually cool and not cool to see the Jags go right before us, because the Jags could snipe us of a player we might want, but they're not doing too hot, I don't think. The Jags took the tight end. They finally bid on Pregnon. Wow, they took 2 tight ends. That's why that was shocking. Dude, this draft sucks dick. This is a terrible draft, man. I mean, Emmanuel Pregnon's the best pick they made, and obviously something was wrong with him because he fell to the 3rd round. So that's very interesting. All right, Chargers pick is in. Almost to Houston, baby. I mean, a part of me, Matthew, wants to take Burks, but if every team has passed on him, it feels like his injury just might be too severe. So let's see who the Chargers take at 202. And then Houston will be on the clock after the Jacksonville Jaguars select. Drum says he thinks Caserio will go edge. So he thinks they'll go edge. I could see edge, receiver, developmental tackle, maybe running back. I don't know. I could definitely see edge. I kind of want them to take another tight end, but they're not going to do it. Chargers took Messidor, and then Slaughter, and then Brennan Thompson, and then Travis Burke. Make sure I don't spoil anything for myself. Brandon says Casario probably grabs the John Carroll guy. If that happens, I'm just going to sit back and laugh. Burks or Caldwell for me. I agree with that. I agree with Burks or Caldwell. Probably Caldwell just because every team's passed on Burks. It's kind of like the sloppy seconds, the leftovers. Casario probably grabs the John Carroll guy. I read that. So we have edge. We have some receiver votes. We have some edge votes. Let's get this Chargers pick out of the way. And then once Jacksonville's on the clock, I'm going to lock in so I don't get spoiled. Because y'all will probably see the pick before I do. So we waited a long time for this. I think this was, 40 minutes in the making? Something like that. It's been a while since the last selection. So I hope this is a good pick. Logan Taylor out of Boston College. That's fine. Weren't really looking at a guard. Damn, so the Chargers took a center, a tackle, and a guard. The Chargers are not playing, man. Center, tackle, and guard. Pick is in for Jacksonville. Let's see who Jacksonville takes. Their idiot GM. I hope this is another hilariously bad pick. That would be quite funny. Please don't go to ad break. They went to ad break. Matthew says, take the felon McGowan. Are you talking about us? The felon. Seth, the felon McGowan. That's a fire nickname, man. All right, I'm not going to read the chat anymore for a bit, guys. We are on commercial break. Jags pick probably happening soon. Probably will hit the interwebs soon, but I'm just going to wait for the Texans to pick. I keep seeing the same Mendoza ad over and over and over again. You know, I remember a time when you had to be good in the NFL before you started getting commercials, but I don't know. I guess that was never really the case. So Jacksonville will pick. Houston will pick after, assuming they don't trade out. Haven't seen too many trades, though. Feels like all the teams got trade happy early on. A couple of trades since then, but that's it. I will say, though, the Jacksonville Jaguars general manager is having a rough couple of years because he starts off drafting Travis Hunter. Look, I'm not against Travis Hunter at 2, but I'm against trading up hella to get Travis Hunter at 2, and then you don't even play him as a dual threat. You know, if you're going to trade that much capital to play Travis Hunter, he better be a damn good receiver and a damn good corner, or he better be elite at something or very good at both. And then he obviously gets hurt, so maybe it throws a wrench in things, but I hated that move when Jacksonville did it. Not even because I hated Travis Hunter, I just thought it's hard to be really good at 2 things in the NFL, so fascinating prospect, but their GM kind of whiffed on that. And now they have this draft, and it's like, whoa. Not really blowing me away with this draft for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Damn, another ad. I thought we were getting back to it. Thought we were getting back to it, and we're on ad. NFL has gone ad crazy, man. Oh my God, another ad. Come on, man. Come on, we're almost there. I want to check the board just in case it updated. So I'll just talk to myself. Would like a tight end, another tight end. They're not going to do it. Oh, pick is in. Damn, Jags player got picked during the commercial. I don't know who that was. That's so funny. The Jacksonville Jags pick got picked during the commercial, so it just skipped right ahead to the Texans, so I'll go back and look at that. CJ Williams, wow, wide receiver out of Stanford is who they picked. Another receiver goes off the board. I hope this is a weapon. I would say, okay, there you go. So they do get a receiver, which is what I was asking for. They go Lewis Bond out of Boston College. 190 pounds, 5'10", runs a 4.5, 4.6, or excuse me, 4.6. Lewis Bond. I don't know much about Lewis Bond, guys. Not who I would have gone after. Let's see, he's 23 years old, almost 23. He's got an 80 percentile contested catch rate. 6'11", 190 pounds, 23 years old. I mean, look, I'm glad they picked the wide receiver position. I've been shouting from the rooftops for them to pick a weapon. I'm going to have to look at this Lewis Bond guy because I honestly just don't know much about him. We'll pull up a couple of draft profiles. Excellent route runner with reliable hands and strong zone coverage awareness while undersized at 190 pounds, 5'11". High volume production, ability to create yak, and success in contested situations makes him a solid slot receiver prospect, most likely a mid-round, 5th and 6th round pick. So there you go. He's your slot receiver. They don't go Deion Burke, scared away by the injury. They decide to go Lewis Bond. 5'11", not 6'11". Caleb says, so our 5'10" wide receiver runs the same 40 time as our 6'6", 250. Yeah, Lewis Bond runs a, if Klein runs a 4'5'9". So the strengths on his scouting profile are compact frame, fearless demeanor, don't care, operate in high traffic areas, finds grass quickly versus zone defenses, excels at running routes suited for quick passing concepts like sticks, spot, mesh, and option routes. Okay, so that explains the fit right there. He's a good option route runner. Quick and fluid mover with the hip swivel to change directions and separate from defenses. Good contact balance and yards after the catch. Areas for improvement. Vertical athleticism. Speeds below average. Lacks hand fighting. Not a large catch radius. Overall rank was 164. Oh my God, dude. Literally his pro comp is Xavier Hutchinson on Bleacher Report. That's hilarious. One of his pro comps is Xavier Hutchinson. So they have a type, I guess. Holy fucking shit. And he was a team captain. Let's go. Lewis Bond, baby. He was a team captain. Yes, Vulcan, he's a team captain. Holy fucking shit, dude. It's actually absurd how this has panned out. So in case you guys weren't able to catch it when I made the point earlier, Marlon Klein was a team captain, Fabi was a team captain, Wade Woodass was a team captain, and Lewis Bond was a team captain. The Houston Texans have a fetish for players who are team captains. I just, again, if you draft a team captain, I don't have a problem with it. But when you only select from a pool of players who are team captains, it feels like you might be missing out on other players who could be really good. They just don't have the team captain designation. The best fucking player they've drafted since Caden McDonald was Kamari Ramsey. And he was the only one who wasn't a team captain. This is actually absurd, dude. All they do is pick team captains. The PFF grade for Bond was a C. Yeah, I mean, he's not high on anyone's big board, man. I will say this. I wouldn't give it a C because reading that comp, it does feel like he fits the scheme and he fits the slot receiver need. So they went for the right receiver type. They went for the right scheme. I mean, the fucking thing said he was good at running option routes. That's all Nick Caley's system is. Those quick, fast passing routes. So I actually I don't hate the pick. I hate it more because he's a team captain, to be perfectly candid with you. Let me see where McShay had him. Fuck, man. Wait, did I miss him? Wait, dude. There's no chance. McShay doesn't even have him ranked. Holy shit. That's insanity to me. McShay didn't get to him, so maybe he just didn't watch the tape, or maybe he was like, this dude's ass. Am I tripping? I don't see him. I don't see him ranked on McShay's board. PFF has him ranked 258. Caleb says he runs a 5.61. Yeah, he runs like a... No, not a 5.61. Does he? I just read it. No, a 4.59. Does not run a 5.61. Oh my god, I'm getting tired. Brandon says best captain available. We don't do BPA, we do BCA, guys. Best captain available. Casario left after the second round and left this shit on auto pick. He filtered by team captain and said auto pick. Wait, was Kamari Ramsey a captain? I thought he wasn't. I don't see Kamari Ramsey as a team captain. It just says he was a leader on the defense, a coach on the field. Oh, wait, never mind. I don't know, honestly. I don't know if he's a team captain or not. He probably is because everyone else is. So he knows what it's like to captain a defense. I don't know if that means he's a team captain or if he's just a leader. Oh, okay, yeah. Damn, does he really have a 5 RAS score? Holy shit. Yeah, Lewis Bond has a 5.8 RAS score. He's not good at much. 4.59. Damn. He's not even agility, dude. He is poor agility grade. His shuttle and 3-cone were ass. His shuttle and 3-cone were ass. His height and weight's not great. Yeah, I don't know, man. He's a team captain, though, so who cares about a RAS score? XG says he was just watching Texans Takeover. He's saying he has good separation, so I'll take it. I hope he does. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing his separation's an issue from him, but I haven't watched him, so yeah, take Takeover's word for it for sure. It says his weaknesses are... he was a team captain. Okay. Weaknesses: sluggish takeoff could doom him against NFL press corners, unable to back cornerbacks off with the threat of his long speed, lacks route burst, fails to hit a noticeable second gear. I'm not seeing anything that says he's a good separator. I'm seeing the opposite. They say he can track the ball well and he makes tough catches and he's good at getting open in the zone, but he is not a fast receiver by any means. So they get the slot receiver right. They get the right schematic fit. But, I mean, yeah, a 5 RAS score, it doesn't scream good separator to me. But, hey, you got your team captain, man. Actually ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous. I understand they're investing money into these players, but you don't need to draft a team captain every time. It's just like, it's weird. It's I don't know how to put my finger on my discomfort with it or how to explain it, but it's like, I don't know. It's just weird, man. I mean, he had a similar grade on Bleacher Report to Xavier Hutchinson, so they seem to have a type. Xavier Hutchinson, of course, got better after he got drafted. But Caleb says him and our tight end run 40s 0.2 seconds apart. You know, if anything, that makes the Marlon Klein pick better because that's a 6'6" tight end who's running 0.2 slower than our receiver. Matthew brings up the PFSN grades. A+, so C+ for Lewis Bond. Yeah, I mean, when I said put a body in the room, I mean, I kind of wanted a guy who was a little more athletic. But hey, I guess I don't know, man. It's hard for me to get behind that pick. It's just trust. I wanted a different player. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little disappointed because I wanted a different player, but body in the room, dude is a practice squad body as of right now. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, he's probably not making the team over Hutchinson. So, I mean, it's a 6th-round pick. I get it. I don't know. Drum says most prolific receiver in Boston College history, saying he's crafty and smart, QB friendly, and finding open spots. Yeah, that's what I'm reading too. He knows how to attack zones. He's intelligent, knows how to get open in zones, runs the short routes really well, just doesn't have any vertical speed or separation ability. Look, I mean, I like the pick from a schematic standpoint. I like the pick from a position standpoint. I like the pick from the fact that I kept saying I want a receiver, I want a weapon. So I like the direction of the pick. I like the fact that he's a slot receiver. I like the fact that he seems intelligent and he can get open in zones. But he's just not athletic. I don't know. People are pissed off because of the Bill O'Brien pipeline. Oh, man. Okay, someone said 900 yards last season and not even 4 drops. Dude is solid. I like that. Guess he is productive. 5'11", 5'10", 190. Yeah, he's 5'10 and 190, but he's not that fast. So that's why I'm a little if you, it's great that you can get open in zones and you can be that safety blanket for CJ, but if you're that small and you don't have a wide catch radius, I kind of need you to be quick. Miles in that yak says, well, we will see what he can do, but right now, man, that doesn't look good at all. Yeah, it doesn't look good right now. Who knows? Maybe, I mean, it's the 6th round we're talking about, so you'd be lucky to get any of these guys quality snaps. Yeah, our last pick is in the 7th round, and that is pick number 243. 243. That is our final pick right now, pick 243 in the 7th round, and we are wrapping up the 6th round. We are on pick 210. I'm sure you guys can see that. Miles in that yak says he's got a lot of yards, but only 1 touchdown. That's a red flag. Yeah, I'm assuming when you get into the red zone, there's other options Boston College used. Doesn't have the biggest catch radius, the biggest frame. He's not going to moss someone, I guess. So that's probably why he doesn't have that many touchdowns. And on top of that, he doesn't have the breakaway speed. So even if he catches the ball like 30 yards out, like, does he have the breakaway speed to score? So that's probably why. He's probably just a good, like, gadgety, like, not gadgety, but just like a very niche receiver. Like, if it's a 3rd and 5 and you just need 5 yards really quickly, or you need to teach this guy how to run an option route within the system, and you know, you feel like he can pick it up. It's like that kind of a pick. It's just kind of a, it's like there's no boom here. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. There's no boom here. I don't see any chance where this guy's like, I don't see if there's any chance that this guy's like got a high ceiling, if that makes sense. His ceiling feels very low because he's just not that athletic and he's smaller. But he has good hands, so I like that. I mean, he's got good hands, it seems. Contested catch rate is 80%, which is kind of insane. .900 yards this year, 700 yards the year before, and 650 yards the year before that. Had 7 touchdowns in 2023, 3 touchdowns in 2024, 1 touchdown in 2025, and he only played 1 less game in 2025. So, I mean, he's got production. Seems like a smart receiver. Seems like he's able to make up for his lack of athleticism through his intelligence. So, yeah, you're kind of hoping he can maybe cause you to move on from Hutchinson, but I just don't feel like this dude's beating out Hutchinson right now. Carl Coleman says, sounds like faith, family, and football philosophy, which was horrible. Yeah. Miles and Yak. So he's the definition of mid. I mean, they could have done worse, to be fair. Like, looking at the pick, it's not as bad as initially thought. Like, I see why they drafted him. They wanted a slot receiver who could get open quick and who understands how to run option routes and attack zones. That's who they wanted. And they were willing to pick this guy and ignore some of his athletic limitations. Once again, he's 5'10", 190 pounds, and he runs like a 4.6. Bleacher Report had him as a 4th rounder, though. We took him in the 6th, so there's that. I don't know how much you trust Bleacher Report. I tend to not trust it that much. See what NFL.com says. Candidate for bottom of roster or practice squad. There you go. Yeah, I agree. Miles in that yak. There's no way this dude beats out Hutch, which is unfortunate because you hope a guy would at least have the ability to beat out Hutch. But maybe he's just like that really low ceiling, kind of mediocre floor type of guy that is able to improve your wide receiver room at times. Once again, on NFL.com, he is a candidate for bottom of roster or practice squad. 5'11", 197, from Chicago. He's a senior. Was a damn team captain. Lance Zierlein had him as a priority UDFA. So, yeah, Not a lot of boom potential there. A lot of bust potential. Like at that point, dude, just draft Dion Burks. Draft Dion Burks. Put some tape around his neck and have him run routes for you, dude. Like, is it really that bad? Is Dion Burks like gonna get medically retired or something? Keanu says a lot of hopium with most of these captains. Yeah, what I feel like they do is to make themselves feel better about projecting these players. They go, oh, he's a team captain. So is that a fucking punter? Okay. Punter just got drafted. Holy shit. So I guess that's a good reference point for where we are in the draft. God damn. Taking a punter at the bottom of the 6th. Okay. It's been done. Yeah, anyway. I was saying I think you're right. I think that what they're doing is they're finding players who they want to convince themselves that could be impactful. And then in order to get them over that jump, they're kind of saying, you're a good guy. You don't have any past issues. And you're a team captain. You're a leader. That's awesome. But I mean, a lot of athletes that aren't leaders, aren't team captains, are still like phenomenal players. I mean, look at Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant can't lead for shit, but he's, one of the best scorers of all time. Matthew says, overall draft grade for us will be a C- best case, even if we get an A at 243. Hope a lot of picks exceed expectations on the field. Yeah, let's pull up our picks, actually, and get a good reference point on this. If I can find it. I mean, I have to say, outside of the 2 first picks, it is a very unimpressive class. I'll list in order the picks I'm highest on. So first would be Caden McDonald, highest on him. Then it would be Rutledge. Then it would be Ramsey. Then it would be Fabi. Then it would be Woodass, just because he's a linebacker under D'Amico. And then it would be, I don't know, either Klein or Bond from there. So, I mean, we can, like, how it compares to last year's class. I mean, I probably felt a little bit better about last year's class off rip. But again, you got a first rounder in the second round. You reached a little bit for Rutledge, but it seems like the NFL viewed him a lot higher. Fucking don't want to talk about the Klein pick right now. Fabi, if he plays center, it's fine. D'Amico can save. Wood, ass. Kamari Ramsey was kind of a steal. And then you got the mid slot receiver. If the last player they draft is a team captain, I'm going to crash out. This is the fucking 7th round we're talking about. Go draft the best player available. I don't care if he's a felon. Go draft Seth McGowan in the 7th round, dude. Go draft Seth McGowan, because people can change. Just because he has a felony doesn't mean he's going to get another one. Go draft Seth McGowan in the 7th round and I'll shut up. Kano says it would have been better to auto draft best player available. Would have worked out better. I mean, that's basically what the Eagles and Ravens do. The Eagles and Ravens basically just draft like consensus board all the time. I mean, that's literally what they do. I know the Eagles picked Cole Payton, but other than that, like, and that's why they're good franchises, man. Let's look at Baltimore. Vega, best player available. Zion Young, best player available. Okay, Lane and Surratt. Surratt was best player available in my opinion. Then Cuevas, Matthew Hibner. So they went 2 tight ends. So many tight ends are coming off this year. And then you look at the Eagles. Lemon was best available. Stowers was best available. Developmental tackle. Yeah, the quarterback pick's weird. And then Micah Morris. I mean, that's literally what they do. I mean, I really like the top part of the draft. It's just losing me. Every pick, I feel like I'm getting further and further. It's getting harder and harder to defend. I mean, I like the Lewis Bond pick more than I like the Klein pick. I like it more than I like the Woodass pick. I mean, maybe not because, again, D'Amico. Probably don't like it as much as Fabici. But, I mean, we're kind of comparing, like, you know, it's not like we're comparing phenomenal picks to one another. Yeah, I hear you, Kano. The problem is the way NFL teams work is, like I said earlier, they have their boards, man, and they're stubborn. Like, if you're not a team captain, you're probably valued way lower on the Texans board than if you are. Like, the Texans value character and personality so much. They value intangibles, character, personality. They value that stuff so much. And so best player available might, you know, a teammate might have said he was not a good guy. And then it's like, okay, well, he's off our board. Like, that's how it works. It's not all about the tape. Because if it was all about the tape, then yeah, you would do BPA, but it gets interesting. War Actual says somehow Bond is just a top tier separator. I don't know how when O linemen are faster than him. Yeah, I mean, literally his weakness is he's not a separator, unfortunately. And I didn't know that off the top of my head, but I'm looking at his profile. I'm looking at some scouting reports. I mean, he doesn't really drop footballs, which is good, and he has a very high contested catch rate on PFF. He's 5'11", so I see 5'11", 190. So bigger bodied receiver, but like it says he's a slot receiver. Not an X or anything, obviously. Yeah, I mean, Lance Zerline literally says, finding separation as a pro will be a challenge. He's not shifty enough to beat press coverage and doesn't have speed or suddenness to break free from sticky man coverage. He might need pre-snap motion or bunch formations to get rolling. Bond will find his best chance with teams who covet pro-caliber ball skills over separation traits. The dude is not a separator. It is literally the biggest weakness that constantly gets highlighted. He's not a separator, but he has good ball skills and he knows how to attack zones. So he's got that going for him. All right, we are wrapping up. Oh, wow. That's actually a fun pick for the Colts. They take Caden Curry at the end of the 6th. Yeah, I would have liked to see him on the Texans as like a shot at getting your edge 3 or 4, maybe with Dylan Horton. You know, that caliber of a player trying to work your way onto the field. But yeah, obviously the Colts just picked him up. So let's see what people are saying here. So yeah, I mean, he's ranked first in Boston College history in receptions, 5th in receiving yards, but I mean, it's Boston College we're talking about. Three straight years of drafting USC DBs. If you're a USC DB next year, you're probably going to be on the Texans. Kalen Bullock in 24, Jalen Smith in 25, Kamari Ramsey in 26. Falcons pick is in. Then we'll move on to the 7th. Luis says, don't we run the same offense as them? Maybe they'll value he'll be a quick learner. Yeah, I mean, he seems like a scheme fit. He seems like, yeah, yes. He's a scheme fit, so you would think he would learn quickly in the system. And again, I'm not saying he's not going to be successful. It's just, it's not a boom prospect. It's the 6th round. Get a solid football player. I understand that. He's just got limitations, like very clear limitations. I don't see him separating at the NFL level, and I see him more as kind of a get in between the zones, and he's probably going to be good at running option routes because that was one of his strengths. And we know Nick Caley loves running those option routes with those receivers. So it makes sense from a fit perspective. And it makes sense from, again, I wanted them to draft a receiver, a weapon. They did it. It's just could be worse. Could be worse. Again, 6th round, I'm going to cut him some slack. Could be worse. They wanted their guy. They got him. It's all good. One thing I also didn't hype up enough for him, I think, is his contested catchability. His contested catchability is actually really good for his archetype and size. I mean, it's not the worst pick. It's not our worst pick by any means. Our worst pick was definitely still the Marlon Klein dude. But it's all good, man. It's all good. I mean, Rutledge and McDonald, put your stock into that. Let's see. Trey Smack, kicker at Florida, gets drafted. Let's go. Awesome. Green Bay takes a kicker. Texans pick at 243. That is in 27 spots. Houston Texans will be up in 27 spots. Anthony Edwards' baby mamas join forces to take on NBA star in court. Wow. Bros fighting the Avengers. The Avengers. Cardinals pick is in. Hasn't been posted yet, obviously. Oh my God, I thought they took another punter, but I was looking at the wrong thing. So Jaden Williams, tackle out of Ole Miss, goes to the Cards. Cowboys up next. Okay, with the last pick, you've got to be thinking edge. You got to be thinking edge or running back. Probably running back. I mean, is it insane to just hope they draft Seth McGowan? Because, like, I don't think he's some, like, premier running back, but I guess they just don't want to take the chance on the guy with character issues. Pick is in for the Cowboys. They're showing these kicker highlights. It's actually pretty funny. Did not think I was going to be seeing that, but here we are. What the Cowboys are going to do here. Receiver out of, what does that say, East Carolina? Anthony Smith. Anthony Smith out of East Carolina. Damn, 6-year senior. 6-year senior, 1,000-yard season this past season. The Saints are on the clock. Let's see. Let's take a look here. Saints. And then Texans. Let's see. What are we at? Damn. 5 hours, 45 minutes. Going strong. Going strong. Saints had a pretty good draft. Jordan Tyson, Christian Miller, Oscar Delp, Jeremiah Wright. Or what Wiz Khalifa and Brett Michaels were performing before night 2 of the NFL draft. Insane combination. Back to commercial. Back to commercial. The Saints pick has been put in, though. Let's see, how many picks do our rivals have? So 1 for the Titans, 1 for the Jags, 1 for the Colts. So 2. So 2 Colts, 2 Jags, 1 Titans pick, if I got that right. You go TJ Hall, cornerback out of Iowa. So you can always churn out your corners. Fifth most receptions in FBS last season. I like that. That's a much more flattering description of him. See the next Tyreek Hill? Just kidding. Don't answer that. How many tight ends do you think we'll keep? I don't think Stover makes the team. Schultz is on the team. You would think Foster Moreau makes it. So that would mean Klein, Stover, and Brevin Jordan. So you pick maybe 2 of those, maybe 1, but probably 2 of those. So it's going to be Klein, Stover, and Brevin Jordan. I'm going to say Klein makes the team because he's better at 59. So it's going to be between Stover and Jordan. If Jordan stays healthy, I don't know, honestly. I can't answer that because I haven't seen anything from Jordan from the past like 2 years. But appreciate the question, though. Stover just hasn't taken the leap I've wanted him to take. Always knew he was a little lacking in the passing game, but you kind of hoped he'd be a better run blocker than he ultimately ended up being. Also thought he would take a bigger leap than he did. I'm not sure what he did the offseason, but didn't feel like he put on too much more muscle. So, I mean, if you look at the way we drafted, tight end 1 should be Dalton Schultz, tight end 2 should be Klein, tight end 3 should be Moreau. Brandon says Bond is top tier at separating us from a draft pick. That's a good one. That's funny. Oh, man. Bond's draft pick separation is amazing. That's funny shit. In a perfect world, Klein is Tucker Kraft. And Bond is, I don't even know. Genuinely don't even know. KJ Osborne, was that his comp? Yeah, his comp was KJ Osborne, whose best season was about 650 yards in 2021. Yikes. I mean, I hope he proves me wrong. Like he seems like he's intelligent. He seems like he knows how to get open in zones. It seems like he's a scheme fit. He's a slot receiver who can get open early in zone, runs those option routes well, can maybe be a good receiver for Stroud if he needs to dump the ball off quickly. But, I mean, the ceiling's low. I could touch it. Ceiling's about right here. Bills select another corner. Bro, how many corners have been taken off of this draft? Wow. Toriano Pride Jr. goes to the Bills. Got a couple Bengals picks. And we pick at 243, baby. If y'all have any questions, comments, concerns, feel free to drop them in the chat. But otherwise, the Bengals pick is in. All the reporting around Joe Burrow is fascinating. So Joe Burrow said, or he didn't say it, but there was this growing idea that if this was a bad year for the Bengals, Joe Burrow might consider a different team. And they heard that and drafted Cassius Howell for some pass rush. 2 centers. I think Brian Parker's a guard, right? Yeah, he's going to be a guard. So a guard, a center, and a wide receiver. It's certainly a draft. I mean, Connor Lew in the 4th round is nice. I like that. Let's see who they draft right now. Just no need to try to justify this pick. If it wasn't for pick value, this is worse than the Klein pick. So you're out on Bond. You don't like the production? The 900 yards at BC? Luis says if Bond can become 70 to 80% of what Parker Washington is, then it's a dub. Dude, if Bond becomes 70 to 80% of Parker Washington, I mean, you should have taken him in the 3rd round. Maybe higher. I guess Parker Washington's only had like one breakout season, but he was really good. Wow, there you go. As I was alluding to, they're going to do everything they can to make Joe Burrow happy. They're going to get him a new tight end, Jack Endries, out of Texas. This pisses me off right here. This pisses me off because 6'5", 245, 7th overall in the position ranking, solid pass catcher against zone coverage, hit or miss run blocker, but you're getting him in the 7th freaking round, dude. God. That annoys me. Marlon Klein could have been picked here, man. And then the Lions pick a D tackle. Yeah, Parker, that's true too. I didn't even talk about his return ability. Didn't Parker Washington almost return a punt for a touchdown on us, but they called a flag or something? I think I remember that. I swear Parker Washington almost scored a touchdown on us returning a punt, but there was a flag, like a questionable flag or something like that. Just send me your location. Okay, people are saying that Lewis Bond has a Puka Nakua skill set. Okay. Okay, they must have said that on the broadcast or something and I missed it. I mean, shit, if he's Puka Nakua, give me the ring now. I'm just glad they got a receiver. At the end of the day, I wanted a body. They got a body. I just don't know, like, what other... Well, yeah, never mind. I was going to say I don't know what other receiver they could have drafted, but then I just thought of, like, a couple receivers, so... Yeah. It's a hard pill to swallow, but it's the 6th round. We're not going to exactly see eye to eye with Caserio this late into the draft. Hell, I haven't been seeing eye to eye with him on the first freaking pick. So... Okay, we're at 243, 27 picks into the 7th. We are currently 20 picks away. What the fuck? Jaden Daniels, we're good here. We're good, Jaden Daniels. I'm going to trade your ass. This dude was not on my radar at all, bro. Athan, first of all, terrible name. It gets worse. Athan Kaliakamanis. Fuck. Athan Kaliakamanis. Athan Kaliakmanis. Kaliakmanis. What is this, French? 3,100 yards. Yeah, I didn't have him on my board. I thought the Commanders would go like Jalen Daniels or something if they're going to do that. I guess they just want a solid backup in case Jaden gets hurt because he might be a little injury prone, but I mean, you want the guy to like be good, right? He's actually graded really high on PFF. Damn. Okay, why weren't we talking about this guy more? If he's as good as they say. That seems a little absurd. Game manager style quarterback. Good size, but average physical strength. Former 4-star. Pro comparison, Max Brosmer. Yeah. I will shave my beard for 10 years if he becomes the next Puka. Yeah, if he becomes the next Puka, I will never question another draft pick in my life. I will let Caserio pick whatever he wants, and I will not say a peep if Lewis Bond becomes the next Puka Nacua. Steelers pick is in. Dang, D'Amico's reaction's kind of going viral on Fabechi. They really liked him. Yeah, I don't hate the Fabechi pick if he plays center. Athletic center. Shout out Jacob on Twitter. Oh, shit. Hyped up, man. Hyped up. Safety comes off the board. Robert Spears Jennings out of Oklahoma. And Titans are up, so we'll see what the Titans do in the division. We'll see if they take the felon. You should do a side-by-side of our new linebacker RAS score and Bonds RAS score. I would if I could make the format work out. Let me just look at it. I'll just look at it and see. Because I know Bonds is terrible. So let's see. Okay, Marlon Klein, 9.59 RAS score. Little light on weight, but very high in height, obviously at 6'6", 4'6", 40. Damn, this shit's actually crazy. Dude weighs 60 pounds heavier than our receiver, and he runs 0.2 slower. Yeah, okay. I mean, if anything, this makes Klein look better, but, I mean, it's got to translate. You're just hoping he learns how to play football. It's so weird because they're such opposite prospects. It's like one guy you just throw a dart at because of his physical profile, and then the other guy you throw a dart at because he's like a scheme fit and because of his IQ. Both team captains, though. So they have that. I mean, yeah, I mean, Klein has the traits. Again, if he turns into Tucker Kraft or really just any serviceable tight end, I mean, you're jumping for joy. And I'm not saying he can't. I'm not saying he can't, but man, it's just, you're going to look really stupid when Max Clare has a solid career and Sam Roush have a solid career. And they can't even, like, it's not something that was like, oh, what happened? Where did that come from? It's like, no, we were all saying that from the very beginning. All right, who are the Titans selecting? Divisional rivals. Caleb agrees with the RAS comparison. Yeah, I mean, the other positive way to look at it is maybe the reason he's a 6th rounder is because of the RAS score. But if he was athletic, he would be like a 3rd rounder. And so, I don't know. Maybe, you know, I don't know. I'm trying to talk myself into it, man. Another tight end goes off the board. Jaron Kanak out of Oklahoma. I think it's kind of funny how many tight ends are just like bad at blocking, you know? It's like when you're a tight end, like I understand the league's moving to more like pass heavy offenses, but like blocking is like supposed to be half of a tight end's job. And there's just so many tight ends that are just not good blockers. I guess it's because they're all receivers that get moved because they get too big or whatnot. I guess they're usually not linemen that get moved, but I mean, I don't know. You'd think some of these tight ends would like be better blockers. It's like almost all of the tight ends in this class were like really good receivers, but not good blockers. Like Sadiq's just freaky athletic, and he was like a decent blocker. Stowers was terrible. Claire like got slightly better. Trigg and Jolly weren't good. Roush was the best blocker. So Klein's supposed to be a good blocker. He's supposed to be decent. So I don't know if he's the best blocking tight end in the draft, like people were saying. I'm on the edge. PFF's report on Klein. Klein is an intriguing young prospect who is relatively new to football, but shows the effort and mentality to develop into a difference-making inline tight end. If he continues to add weight and strength, he projects as a strong tight end 2 with a blocking upside. Okay, so they're betting on him being a blocker, being an inline Y tight end. All right. I would hope so because he's not a good receiver and he has a very high drop rate. 11% drop rate. Yowzers. Yeah, I mean, even in the highlights, he did not look like a natural pass catcher. I mean, that became apparent immediately. Is it crazy to go punter here, guys? What if this Kroger guy is not good? This Georgia punter is supposed to be really good. Like, no cap. I'm not trying to be funny. This Brett Thorson guy is supposed to be fire. He's an Australian style of punter. Really high arcing punts. It's so funny to me. I don't think they have it in them. I don't think they have it in them to do that. Pick is in for the Bengals, helping out Joe Burrow. 243, and we are on 226, so we are 17 picks away. Lee says, if there's a punter that was a team captain, then yes. I don't think you're ever going to find a punter that was a team captain. Could you imagine a punter that's a team captain? Oh, my God. That's funny. Always curious to see what the Bengals are going to do just because of their situation with Joe Burrow. Do I think Joe Burrow's maybe bluffing a little bit? Sure, but it's fun to see what they'll do. Okay, I have to go to the restroom again really badly, so I'm hoping this pick comes in somewhat quickly. Oh, gosh, I got to go to the restroom so bad. Oh, my bladder. Come on, man. Oh, I might just have to dip. All right, here we go. Come on. I don't know why I'm waiting here for this. I can just come back. Not really matter. Doesn't really matter. Oh my god, of course it's the longest pick ever, bro. He's got a painting and shit. Dog, just say the name. Come on. All right, who is it? Oh my gosh. This better be a good pick. Okay, a Navy D tackle. Yeah, whatever. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. So they picked Landon Robinson from Navy, defensive tackle, and then the Panthers selected Jackson Kuwach, linebacker from Miami in Ohio. Okay. Max Llewellyn from Iowa might be available at 243. He was a team captain at Urbandale High School. We only take college team captains here. I'm sorry. When we say BCA, best captain available, it's got to be a college captain, unfortunately. So it's a no for me. Oh, God. Let's take a look at some edges, though. I think, like, yeah, if Llewellyn falls to the 7th round, I mean, roll the dice on him. This is the best spot for him. Damn, Deion Burks isn't going to get drafted. Garrett Nussmeier might not. I mean, you could still go developmental tackle. I would take Michael Trigg, man. Just say F it. VJ Payne, safety from Kansas State, goes. Creeping up there, guys. Creeping up there. 243. We are at 229. I mean, Tyreek Sapp. Anthony Lucas. Probably go there. I'm still down for them to take Seth McGowan. But injuries are also a factor there. Isaiah World, 6'8", 320. Have him learn behind Trent Brown. I mean, like, can we just draft Deion Burks if like, why not just draft Deion Burks if it's going to be a 7th round pick? I don't know why a team isn't just doing it. I guess it's just burning. They just really feel like they're just burning a pick because this dude's going to medically retire or something. Brandon Cleveland, you are a Pittsburgh Steeler. All right, we're almost there. 243. Deion Burks was 70 on Jeremiah's consensus board. Llewellyn, Trigg. Still a couple of good players I wouldn't mind in the 7th. Steelers pick is in. Whoa, there you go. That's a fun player. The Steelers go for Eli Heidenreich. So he does go, as I predicted, later in the 7th round. Swiss Army knife type of a player. Good hands as a receiver. Good vision to find running lanes. Yeah, I wouldn't have mind taking him, honestly. And just figure out where he plays later. That's a fun pick for Steelers fans here in the 7th round. So he does get drafted. Good for him. Good for him. Heidenreich to the Steelers. It's a fun player. Swiss Army knife type of a guy. Closing in on it. What's wrong with Harris again? The 6'8" guy? I don't know who you mean. Oh, the D tackle? I don't know. I'll look it up, though, because that is something I've been curious about. People are saying off the field concerns. Domestic violence and obstructing arrest charges. August 19th, 2024. Got put in jail. Was also arrested in 2023 on a DUI. Damn, as well as a felony, fleeing, and other charges. Holy crap, bro's a villain. This dude's a Batman villain. That's why he's not getting drafted. I mean, you figured it was something like that. Once again, this is Ole Miss defensive lineman Xavier Harris. Domestic violence, obstructing arrest charges in 2024. DUI, felony fleeing in 2023. Yeah, that makes sense. Batman villain. Caleb wants us to take him. Hey, it might add some character to the team. Get a guy who gets his hands dirty a little bit, man. Put him on the team. I'm sick of these team captain Boy Scouts. Sick of these Boy Scouts, man. Go draft Harris. I mean, probably is a great player, honestly. Had a couple blocked field goals, like 30 tackles. Definitely should have gone by now, but he's a Batman villain, dude. Wait, Heidenreich is in Pittsburgh? Interesting. He's walking up. Okay, we're still on Heidenreich. Can we move to the freaking Falcons, or we're going to make him hug the commissioner? Imagine a 6'8" dude next to McDonald. I don't think it's going to happen, Caleb. Considering they just went 4 for 4 on team captains, I don't think the guy who's got a DUI and a resisting arrest charge and a domestic violence charge and a DUI, did I mention that already, is going to be the guy. Demon D-line. Oh, my God. Well, since there's nothing else to do, why not take a look-see at his scouting report? Harris appeared in 52 games for the Rebels, lining up at multiple spots across their defensive front. He displays notable flexibility for his height, flashing the ability to explode out of it with disruptive hands. Impossible to stop when he gains momentum in one direction. At edge, he can put offensive tackles on skates in one-on-one situations. I'm sure he's pretty good in one-on-one situations. He can anchor and maintain good gap integrity. Harris has enough quickness and length to track down plays from the backside. Although he consistently draws attention up at the front, he would benefit from playing with more consistent aggression and refining his hand usage. But he has rare size, which will intrigue teams to maximize his full potential. Dang, not a word on the several arrests and felonies this guy has, but hey, he's literally been best available since pick like 63, which is like interesting. I don't know if he's a swarm guy. Don't know if he's a swarm guy. I don't mean to laugh at. I mean, he made the decision, so I don't actually care. But not to kick the guy while he's down, not getting drafted. This last pick better be something that gets me excited. They are still showing Heidenreich. I get because he's like in Pittsburgh somehow and he got drafted to the Steelers, but let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving a little bit here. Okay, Ethan Crumble. Oh, wow, my eyesight. Onianwa. Tim Keenan the third out of Alabama was okay. He gets drafted. I know this guy. Let's go. Solid D tackle right there. I wanted to look at this guy. Oh, nothing on him. Okay. Well, at least our Bond guy had a bubble, right? It's never a good sign when you see a dude and you click on him and there's no bubble. See? He's got a little bit of words. Unlike this guy. Okay, Jags are picking up next. Dun, 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 dun. Just send me your location. Jaguars pick is in, and with the 233rd overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select might be a minute. Rams have picked Ty Simpson, Max Clare, a tackle, and it changed, so I don't know the other two. Dude, Heidenreich is still out there, unless this is like old B-roll footage. He's still out there, or at least they're still showing him out there. I'm going to cut to ad break, so the Jags dude's going to get announced during an ad. Probably. Getting close. Getting close. Casario probably took a nap, dude. He just probably took a nap and he was like, oh, 204, drafted team captain. That's probably what's happening right now, dude. He's passed out right now. Casario's passed out. He's not moving up from this pick. There's no shot. Wow, they go the edge out of Washington, Zach Durfee. Zach Durfee out of Washington. Got nothing on him, unfortunately. Matthew says Tristan Lay, offensive tackle out of Clemson, is interesting. Six 310. Oh, they don't have his arm length here. Gave up 11 hurries, a hit, and a sack. His run blocking grade is like atrocious. I wonder if he's just out of shape. But he's only 310 pounds at 6'6". I don't know, man. His run blocking looks atrocious. Is Isaiah World still on the board? Yeah, I'd much rather take Isaiah World out of Oregon if we're going to go tackle. All I'm saying is it's the 7th round. Deion Burks is still on the board. Michael Trigg is still on the board. And Isaiah World and Jeff Caldwell are still on the board. Like, all I'm saying is you could get a good player. Wow, the Patriots draft a quarterback. Morton out of Texas Tech. We don't need you, Drake May. Center out of Cincinnati. Wow, yeah, wow. Okay. Never even heard of Gavin Gerhardt. Now we're starting to roll in. Andre Fuller, cornerback out of Seattle, goes. All right, guys, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Houston Texans pick very soon. So it'll definitely be the last pick of the draft. Andre Fuller out of Toledo. Corner, another corner goes. Jonathan says Houston needed a running back this year. We watched some good talent slip. Yeah, it doesn't feel like they're going to draft a running back unless they draft the felon. I mean, you could just UDFA a guy. Le'Veon Moss is still out there. Jaden Ott. It's just a bad running back class, though. Like, I don't know. Once Claiborne went, I was kind of over it. I mean, we have Woody Marks, Jawar Jordan, and David Montgomery. I mean, that's a serviceable room. Jawar Jordan had a breakout game. Maybe there's some juice there that we can squeeze. Pick is in for the Colts. Dun, 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 dun. Colts took CJ Allen, AJ Halsey, Jalen Farmer, I can't say his name, Betcher, George Gums, and then Caden Curry. So 2 edges back to back, 2 linebackers. Damn, and a safety. So they're probably going to take a weapon here, you would think. 2 edges, 2 linebackers, and a safety. I mean, you hope they take a weapon or not. I mean, do whatever they want to do, but get someone to help out Mr. Jones. No way they did it, bro. I literally called that. They took the felon. Wow, they don't give a crap about anything, man. Over there in Indy, dude, they don't care. For those who don't know, Seth McGowan not only has dealt with a couple of injuries, he pled guilty to a felony. And since then has kind of had to relive his career. Get a couple of touches once their running back gets tired. Why can't I remember his name? My God, huge brain fart. Oh my God. Why can't I remember the Colts fucking running back? Getting tired. Jonathan Taylor, oh my God. Jonathan Taylor gets tired. Throw. Oh no, Max Llewellyn goes right after. I was actually curious to see if D'Amico would pull the trigger on Max Llewellyn. That's a good edge. I mean, there's still other edges out there, but damn. So we're kind of getting sniped right now, whether it's the felon or Max Llewellyn. Ooh, that rhymed. Fire. Texans up at 243 though. Do 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 do. Caleb says, imagine if we were like that. We could get a 6'8" guy who's a demon. I don't know, man. I don't think they want the culture risk. Too much of a culture risk. They don't want to be cleaning up his messes, I guess. The Bills take a punter. Tommy Doman. Florida punter goes. Now we have the Jags and the Bills again. So who the hell did the Bills like? The Bills felt like they needed to take a punter right before they pick again. Like whoever is picked 241 should feel disrespected because the Bills decided a punter was safer to take first before you. That's insane. They took a punter when they have a pick later. Like, why not just wait on the punter till the end? Guess they like their guy. Yeah, whoever's 241 is getting disrespected right now. Jacksonville takes a linebacker, Parker Hughes. Wow, the broadcast is so behind. I'm just going to react to it when it pops up on ESPN. I'm not going to wait for the broadcast to catch up, honestly. So we will find out very quickly. Forgot to put the light on earlier, man. Forgot to put the light on for Lewis Bond. Damn it. Bills and then the reigning Super Bowl champions and then your last pick of the 2026 NFL draft will be made by the Houston Texans. So I want to know who the Bills are taking a pick after they took their punter. Like at that point, don't even take anyone, man. It's disrespectful. Undersized linebacker, man. Must have good instincts. Okay, I thought this would load faster, but it is not. Luis wants Le'Veon Moss or Jamari Taylor. He is not put off by Le'Veon Moss's injuries. I mean, there's still some like solid players that I would have taken earlier that haven't been taken, i.e. Deion Burks, Le'Veon Moss, Jeff Caldwell, Michael Trigg, Isaiah World, Logan Fano. Okay, so they just showed Seth McGowan on the broadcast. So they're 3 picks behind. But I'm just going to react to it on ESPN once it gets leaked or whatever. So they take a guard out of A&M, Armaj Reed Adams. All right, guys, get ready for the Texans pick. Coming up here shortly, right after the Seattle Seahawks. Matthew says we could trade back to go 2 for 1 and extend the fun. They could. I don't know if they will. I don't know who the suitors are, but don't know if they would be able to find someone to take them up on that offer. All right, guys. I'm still feeling like developmental tackle, tight end. They're not going to do it. I want a tight end. I guess the tight end pipe dream. I should stop mentioning it. Klein's the guy. What am I talking about? So I guess we'll go with tackle, developmental tackle. We could do an edge. I wouldn't hate a running back. I feel like there's no corners left. Like, not really any defensive backs left. You're good on the D line. I think it's going to be an offensive player. I think it's going to probably be a developmental tackle or a weapon. But that's where I think this is going. Seattle needs every second of the clock, I guess. Never mind. D tackle out of Minnesota. All right, guys. Houston Texans are on the clock for the final pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. Pick 243. The Houston Texans select. Again, I think it's an offensive player. I'd say offensive player, either a developmental tackle or a weapon. That's who I think it is, or an edge. Oh my God, I thought it loaded, but it didn't. I don't know why it glitches like that. All right, it's gonna be random because it's just gonna pop in. Hope it's worth it. Got to be an offensive player, right? Or an edge. Edge or offensive player. Is D'Amico like an edge? Probably not. Maybe. Or are they trading back? Taking calls. Who's it going to be, guys? Last pick of the draft, most likely. I don't see them trading back in. Got some votes for Le'Veon Moss. Got some votes for Isaiah World. Personally, I like Le'Veon Moss, Isaiah World, Jeff Caldwell. Okay. Damn. Another linebacker, Aiden Fisher from Indiana. Well, I'm not going to say I hate it. 46 solo tackles. Got a history of some tackles. I'm not going to say I hate it. Wasn't expecting it, though. I wasn't expecting to go linebacker. I think it's pretty good. Let's see where he ranks on big boards here. Yeah, it's a good pick. So again, I mean, that's what I'm saying though, right? Like this is actually a good linebacker pick. Matthew says Aiden Fisher over Deontay Lawson. I think so. I think I would take him over Deontay Lawson. I mean, I would have taken this dude over freaking Woodass. Let's see where McShay has him. This is a good pick, guys. For a 7th round pick, this is good. This is good. You get 2 viable linebacker options. Obviously, they think Woodass is maybe more of a special teamer or something. I don't know. Or maybe this guy's a special teamer. Let's look at some big boards here. So Wade Woodass was ranked 292 on Todd McShay's big board. Aiden Fisher's ranked 164. Aiden Fisher's ranked 164. He's ranked a lot higher than Woodass on PFF too, 176 on PFF. Experienced high-effort linebacker, but lacks ideal size and athleticism. He projects as a depth player and special teams contributor. He's basically just an undersized linebacker. But, I mean, you could have done worse. It would have been better to trade all our picks after McDonald for a 2nd and 4th next year. Jeez. I mean, we do need some depth. Jonathan says, get ready to watch our kicker highlights. Our offense will struggle. I mean, who else did we want them to get, though, you know? Like, yeah, Michael Trigg, Isaiah World. If they doubled up on linebackers, they could have doubled up on tight ends. Deontay Lawson, I mean, obviously, D'Amico Ryans doesn't like what he sees with him. I'm kind of surprised they passed on Torian York. I get he's extremely undersized, but I mean, he's such a smart player if you really just wanted a true special teamer. But I trust D'Amico. There's Aiden Fisher, who was 21 on Best Available on ESPN. Guy we just picked up. Fisher began his collegiate career at James Madison, followed Coach Kurt Signetti to Indiana, instinctive player who reads the front well, identifies where to fit in gaps. Effective blitzer, I guess. Yeah, I don't hate the pick. I mean, at least I know who he is, so there's that. Always good when you get that in the 7th round. Oh, yep, we need to check it. Thanks for keeping me honest, Brandon. Was Aiden Fisher a team captain for Indiana? Team captain, baby. Team captain Aiden Fisher. There you go. Team captain Aiden Fisher. You heard it here first, folks. Another team captain. This is fucking outrageous, but how many times can I say it before it happens again? He is directly referred to in media reports as a defensive captain and was consistently among the players taking part in the coin toss. Indiana football senior linebacker, a de facto team captain, missed 7 consecutive quarters due to injury. Yeah, he's a captain. 4th-year senior, 22 years old, 3-year starter, 2-year starter at Indiana. Mike linebacker at Indiana wore the green dot. You do like to see that. Dane Brugler says, he looks small at times on film, but he is equal parts athletic and tough, and his play personality should make him an easy sell in a war room. He projects as a low-end NFL starter, similar to Drew Tranquil. So Brugler thinks he can start. Yeah, I agree. 2-time first-team All-American, graded an A pick by PFSN. I mean, it's one of the better picks they've made. Let's just do a quick recap, shall we? There's your draft class for the 2026 class. Rutledge, McDonald, Klein, Fabi, Wade Woodass, Kamari Ramsey, Lewis Bond, Aiden Fisher. So out of these players, I haven't checked on McDonald or Rutledge. You know what? Let's just do it. I don't think... Just do it for the sake of completeness. Rutledge was a team captain, guys. That's what Houston Chronicle says. He was a team captain. And... Okay, McDonald wasn't. McDonald was not a team captain. So, just to recap on everyone. Keelan Rutledge was a team captain. Caden McDonald was not. Klein was a team captain. Fabi was a team captain. Woodass was a team captain. Ramsey was not. Bond was a team captain. Aiden Fisher was a team captain. So out of their 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks, 6 of them were team captains. They have a type. Caserio does not pick best player available or BPA. He picks best captain available or BCA. You heard it here first. 6 for 8 on team captains. Which, I mean, hey, I guess it's fine. I don't want to just hate it. Just an observation. Cole Wisniewski from Texas Tech goes right after. He's a fun safety, but obviously you already made your safety selection. And then Jam Miller, the running back out of Alabama, goes. Interesting there. All right, guys, I'm going to go get some dinner, so I think that's it from me. But just to recap again, Keelan Rutledge went 26th, then Caden McDonald went 36th, Marlon Klein went 59, and then you've got Fabici, Wade Woodass, Kamari Ramsey, Lewis Bond, and Aiden Fisher for your 2026 NFL draft class. Stresson said best captain available earlier, FYI. That's funny. Preseason is going to be fun to watch. I 100% agree. The Texans love their team captains, man. If you want to figure out who the Texans are drafting, next year we'll run an exercise. Next year I'm going to put a star by every player that's a team captain, and I will watch me go like 10 for 10 on their picks. So, yeah, if you made it this far, thank you all so much for watching. Going to leave a little early here. Not going to go for the whole draft just because I am honestly starving. Appreciate everyone who made it this far. And yeah, guys, thank y'all for tuning in to the almost 7-hour live stream. Holy shit. 7-hour live stream where we covered almost the whole draft. Couldn't quite get it all done. But I will see you guys in the future. Don't forget to like and subscribe and keep your eye out for Texans content after this